Well, in my workplace, like, people didn't know who to vote for, all kind of things. So I used an opportunity to trust my political.
Hello and welcome to XTV's general election coverage. We've got an action-packed show tonight with the latest exit polls showing some stunning results. But first, let's cut to we've got a corn exchange coming in later tonight, and we've also got some Politics Society socials from outside. So welcome to XTV's general election broadcast. It's going to be an enjoyable night. To introduce our panel from the left, we have Liam Taylor, who ironically is not on the left, of Freedom Society. James Alston, who is a paid member of the Green Party. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
We then have Harrison Jones, the outgoing editor of Expose, going high profile here. Charlie Evans, a recent organiser of the Guild debate, which we had in a room moot. And Rachel Gillies, our very own sabbatical president. Thank you all so much for being here. So, to start off, we're going to start with an overview of the campaign and the elections. So, Charlie, how do you think the campaign has gone? I mean, specifically from Conservative side, because you've been on some of the Conservative following.
Well, the Conservative campaign, up until the last week, actually, it's just really negative, to be honest. It wasn't a very inspiring campaign, and as a paid-up member, it's not what I wanted to see. I thought we was going to head for absolute chaos in the poll tonight, but we'll come on to the exit poll. But yeah, the past week, it's seen Cameron seem a bit more enthused about the whole thing and realised that he's not really breaking through in the polls, so he seems to be a bit more energetic. But also, the Labour campaign has slightly faltered at the wrong time, actually, with Ed Stone going big. I mean, which a bit of a pathetic stunt. Question time, he made a bit of a gaffe.
What was the gaffe?
Well, politically, he said.
We hadn't overspent that one.
Yeah, and you can argue in terms of the economics whether they had or not, but politically, it's absolute chaos to say that, because people have bought almost the Conservative idea that they did overspend and so on. So it was a disaster in that case. So, and the combination of actually, I think we've really seen now actually that Cameron's idea that Labour and the SNP closing up together, it's actually started to
bring traction with voters. I guess. I mean, it is fair at this point to mention the exit poll, which is polling 22,000 people. We have Conservatives had 316 seats, so under 10 seats short of a majority. Labour on 239, which is a catastrophic fall, and Lib Dems on 10, which is, I think, under a quarter of what they had last election, if that's right. Yeah, tiny numbers. I guess, Harrison, as our resident newspaper journalist, did you predict any of those kind of results?
No, I don't think anyone did, but I think perhaps it shows that the polls.
If they're accurate, it's catastrophic, isn't it?
I think the biggest
for
thing,
Labour at least.
Well, one of the things to come out of it would be that the kind of the polling industry would take a massive hit, because it just has been completely inaccurate if the exit poll is right, and it just makes the pollsters look completely out of, just irrelevant really.
Our expose poll put it about 30%, so we're clearly doing that well. I guess, Liam, from your point of view, this is party politics at its finest, or worst from your opinion, and you aren't really involved with this. Is this really what you expected to see or wanted to see?
Not quite. I mean, I was expecting a bit of a Tory surge, but nowhere near on this kind of scale.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shy Tory effect, but this is
it's
shy. They're hiding in their closets at this point.
I think Charlie's got right that. I think the SNP message has cut through a lot. I think there's a lot of voters in England are very worried about the prospect of basically Sturgeon or Salmond being able to dictate terms. I think when it came to question time thing, and when Miliband ruled out a deal with the S&P, and then quickly a few hours later said that he would have to do a deal with the S&P, and everyone knows he would have to do a deal. I think that's turned a lot of English voters against him.
And I guess, James, technically, the Greens' seats have gone up by 100%, so in some ways it's a good thing. But I imagine you're not particularly happy about what the next government's going to bring.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm not happy with the Conservative side of the exit poll. I think I was hoping that there would be a chance for there to be a Labour government where the Greens and the SNP could form a progressive alliance and influence policy that way. However, I do think that this is a good night for the Greens, because they could have gone down, they could just retained Brighton Pavilion and not had the surge they were hoping to have, or they could even lost that seat, although I don't think that was very likely. So with 2 MPs in Parliament, which we could have, I think that would be a great.
Who is going to be the second MP? I mean, is it Natalie Bennett? I think she's been far too much on the national stage.
I reckon it'll be Bristol West will be the seat that they.
Who's that? I don't know.
I've had a brain fade. I can't remember his name.
But also on the Green Party point, I mean, you have to. The exit poll is not 100% accurate, kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
but
if they're predicting a second seat, I imagine the pollsters know who that is, if nothing else.
Well, I still think one seat. We wouldn't be surprised if they only had one seat, kind of thing. I mean, it's such an unpredictable election with the pollsters, as Harrison's pointed out, and I don't think this is the complete picture just yet. I'd be very surprised if it was the Tories are ahead by these margins
with it, because there's been so far away from what all the other polls have been.
Yeah.
But then last election, the exit poll was very accurate. So if it's even close to how accurate the last time it was, then lots of upsets and probably a lot of big casualties as well.
Well, I guess, Rachel, on the student side of it, I wonder how much influence students have had in this election. Do you think it's been big? Because I always had the impression students were more left-wing than...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, actually, I think, to see from a student perspective, to find out eventually what the student turnout has been. I don't think always students realise the influence that they can have on politics. For example, here in Exeter, Ben Bradshaw's margin is about 2,000 at the moment. We have 18,000 students, about 15,000 here in Exeter who could be able to vote. So actually they have real power, and it'll be interesting to see the effect that has happened. NUS is leaning more to the left, and actually even more extremely to the left than we have seen in previous years in terms of policies and stuff that they're passing. So if these exit polls are right, it will be really exciting to see what this does to the student movement in the next couple of years.
On the note on the Exeter polls, we have it in from Twitter. While we're on the note, shameless plug, you can tweet in with hashtag XTV General Election or XGE. But Lord Ashcroft says, if these exit polls are right, I will eat my hat. I don't know what hat he has, but I'd love to see that. If we get it filmed, put it on Twitter.
I think that even more striking, to be fair, almost the biggest surprise will be the Liberal Democrats at 10 seats. I mean, we all knew that.
The vote share is going to go down. We all knew
that.
Yeah,
we all knew that, but most of the pollsters were predicting that they'd keep about 30 because of the incumbency factor.
Which is ironic, because they wanted A and V, which might seriously ruin that for them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's supposed to save them.
They would have been hoping for a very worst to keep 20 seats, purely because most of the people hate the party, but they like the local MPs, so that normally works in their favour.
On that note, do you reckon Nick Clegg will stay in? Is it? Right, let's go across the panel, yes or no?
I'd say yes. I think there's enough Tory switchers that will vote tactically for him to stop Labour getting a seat there.
James?
I think yes.
Harrison?
I would have said yes, but if that exit poll's right, I imagine...
Even if he gets in, he's going to resign. So.
Well, yeah, he'll resign, but also, if there's only 10 seats, I don't think Clegg would be in 10 of the safest. Probably gone.
I think he'll probably hold on just about, as Harrison says, if they're only on 10 seats, it's very hard to, you're going to have to pick some big Lib Dem casualties if they are only on 10 seats.
Just to come back to the student politics point, I think if he goes, it would be a big student vote that got him out.
Yeah. I was up in Sheffield the other day.
Yeah.
My sister's there. She's she's in the constituency that is potentially able to vote him out, and it's a big talk up there about how they're going to vote. And it was very mixed, actually, so I think that will be interesting to see what happens.
It does raise the question, how long will the Lib Dems actually survive as a party at this rate?
Well, do you think it will bounce back over time? Because this is post them cutting tuition fees, which is probably the worst policy move they've made.
They lose the funding, they lose the councillors, they lose the activists. It's very hard to get back from that.
They have bounced back in the past. They have taken I can't cite the but they have taken a bit of a hiding, not on this scale, but they have taken a bit of a hiding in the past, and they managed to bounce back. But I think on the student politics point, actually raises a big a big question about how influential the student body is in terms of university towns and cities, because Ben Bradshaw only had a majority of 2,000, so now by the time another election comes around, it's a completely different generation of student voter. And if the ex-post survey was to go by the 30% Tory vote, a big Green vote as well, then arguably students are very influential in terms of...
Absolutely.
On the student point, I think Rachel's right that they have massive potential to be hugely influential.
But they're not
But I
registered,
don't-
most of them anyway.
Well, a lot of them don't register is one point of it, and also the vote is quite split between them.
Yeah.
So on the left even you have a lot of Green and Labour,
Yes.
and then some people vote Conservative and some people just don't vote at all. So actually it's not a consistent one vote that wins it
I
one
think
way or
it's
another
something
for
that probably
students.
works in favour of the Tories in the sense that, as you say, the left-wing student vote, and probably the majority of students are left-wing, do split a lot between the Greens and Labour, whereas they don't really split for UKIP on the right, so the Tories can get, they'll have a smaller
Although
share, but they can
student
get
vote
the
for
entirety of
UKIP,
that
I
share.
mean, not to have a go at our UKIP society, but they have 20 likes on Facebook compared to Labour societies, I think, over 500. So
Well, it's not it's an unpopular brand. I mean, even if there
it's
are
students anyway.
Yeah.
I kind of somehow feel that UKIP's almost targeted at older voters.
Yeah.
So they don't really have anything to offer young people. I don't think most of their policies are indeed, as you said, aimed towards older
Compared to the
people.
Greens' abolition of tuition fees, which,
Well,
whether possible or not, it's certainly
But
attractive.
UKIP have the same, don't they? UKIP, let's say they
They
want
put it
mainstream
in.
Only for certain subjects.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
it's
And
in
for
the
STEM degrees, I think it is.
for science
I
subjects. I
think
think
So humanities, no.
They target their core vote at Shire Tories and sort of working class Northern old Labour voters. So it's not really a kind of constituency that overlaps much with students.
I think what would be really interesting to me is actually when the parties realise the power of the student vote. And actually what we see at the moment is a lot of policies are shaped towards targeted voting groups, and often that isn't students, other than the tuition fee argument. And actually it'd be really interesting to see what would happen if parties got really behind other student kinds of debates, other things. They started targeting those as specific groups to see what that would do to the student vote. And I think that could be really...
I think perhaps
I just want
last
to
time...
bring the issue back to actually the Lib Dems bouncing back, because I mean, on that note, the SNP have had extraordinary growth from, well, not near enough nothing, but after the referendum they've gone from strength to strength to strength, and that's definitely a feature of this election. So, do you think, well, they'd never grow outside of Scotland, but they practically control the entirety of Scotland now.
Well, it's all about a message and a vision. And the SNP, to be fair to them, the vision they've offered post-independence, they could have died down after independence kind of thing, but they've kept the positive message, the positive vision, and actually positive politics. I know Conservatives have said that's been quite negative, but in Scotland, they're very anti-Tory.
What happens when you galvanise people around the same vision, the same kind of
the point
message?
I
and
want
that's what
to
we
aim
saw-
at is
Go
the
on.
fact that ultimately the Conservatives won't form a government with the SNP, and the issue's been so toxic that Labour won't form a government with the SNP either. So we've got a lot of voters who have all voted the SNP into power, who then aren't getting their say in a national forum. Is that not the best argument for independence you've seen? In that if all Scotland votes for one party, that party is still not getting a say in the Parliament.
It's an interesting point because even though the SNP is popular, independence in Scotland isn't. During the Scottish leaders debate, Nicola Sturgeon got booed when she brought up the prospect of another referendum. And there's also the voting system that is, crippling the Lib Dems down in England. It actually works very well in favour for the SNP up in Scotland, because Labour, if the polls are right and they only end up with one seat or something up in Scotland, they'll still have about 40% of the vote up there. So it's not quite as dominant as the SNP are dominant, but not quite as one-party state as the polls suggest.
But this exit poll is exactly what the SNP want. I think SNP want a Conservative minority government so they can fuel an anti, almost England sentiment in Scotland, while there's a big, strong SNP voice north of the border. And I think that's going to fuel the fire for another referendum.
On the note of the exit poll, just to quickly brief everyone on the YouGov exit polls, the Tories have got 284 and Labour have got 263, and Lib Dems have 31.
A smaller sample though.
SNP still on 58, so 48. And at that point, that's far more even, and is what people expected.
Yeah,
But
that's still enough to keep David Cameron as Prime Minister in a coalition with the Lib Dems, or as in the minority government.
But then, do we trust YouGov more than the polling station polls?
Well, it's a larger sample for the initial exit poll, so I think we've got until we get the actual results, we've got to treat that as the better indicator.
And historically, these exit polls have been very precise. In the 2010 exit poll we saw, everyone was surprised to see the Lib Dems on 50-something, because we thought Clegg Mania taking hold across the whole country, and they're going to win at least 70 kind of thing.
I think there was, I don't know if this is legitimate or not, but I saw something on Twitter that said that the exit poll hadn't been more than 5 or 10 seats out since 1992. So for it to be that far would be surprising. For it to be as inaccurate as has been suggested would be surprising. I think it won't be too far off that exit poll. But having said that, the polls have been so all over the place that it's difficult to know what to kind of trust now.
Tonight is going to be
very interesting. We're staying up all night.
It's going to be very exciting.
Can we just go back to the point on the Lib Dems though, that we've been talking about student politics, and I think maybe the Lib Dems harnessed the student vote really well last time, and that could be a reason for them getting completely thrashed this time, if that exit poll is to be believed.
Do you think, at least
deserted them en masse?
To ask Rachel, who is clearly the person to go to on student vote, do you think it was suicide for Lib Dems to cut tuition fees? For political suicide?
I think what we saw was that actually students felt very let down by a particular party, and I think kind of bringing that into the SNP, actually what you're seeing is there's a lot of young people up there galvanising around a vision, a message. We saw that last time with the Lib Dems and tuition fees. And actually, what the SNP are going to have to do is handle that very carefully. What we've seen this time for the Lib Dems is that actually I think a lot of students feel very, very let down. I think it wasn't necessarily a simple thing, but actually I think integrity and promises like that do play a major role within politics.
But what we've got to remember about the Lib Dem promise is that the Labour and Conservative Party manifesto was to uncap the tuition fees completely, kind of thing. And £9,000 sounds like a lot of money, but it was some sort of compromise, but it's more of a trust issue.
I mean, they moved the cap up to 21,000, I think they did. So, I mean, Nick Clegg has argued that was the fair long-term decision, but it wasn't what he promised was the issue.
I think there were very public pledges made, and I think that's where a lot of people feel quite let down.
I don't think it comes down just to tuition
We'll give you the final point before we move on.
It's the way they went about coalition. I think they made a tactical mistake, is because they all wanted a bit of each department, or they should have just asked for whole departments. They should have asked for just education or something like that. So if they had something concrete to point to, something they've actually achieved. Whereas instead, the Tories could claim credit for the good stuff and pass the bad things on to the Lib Dems, and carving out a niche of being a bit of the Tories, a bit of Labour is a sound thing to do, but it's not really inspiring anyone.
Right, we're going to move on to our coverage of the Tory campaign. So, we've got some footage of how the campaign's gone for the Tories so far.
David Cameron is running a very different campaign to the one that got him elected in 2010. His reluctance to take part in TV debates has led to the Prime Minister being seen as fearful of engaging in debate with Ed Miliband.
David, if you think this election is about leadership, then debate me one-on-one.
Despite this, he still retains his place at the top of the leader-approved polls, though this is more due to a bubble-wrapped campaign designed to prevent any slip-ups than anything else. The Conservatives continue to push their management of the economy during its recovery from the recession as their major success of their coalition government, and also their main priority for the election. They claim that the continued economic growth is both only possible with a competent Conservative leadership, and the only route to have sustainable spending on the NHS. Tories also draw attention to the massive debt that Britain has accrued, and how they are the party who aim to bring the British budget into surplus the fastest. The issue is that by doing so, they also have the steepest cuts. Left-wing parties such as the SNP and the Green Party have fiercely attacked the Conservative drive to continue cuts, calling it unneeded austerity. Locally, Exeter candidate Dom Morris has conducted an extremely visible campaign with a clear focus on the student demographic. Morris has been interviewed several times by all forms of student media and has attempted to attend meetings from societies ranging from FemSoc to Bracton Law. However, his campaign has been plagued by rumours of disorganisation, and some have been irked by Morris's remarks regarding food banks and the homeless. The key question is if the Conservatives even have the slightest chance of getting a clear majority to put these policies into practice. Despite their facade of confidence about aiming for a majority, and a much bandied about figure of only 23 seats to win, the reality is current polls predict the Conservatives will be incapable of forming a government by themselves. Yet the Conservatives seem to have placed their faith in sizable amounts of voters showing up on the day who haven't been persuaded to vote on the polls. Whether they will or not is beyond telling. What is certain is that the current Conservative campaign hasn't seen the massive impact that the party...
So, that was the Conservatives pushes the campaign. Have you been swayed by David Cameron? The polls suggest that's probably the case. Harrison, what did you think of David Cameron's campaign? It is very much his campaign. His face has been, well, the past week everywhere.
I think it's been a very bland campaign. There's been no gaffes, no major incidents, I would say.
Well, I mean, it was kind of mentioned on there, but he's basically not been allowed outside until last week.
Yeah, no, they didn't interact with the public really. There was nothing really going on. It was very kind of bland and stale, and I think they were expecting a much bigger swing towards them in the polls, at least, earlier than has supposedly happened. But I think towards the end they got really worried, and it was noticeable in the last week or so how much their campaign changed, and David Cameron got really passionate, and there was less of a kind of negative focus on Miliband and the SNP.
I mean, you kept on saying he was pumped up, didn't you?
Yeah. More of a move towards their kind of traditional, more positive message across, and that was kind of an interesting swing.
James, were you impressed by him? I mean, I know you don't agree with him, but were you impressed by his campaign at all?
Not at all. I think it was. I agree. It was a very uninteresting campaign. I think, and I think even though the exit polls would suggest otherwise, I think.
It's odd that everyone on the panel, I think, thinks it hasn't been a great campaign.
No.
It's been normal, hasn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't probably two defining moments that might have swung it for the Tories. So one is the SNP message, the thread. I think it's really cut through, especially amongst English voters, and the fact that Miliband, he refused to do a deal with SNP and changed his mind, and people didn't really believe him when he said he's not going to deal with them. And also, I think there was a moment in the seven-way leaders debate. There was a moment where the competence versus chaos argument, so without him saying anything, sort of cut through where there's other six were squabbling amongst themselves, and David Cameron, despite not putting in a particularly good performance, he did enough to come across as prime ministerial. And when people are looking, when they're worried about jobs and the economy, at the end of the day, I think even if he was uninspiring, I think it seems like the polls were swayed by just he'll be a competent manager.
He wasn't that big on social media either, or appealing to the young voters. I mean, we had the Miller fandom. I mean, we also had other mentions. Actually, I think we might have a clip of the Cameronettes on Have I Got News For You. So let's watch that right now if you've got it.
David Cameron's got a rival Twitter group. Do you know what they call themselves?
The 1922 committee. They're called the Cameronettes.
That's right, yes. Set up by a student from Exeter University. Let's have a look at the tweet. Who said David Cameron doesn't have a fandom? Hashtag Millifandom, hashtag Conservative, hashtag Tories, hashtag Bring It On. And as you can see, it's been retweeted twice. In terms of appealing to the...
You came up with the idea.
Let's just make this clear.
This is our chance to get it all out.
This is me on the record, so I'll do my Ed Miller
now.
Come on. I launched the hashtag, and you can probably see from the tweet that it was just a little joke. Now that tweet showed on that screen was not me, it was a 14-year-old girl apparently. So
yeah, there's also some weird stuff saying, "Oh, you were the 14-year-old." I was like, "That's not true." Charlie
I was accused of child grooming and bad stuff, like Operation U You're onto me. But on a serious point about that, I mean, the left wing tend to be much more active on Twitter and so on. I mean, like the amount of hashtags that have been used, like Cameron must go and all the rest of it, it's been very active, but actually I think people have failed to recognise the core Conservative vote here, and the core Conservative vote isn't necessarily the younger voter on social media, it's the older voter and people who are aspiring.
On that note, is it necessarily the richer voter, the older richer voter, the white voter, or is it just age in it?
No, I think there was one manifesto point that is always popular amongst the working classes, and that's the right to buy scheme. And I mean, but we didn't really, when David Cameron launched the manifesto in
Swindon.
was
a very interesting concern. When David Cameron,
it wasn't very. I sat through the whole thing. It wasn't very exciting in particular. It was very bland and it was very monotonous. And this policy I personally do enjoy, and it's what effectively won Thatcher an election. And I think, but it still wasn't exciting. But
well, it's interesting to note that I think businesses probably side with the Conservatives. You've got in recently that the dollar went down against the pound after that exit poll was announced. So at least businesses and the international markets think the Conservatives economically might be better for the country.
I think as well. There's been a narrative.
Well, this might be fluctuations. It could just be.
Yeah, the Conservatives over the past since the economic crash have created a narrative that they are the responsible ones for the economy, kind of thing, and they are the ones that should be trusted in the economy, and they've almost had this politics of fear still, and they've said the economy is still precarious. It's not. We're not seeing long-term sustained growth, and they've played that fear. I'm thinking, do we go back to Labour's borrowing debt, even though it was a crash? And people are still afraid of that. They're still afraid of going back to square one, having their income slashed.
I guess on. Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, you can't. I mean, Labour have been their own worst enemy on that front as well. It was, you can't. It's worked for the Tories because Labour have, Miliband has made a point of, not acknowledging any problems with the last Labour government. In the question time, you got quite a tough time from the audience who were quite.
I don't think he did that badly. I mean, aside from nearly stumbling as he walks off the stage.
Yeah, well, he got grilled a lot, especially when it came to questions about the last Labour government's record. And when he said that they didn't overspend, you could tell just looking at the faces of the audience that they didn't really believe.
But that was his one faux pas. Aside from that, I didn't see anything wrong.
But that's what it takes in one of these things. It's just one faux pas. The media snaps on it, but I think it's just a bit sickening on the question time. You go, what's your name? It's just a little bit fake. I mean, like the thing about what Clegg did well in 2010, he addressed the question in the name, but he managed to do it in a personal way and a friendly way. Whereas Miliband, it just seemed false, fake, a bit weird, a bit almost perverted. It was just a bit.
It comes down to how this one person comes across.
I think what is interesting to me in terms of campaigning is how, I think looking back, so the role of social media, what that will have played in this election. I think, the last election was 5 years ago now. Actually, social media has come a long way since then. So, we talk a lot about that in student politics, but I think looking back, it'll be interesting kind of picking up on Charlie's recent fame there. I think that would be, tell us a lot about how things have gone. I think also, we seem to have a lot of focus on the one leaders and what they are going to be doing and how they're performing. And actually, the kind of the two main ones for me, Cameron versus Miliband, they've been very different in how they're being presented. And actually, it's a kind of a question, should our politics be based on the characteristics of those two men? Should we look at their kinds of leaderships, or should we be looking at wider policies?
Oh, yeah. Okay. On the social media point, I think, is quite interesting, because as much as it is more left-wing, as you say, actually the Conservatives spent loads of money, especially on Facebook advertising. Like Don Morris is all over my Facebook feed with some kind of rather bland stuff. But anyway, on the point, I think you made a really important point about the way that the narrative is from the Conservatives. I think a lot of the time in politics about, you can say to you blue in the face, like, immigrants contribute £20 billion to the economy over 11 years or whatever the stat was, something really good. But actually, people have kind of bought the narrative that there's too many people in this country and they're coming over here and taking our jobs. And politics is about stories. It's about telling a story. And the Conservatives have been so much better in this election at telling the story that Labour will bust the economy. They overspent last time and don't let them do it again. And this time our plan's working. What has been the Labour story?
We've all been so positive about David Cameron. You can't even remember his football team. He can't get anything right.
It's a very minor gaffe in the context. And I think also.
No, but at the same time, he won't even debate with Ed Miliband. That's not a minor gaffe.
Yeah, but we've talked about the leadership, this almost American style of politics in which we focus on leaders, but also we need to look at the prospective government ministers as well, kind of thing. And if we look at the shadow Labour government of the past 5 years, there's not many big characters in there. I mean, and it's
are there in the Tories?
But I was going to say,
you've got big names.
I'm not so sure whether there are actually. I think what actually, from my perspective, British politics is missing is perhaps some of those bigger characters. But is that the way that we want politics to go? Is that the right way?
Well, I mean, if we look at let's just take it over to the Green side, because I feel we've neglected you a bit, James. I mean, do you think Natalie Bennett has honestly done a good performance, or at least if she's been bad, has she been worse than David Cameron?
I think there was that one LBC interview where she was which was a car crash.
Yeah, we'll come on to that later.
That hurt her quite badly. I don't think she's been appalling at all. I think she's been good, but I think this is a personal level. I think Caroline Lucas was a better speaker. I mean, I saw her on Question Time and she was brilliant. Just reminded me how good she is, and she's so good in the House of Commons.
Yeah. Natalie Bennett, she's been a disgrace. Let's not beat around the bush.
We'll come back to it on Greens. That was a brief. I'm just to talk to James. I mean, you've been on this side of the room all night. I mean, while we're here, Liam, David Cameron, good or bad? he hasn't done anything wrong because he hasn't done anything is the real problem here.
Yeah, it's been probably one of the most stage-managed elections for a long time.
Which is partly why I'm not quite...
Yeah.
The poll-wise, if that succeeds, that means for the future, all the parties will be secreted away in a room for the last week of the election.
Yeah, it is a bad thing, I think, for democracy. They have been so isolated. I mean, partly it's because both sides have hired very expensive American election consultants, which is why it's taken more of an election feel, as you've been saying, with big, focusing on personalities rather than policies and parties. But it's also because politicians seem to have lost the trust in being able to speak to voters without embarrassing themselves.
Yeah.
Part of it's down to Gordon Brown calling that woman a bigot in the last election, and I think they're also a bit paranoid that if they speak to an ordinary voter, they're going to say something stupid, which is a bad thing for democracy. And you'd hope the person wanting to govern us would have enough confidence to speak to us.
I think that's one of the bits that frustrates me most. As president, one of the things I have to do, and I take very seriously in my job, is talking to my students and talking to the people that I represent. That is fundamentally what I do, and I think it's really sad that we've got to a point that our politicians who are running our country, our Prime Minister, feels too scared to go out and talk to actual people.
It comes down to
for fear of
how you see your role,
embarrassing
really. I mean, do you see being president of Students' Guild as a career job or as a duty or responsibility?
I see it completely as a duty and responsibility. It's something I do for a year. I represent students. I don't do it as something to get to the next stage of my life. I take the role that I have almost in custodianship of that. And, whilst I can't compare myself to kind of the bigger players, actually I think what I miss in national politics is the fact that they're not going out and talking one-to-one, and I know that they're very busy people, but actually surely they should be not scared to go out and talk to real people about real stuff.
That's very, very interesting, because we've actually got a clip that shows exactly that, if we can play that on the screen right now.
So I do fear, and that's why I think this election is so important, and that's why whatever your views and whichever party you support, please make sure you do vote on May the 7th. This is a real career-defining, country-defining election that we face in less than a week's time. Thank you very much.
So there we have David Cameron with a career-defining election, which I think just says it all, really.
I think that's a minor gaffe.
But it's a Freudian slip, really, isn't it?
But there's a problem. I don't think these politicians can't speak to people. They wouldn't have got to this position in the first place. I think there's just with the way the media is these days, where they catch on to anything. They've got to be extra careful, extra safe, and it means that these main leaders are reserved.
What they say either, it's about what the public could say to them, or can they egg them or whatever, stuff like that is going to be picked up on the internet.
As voters, we didn't take a bit of responsibility because we want our politicians to be human, but we don't want them to have any human faults. And so when they do make slips and stuff, we're the first to pounce on them and say how terrible they are. And the media jump on it as well. And so we can't have our cake and eat it. We can't have it both ways. We want a human politician without any human faults.
Well, in terms of how influential the leaders have been, I think after this, if this exit poll is correct, I think people will go, it was all about Ed Miliband, he lost it for Labour, whatever. I'm not actually sure that Miliband did lose it, because if you look at the way the campaign went, Miliband only really grew in popularity.
I mean, the only got better. Ratings went up and up and up.
Yeah, exactly. But I think actually it's this story thing again. I think people are undecided for so long and so close to the election, and ultimately when it's come to it, they have bought into this. I think probably, if this poll is right, they've bought into the Conservative narrative of don't let Labour ruin it, let us finish our plan, and that is what has sold it for people, and that's probably what will win the Conservative
does win, that probably does seem like the rationale. I guess just finally to round up very, very briefly is, what do you think the Conservative government will look like and do? I mean, they've made their manifesto promises, but it's so unpredictable. We don't even know what this resulting government will look like. I don't think, anyway. I guess. Well, Charlie seems to.
I think now, going by the exit poll, I think 316 or whatever it will be, even if it's 310, that's enough to that's a strong minority government kind of thing to govern on their own. And if the Devs are on 10, they're not going to be much use. So you'll probably look to DUP and
still,
UKIP.
Will that be it won't be a majority government. So do you foresee potentially constitutional change on the horizon with that?
No, but I don't. I think because this is a stronger performance of the Conservative Party than in 2010. This is only more evidence now. The thing about Conservative and Labour Party, they want to try and contain the pre-existing status quo. They want to hold on to power. And first past the post, clearly it's still working for the Conservative Party. They've got no interest to push through electoral reform. And if this result is correct, we're not getting electoral reform for the next 5 years because it's working for them, and it's not going to change, which is going to be to the detriment. The Labour Party will now be shouting a message because they've failed spectacularly we need electoral reform, that kind of thing.
Okay, now we're going to have to move on to Labour. So at this rate, Ed Miliband, looking at the polls, is probably not going to have a good time. Although this may turn around if we look at the YouGov polls. So far we're going to show you what Labour's election has looked like so far.
Many have described Labour's campaign as unexpectedly successful this election. Over the past 5 years, Ed Miliband has been burdened by public opinion as seeming weird and geeky. But after a hard-fought campaign, including being interviewed by Russell Brand, flirting with members of the public.
Do you think you could ever bridge the gap between the richest and the poorest?
What's your name?
And having a teen fan club known as the Milifandom, this opinion has shown signs of reversing. Although in recent years many accusations have been levelled at Labour for not being different enough from the Conservatives, this election they hope to differentiate themselves through their focus on protecting the NHS and bringing back strong public services. Labour claim to be able to fund this through their new mansion tax and by cracking down on tax avoiders. In Exeter, Ben Bradshaw has a strong record as the MP with the lowest expenses in the South West region, and also having been the incumbent MP since 1997. Yet as the only Labour seat surrounded by blue on all sides, Bradshaw faces a strong challenge from the Tories. David Cameron has made a point of visiting Exeter on the campaign trail, hoping to win over the 2,000 votes needed to depose the Labour seat. As ever, Labour have come under attack from right-wing parties for not being able to be trusted with the economy. However, a far more pressing criticism has been the meltdown they are facing in Scotland. As Labour struggle against a fierce and animated SNP, political opponents claim that a minority Labour government would be entirely under the power of the SNP, some even going so far as to claim it would be anti-English. Despite Ed Miliband's statement about not forming a coalition with the SNP, voters are unsure of how he intends to form a government without their backing. So even though Labour's leader has done well and Labour are polling high, voters are concerned about what's going to happen after the votes have been counted. Ed Miliband may be tough enough now.
Hell yes, I'm tough enough.
But when faced with a minority government, will he waver?
And that was Ed Miliband just there with the Labour campaign. Just to remind you, the current exit polling puts Labour at 239. So, just to go over our panel, we have once again Liam from Freedom Society, James Alston, paid member of the Green Party. We now have new guest, John Chilvers from Labour Society, and you're running for councillor, I think, in Duryard.
Yes.
Against the mayor himself.
Yeah, you know. Challenge the top, I say.
And then, obviously, Charlie, our Conservative member, and Rachel Flagell. Right, so John, to start off, looking at these exit polls, it doesn't look good for you. Obviously, they can be going wrong. Do you think they're accurate? I mean, is Ed Miliband putting a good performance, most people say?
I think we kind of have to accept that the exit polls have shown that possibly Labour haven't won a majority.
That's not having won a majority. That's having lost more than the government. That's losing most of your seats.
It is, and if that poll is true, then it's been a disastrous night for the Labour Party.
What went wrong?
Well, yeah, what happened?
I mean, I think it's a number of things. I think that I'm not making excuses, but we've had a media who have set out from day one to consistently attack Ed Miliband. I mean, the Sun's front page yesterday I thought was an absolute disgrace.
But this is the Sun. When you say the media are attacking Miliband, you don't use the Sun as an example. I mean, use the Guardian. If the Guardian were attacking Miliband, then it would be hell.
But I think kind of mainstream media hasn't focused on the kind of ideas of the campaign. Focused very much on how can Ed Miliband eat a bacon sandwich. What's Ed Miliband like? Kind of making up stories about his father and stuff. But the Labour's looks like Labour hasn't won, and I think we have to look where we went wrong. I think.
And you're blaming it on the person, not the policy.
I'm not blaming it on the person.
Or the media.
I think we need a Labour Party that's a bit more left wing. I think people.
But Ed Miliband's already seen as a left wing leader. Do you really think? That's
when we say stuff like we're going to continue austerity to a similar level of the Conservative Party, and you have people like Rachel Reeves, the welfare secretary, saying that will be tougher than the Tories on welfare. That's not a Labour Party.
I guess at this point, it is fair to mention that Labour have held their first seat, Sunderland, as the results coming in for the night.
And I think what we should do, rather than looking at these exit polls, I think we should focus on that and see Labour's got 100% of the seats. That's how we
That's a very positive outlook. But you talk about this more left-wing vision. The reason why Labour won 3 elections in 1997, 2001, 2005 is because Tony Blair moved to the centre.
Different age, Charlie, different age.
It's not, no.
Things have moved on.
Hi,
since the 2000
and welcome to Exeter Corn Exchange.
We've been moved over. Oh no, we haven't. I think we'll just keep going.
Since the 2008 crash and after the last 5 years of people's benefits being cut, wages not increasing for those at the bottom, while those at the top have seen their wages increase. I think the British public have moved more left wing, and I don't think.
But the polls don't show that. We can't say that when the polls don't show it, unless there's a reason for it.
The polls show what party someone's voted, don't show the ideas. I think we've seen a huge surge in Green Party membership, and I think Labour has to look at that.
Yeah. So where is all this left-wing support gone?
I think if we look at a lot of constituencies, I think the Green Party vote will result in Labour losing or not gaining several seats because the left-wing vote will be split. I think.
How much of the SNP coming into it then? If we're going to look at other parties,
I think that's a key point on Scotland.
Okay.
Labour will have lost a ton. I don't know what the number will be if the SNP get 58, but that's got to be 30 seats they've lost in Scotland.
You wiped out.
Something along those lines that you've lost, and that's actually come from the campaign, which was seen very negatively, the No campaign, and Labour was seen as part of that campaign. And if they hadn't have been seen as that, then it wouldn't be such a bad-looking result. Because if you look at the YouGov poll, then if Labour had 30 extra seats, they'd be ahead. So that Scotland campaign probably hit them quite hard as well.
Not only that though, I think Nicola Sturgeon's performance in the debates actually had trickle-down effects in England as well. I mean, she branded this thing as the progressive alliance kind of thing. It'll be interesting what happens in Wales tonight actually as well. And it just showed that people, I suppose, ideas. People think through disillusion with the Labour Party kind of thing.
Well, we say that, but look at the Twitter campaign. There is the Miller fandom. I'll come on your side for a bit, John. There is the Miller fandom. I mean, some of them are even posting him on James Bond's.
I think it's
kind of a sex symbol on Twitter, at least.
I don't think that actually kind of transmits to what most people feel. I think that's
it's just
very
left-wing
much
Twitter.
That's very much a kind of a small group of people
I think it's an issue of trust of voters. I think voters simply just don't trust Labour on the economy. And you talk about Labour moving more to the left. I mean, it's the most left-wing campaign Labour have run since the 80s, and it's ended exactly the same
What makes
way.
you say that?
Well, because they have all the stuff John's been talking about, attacking benefits, going anti-austerity. That's exactly what Miliband was elected to do for Labour, and that's what he has been doing. And it's, by the looks of the polls, it's backfired massively. And the Green Party, they've had a great result. They've got 2 seats, but they've still only got about 5% of the vote. You can't blame that kind of massive catastrophe on a few percentage points switching.
Do you think David Miliband would have made a bit better?
I was just about to ask that question.
David Miliband would have been, been majority territory by this point.
I don't think that's the case.
That is blue sky thinking.
I think David Miliband's ideas, are ideas for the period of New Labour, and they worked then. I think it's a mistake to say that those ideas that worked in '97 work now. I think we live in a very different place.
I think to pick up on John's point from earlier in terms of how we're in a different age, we're seeing people move far more to the left and things like that. Actually, I think that is really interesting. Actually, what is the effect of coalition? I was talking to some people the other day, and they were talking about how coalition is really accepted in Europe, but actually in England it's still, or in Britain it's still a very quite new thing to us. And actually, I want to know whether that kind of slightly more passive, less ownership in a government actually has meant that people are moving to more extremes. They're more willing to take acceptance and ownership of a more left or right viewpoint. And it'd be interesting to see kind of politics moving forward, whether we are more accepting of kind of coalitions, or whether actually we do find that we're moving into this kind of age where Labour has to move more.
Well, I think what's important about the exit poll as well, actually, I mean, is that the Lib Dems that are on 10, who are seen as the centre ground, in the middle kind of thing, they don't seem to stand for anything anymore. And I think Labour have kind of moved a bit more to the left, and the Tories have kind of retained their ground on the right kind of thing. And I think Lib Dems have suffered as a result of that, because I don't think people particularly like consensus. They want big debate about ideas and so on.
They want a big
attack.
attack.
Want things to take ownership of.
On the note of this kind of big confrontational note, we do have a clip of Ed Miliband and Boris Johnson on, I think Andrew Marshall.
Something Ed won.
Well, of course you would. Let's have a look. Oh. That's an interesting clip.
It's been announced by the shadow chancellor.
That really is. Right, I think we're going to come back to the studio and pretend that's technical. No, back to the studio. I think, if I remember correctly, it was basically they both went to the same primary school and then they both went to the same university. I mean, is there a problem with a career politician in this sort of sense? Because we do have how many politicians went to Oxford? It's a pretty high percentage. Does anyone know it off the top of their heads? I think it's about at least 60-70%.
But you're right. I mean, there used to be a time where Tory MPs would be successful businessmen, Labour MPs used to be former miners. Now they all went to the same schools, they all dressed the same, they all speak the same, they all look the same. And that's one of the biggest reasons for the big disillusionment in politics, and it's also one of the reasons Labour are losing their base. The SNP have wiped out Labour and Scotland by the looks of things because they've targeted their base. And I think Labour needs to start asking themselves, is there a possibility that in the next election or few elections down the line, could the same thing happen to them in England at this rate?
Well, I think Wales is going to happen first, to be honest. I think in Wales now, there's actually been, I think the Plaid Cymru will eventually...
UKIP, I think it would have been a seat in Wales as well, aren't they?
I think
Merthyr Tydfil, I think it was going to be.
Yeah, I don't think that will move. I think next year in the Welsh Assembly maybe. But Plaid now, they may actually use the SNP momentum to start making gains in Wales. The thing about Welsh Labour at the moment is will stay pretty firm is because Welsh Labour have managed to keep a Welsh brand to it. I mean, their politicians speak Welsh kind of thing, whereas in Scotland, the Labour politicians have almost like an English feel to it.
That's a change that I think has to happen in the Labour Party. Is Scotland's often seen as just another branch of the London office.
Not anymore, it's not.
And it has to be a Scottish Labour Party because I think we've moved to an age of kind of regionalism where people in Wales and Scotland base a lot of their politics on their kind of background and where they're from.
What I would suggest actually is if the parties are serious about fighting the SNP and keeping the union, is I think the Tories and Labour should both just scrap the Scottish wings and just form a new unionist party up in Scotland to try and fight for unionism and to try and actually oppose.
Do you think they'd move that quickly? I get the impression that major parties don't like doing anything.
I think it will happen, but that's what they should do. Otherwise, the union is in big risk at the moment.
I guess just to move on, John, if the exit poll is entirely true, which is unlikely, there'll be some sway either side. Do you think Ed Miliband will stay as leader?
No, I mean like coming from an opposition to losing seats, it's not in a position where you can be to continue as a leader. But I think Labour does have a problem about who would replace.
Exactly, I was going to ask, who do you think?
I mean, I voted for Annie Burnham in 2010. I don't think I'd vote for him now, but I think there's a problem of who could be an ex-leader for the Labour Party.
I think Chuka Ramuna is potentially.
But isn't that the opposite direction to what you suggested?
I think we need someone fresh face, a new face. And that's what we've had. But he's very much tied to those ideas of New Labour and this. And I think we need a new energetic person. I think very much like what's happened in Scotland with Nicola Sturgeon, a new fresh face who has bold ideas, radical ideas. I think that's what, but I don't know who that is.
I'm not sure though that.
Do you think?
I think we're talking about should Labour move left or right. I don't think your average voter who you need to change a poll like this, because it's like, what is it, 200,000 super voters they're called. Those are the people that you need to influence. I don't think that those people think in terms of left and right that much, and it's more about the kind of the soundbite news that you sell, which the Tories have done so well this time. And I think someone like Chuka Umunna could do that really well.
Yeah. Has he done well on soundbites? I mean, what have we got from him so far?
I think since the short campaign, he's improved massively. But for the last 5 years, I don't think.
Give me a soundbite he's come up with.
But why should our politics be about sound? I don't think
because it's about a message.
But no, but
try and get a message to as large
but if you're putting a message into a short soundbite that you want to get news, that's not a space where you can talk about ideas and what you want to do for the country.
No, but the Tories have projected in their vision is that they've missed targets, don't get me wrong, but they project a vision that they're going to pay off the deficit and start paying down the debts. That's their vision. That's their go forward. With Labour, you don't really know what's going to happen.
The Tories soundbite has been last 5 years. Labour crashed the economy, which is completely
picking up on some points that Liam and Harris said, and also Charlie. Actually, Labour previously have represented a different group of people to the Conservative Party. Miners, things like that. Actually, there was a narrative that they could get along with. It was relatable. Actually, people knew what they were standing. And I'd like to see some diversity. I'd like to see mix it up, some bolder ideas, some new things coming through. Actually, across all of our politics, because you talk about career politicians and how they've all gone to the same university. Actually, we need some diversity. England and Britain and Scotland and Wales is no longer just those group of people, and I'd like to see politics mixed up a little bit. People not afraid to stand and actually move forward and be more representative of this country.
To announce more results while we're here, we've also got Labour have taken Central Sunderland easily, more than double the Tories' results. So potentially,
we're in for a good night. Rubbish.
Was that a Labour hold before?
I think it probably was. If they're going to double the Tory vote, it's not going to be a marginal seat.
In the north, you expect them to do.
Well, I think that shows what's going to happen across the country.
So what I do want to ask you is about Ben Bradshaw. Do you think he's in danger?
Do you think he's tough enough on that note? Just to go with the soundbite.
Ed or Ben?
Ben. Oh, we'll go with Ed if you want. Was Ed tough enough, and will you in the future? We've actually got the clip. So I mean, let's briefly.
A bloke on the tube said to me last week, Ed Miliband goes into a room with Vladimir Putin, the door is closed, 2 minutes later the door is opened again and Vladimir Putin is standing there smiling and Ed Miliband is all over the floor in pieces.
Was that David Cameron who you met on the tube?
No, it wasn't. I don't think he uses the tube very much. But
that's rather unfair to him, I think.
It is unfair.
Yeah.
But you understand what the point is here. The point is people think you're just not tough enough.
Well, let me tell you, right? Let me tell you. Okay.
Come on.
Let me tell you. In the summer of 2013, action in Syria, the bombing of Syria. Right? I was called into a room by David Cameron and Nick Clegg because President Obama had been on the phone, the leader of the free world, right? I listened to what they said, and over those days I made up my mind and we said no, right? Now, I think standing up to the leader of the free world I think shows a certain toughness, I would
proud
say.
of what's happened in Syria since?
I'm not proud of it, no. It's a failure of the international community. But what I'm not going to do is repeat the mistakes of the 2003 Iraq War, which happened when Labour was in power, which is a rush to war without knowing what your strategy is and without being clear about what the consequences would be. I'm not a pacifist, so I did support action in Libya, and David Cameron talked about how I supported action against ISIS. But am I tough enough? Hell yes, I'm tough enough.
I'll answer the Miliband point.
So, Ed Miliband, tough enough.
I actually think that was his best bit of the campaign. I thought I was sat in my lounge with Harrison watching that, and I kind of thought at the start, actually, this is going to be a great campaign, and I think he has had a good campaign.
I think he does. I think he is tough.
I think he is tough. No, I don't think that's why we've lost election.
So let's go locally then. Is Ben Bradshaw tough enough? I'm going to keep the Labour line.
I think Ben Bradshaw is a brilliant MP. I think he's done a lot for it. So I'm confident he'll hold his seat in Exeter.
Can I come in on the point about Ed Miliband? I think people are going to absolutely slate him if the exit polls come in like this. But I read a very interesting piece in The Spectator, which is traditionally quite right-wing, and the guy said that he was the most successful leader of the opposition for 20 years. And I think actually if you look at his record of taking on Murdoch, and John's right, that has contributed to the likely outcome of this election because they've absolutely panned Miliband. And he decided not to intervene in Syria after the Iraq War. And I think those two things alone, and there have been other bits and bobs that I could use as an example, but he has done quite a lot, I would say, as a leader of the opposition.
So you say he's a worthy leader of the opposition, he's just unlucky
I
that
think
he
he's
took on
done
media.
well as the leader of the opposition. But in terms of campaigning, he hasn't done particularly well.
But it goes back to this whole Americanized style of politics again in terms of leaders. And even if Ed Miliband has stood up to Cameron, Clegg and Obama about Syria and so on, it really doesn't matter. It's about public's perception of leaders now. And Cameron has consistently been ahead in personal ratings. And people do vote, I think, as well as the MP of the party, who do I want as Prime Minister of this country? Who do I want to stand up to the likes of Vladimir Putin? I don't think anyone on the sofa would say that Ed Miliband would be better than David Cameron to stand up to this character.
I think it comes down to vision as well. He might have had the odd success here or there, but there was never like a consistent message of vision, an alternative, positive vision for the country, something to inspire people to get behind him. It was a bit hit and miss, and well, the public obviously didn't think there was.
We don't know what they disagree with him on.
I think he has put a clear alternative. Like I think the Conservatives and Cameron have displayed a kind of very negative message, and I think we have put through a vision of a country where it's not kind of made for the rich, it's actually a country for kind of everyone, and I think that's where Cameron has been so negative. And like I think we have put forward a alternative vision, and if those polls are correct, then the public don't want that vision. But I don't think that you can say we haven't put forward a credible alternative.
No, but it's minor changes, it's minor twinges. Like the top rate of tax, you want to go back to 50p, but that's 5p. It's not radical change.
I'd say stuff like rent controls, energy price caps, and scrapping the non-staples are pretty radical.
Well, radical. Green Party, compared to ending austerity, do you think Labour have done nearly enough? Just call it a big manifesto, I think, with the words.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they've done enough. But I think it's been there's been some points that have been good to see. But I don't think I wanted to see them stand up to things like fracking, which I'm troubled that they haven't commented on that. Tuition fees, again, 6,000 is better, obviously, than 9,000. But again, I think that's what a lot of people, particularly students, obviously would want to see zero from Labour. And austerity, well, as you said, austerity again, like. There is, on the left, there is a definite, particularly with the Green Party, obviously, and Plaid Cymru and SNP, there is a real core anti-austerity message which Labour could tap into, but doesn't. And I think if they did tap into that, they could steal votes from Plaid and SNP, and dare I say, even the Greens.
But would they be called economically rational if they did so? Because I mean, they were already facing attacks for putting money to the NHS.
Yeah, that's something I was going to say. Is that Miliband this whole time has trailed Cameron massively on economic competence. And part of that, I think, is because he refused to acknowledge any problems of overspending last time around. Do you think really moving more to the left on economics is going to help Labour overcome that massive gap on managing the economy that they have with Tories? And how are they ever going to persuade anyone? They voted for Tories this time around, which seems to have quite a large chunk, to cross over to vote Labour by moving radically away from where apparently the common ground of the country is.
I think what I would say is actually if we are heading towards this kind of more focus on leaders, I would say Labour particularly have got to be able to respond to the kind of leaders that are going to be able to take us through the big issues of the times at that point. I think what we've seen in some of Cameron's stuff is actually a security that comes in the fact that in his TV appearances, he is perhaps a little bit slicker. Ed, I think, has put in, I've been pleasantly surprised, I think, but sometimes you don't necessarily have the same security that you do in some of the other appearances of some of the other leaders. And actually, I'd really like Labour, in looking at that kind of stuff, to think more about that kind of the role of the leader, what kind of leader they want, and sell the narrative attached to that, I think.
I think the Labour Party will be dead in 20 years.
Really?
That's a ridiculous thing to say.
No, I haven't. But they died in Ireland. They went, well, not 20 years, maybe a bit too ambitious.
For completely different reasons.
Hear me out.
That's completely different reasons.
Hear me out. Ireland wiped out. Scotland wiped out. I think Wales will be next to fall for Labour. I think Plaid Cymru. I think Plaid Cymru will. I think Plaid Cymru in 20 years will form this anti-austerity measure. I think they'll become strong.
Can I say that? It's not as ridiculous as it sounds. What the SNP have shown is a huge weakness of Labour's base, and now everyone, the Greens, UKIP, all the smaller parties are going to be assaulting that massively for the next election.
So are you going to second that? Within 20 years, the Labour Party will be dead?
20 years.
I don't think so, but I think it's got an existential crisis on its hands, and it needs to really reassess where it stands and what it stands for.
If we assume that the exit poll is correct, then there won't be another election for 5 years, right? So that would mean that the Tories haven't won a majority for 30 years.
Yes.
So who's the party that said yeah, but Blair won an absolute landslide for 13 years.
John has just said Labour should move away from the Blair years. He's rejected
because it's a different
time.
time.
But it doesn't mean they're going to be dead. That's a separate point. I don't think Labour's going to die in 20 years, and Labour's not going to die in 50 years.
But it's a different point about the majority thing this time around, because the SNP have got 58 seats, and we're going by the exit poll. And that's the third biggest party in the Blair years, kind of thing. The Lib Dems, they won 50 seats.
If but also you said Labour are going to die, but you also said Lib Dems are going to survive. If Lib Dems can't die in 10, how are they going to die in 200?
No, the Lib Dems have got broad support, spread out. I think if they go into opposition for the next 5 years, they'll start to maybe pick up things back in the southwest if it's another unpopular Tory government. In Scotland as well, if they see the SNP not making breakthroughs in terms of influence, I think the Lib Dems will pick up seats back there. I don't think it's game over for the Liberal Democrats by any means, but I think the problem because they've got something a bit different, their centre-ground vision, whereas what the Labour Party offer, they just look like a weak SNP at the moment, a weak Plaid Cymru. They're not offering, they don't look ideological enough, and they just look like they're closer to the Tory party than they are to the SNP.
Are we not putting more faith in the power of the smaller parties by making that step? Are we actually... Labour, according to this exit poll, and I say this not with any political agenda, but they have far more seats than any of the combination of those little parties. Are we not actually over-exaggerating the role that they can play?
What we've seen the SNP is that the right combination of vision and a charismatic leader can do serious damage. I mean, I think one of the reasons the Greens have had a good result doubling their seats, but with a terrible leader, no offence. But if they had someone, of Sturgeon's charisma, they could do a lot.
What we see in Scotland is a reaction to a very specific time and kind of context. Actually, it'd be interesting to see whether that will survive in the next election when they haven't come off the back just of a referendum where we've kind of galvanised people around that vision. That has to be sustainable.
It's a very complex issue.
Let's let John talk for a bit. He is a guest.
Scotland, I think, is more complex than just Labour's not seen as kind of left out. I think there's a lot of issues from the referendum campaign. I think there's a lot of issues from kind of people who have been there say that kind of religious issues are quite strong there. Actually, Protestant and the Catholic issue is very, very strong there, and that's been a kind of big thing behind this campaign, and often not picked up by the media. But these are people who have been campaigning there for their lives. Have you been to Scotland?
Scotland?
Okay, just briefly, we're going to have to hold you because we're going live to the Corn Exchange to see how things are progressing there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, James, and welcome back to the Corn Exchange. I'm Amy Young. Now, as you can see behind me, the counting agents are working very hard, but they have not actually yet begun to tally the votes. I'm not sure if you can see this, but on the tables are white and green slips of paper, and those are for separate elections. The green slips of paper are for the Exeter City Council elections, and these votes will be counted tomorrow. The white slips of paper are for the parliamentary elections, and these are the votes that will be counted later on in the early hours into the early hours of this morning. I'm on the stage behind me by John Street, the acting returning officer. However, both sets of slips need to be separated before the counting can take place. And of course, with such an important result on the line, accuracy and not speed is the most important thing. We'll keep you up to date with everything as it happens, but for now, it's back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Amy, for a very insightful report. Joel, while we've got you, just briefly, Russell Brand, he's the only person doing an interview with Ed Miliband. Was it a good or a bad idea, and did it affect his campaign?
I think if you can engage people who are disengaged in politics, if you're doing stuff like that, I don't think it's a problem. I think it was wrong of David Cameron to call it a big joke, because I think a lot of people have been kind of attracted to Russell Brand's style of politics and his views, and I think politics, we can't see like politics as soundbites on the 6 Scott News. We have to engage with different audiences, and I think that's what Edmund Van was doing.
I guess we have got a clip of it, because we always have a clip of these things. Right, let's see what he's got with him.
That's just totally wrong.
Go on, mate.
Well, look.
As a politician, as the potential leader of the country, what are you going to do to take on those powerful forces that we believe are beyond politics?
Okay, but I promise you I'm not avoiding the question here. But
well, then you've got to answer it, mate. It's better for me to put it in your language, and it's better for me to put it in my language, because if you can understand me, it's better.
Okay, fine.
Right. Don't matter which one. We all got excited about Tony Blair. We all got excited about Barack Obama. What happened?
But hang on a minute. Look, this is an important point. I'm not looking for euphoria, right? I know that sounds a bit weird. Obviously, I want to get rid of the Tory government.
I'm prepared to take on the powerful elites that have got control of the Tory party, that if the Tory party are given any longer in charge of this country, could drive it into the ground, the very fabric of society itself being torn apart by them and the vested interests of powerful elites. I think people don't want euphoria at this time. I think people want security and stability.
Sorry for any audio difficulties we had there. Just briefly, I mean, that was a pretty aggressive interview as it goes. I mean, he's short off punching Ed Miliband, I thought, at some points. I guess.
He backed him in the end.
Oh yeah, he backed him in the end, after literally being this close to the entire interview.
You have to undergo rigorous scrutiny as a politician.
Would you like that for the next SAB elections? That kind of interview?
It has been known. We do receive a whole variety of different types of scrutiny.
I wouldn't call Ricky Freelove anything like that.
I think
we do love you, Ricky.
We love you a lot, Ricky.
He took a gamble going for it, and he had to, given the way the campaign was going. But the problem is, obviously, Russell Brand had been telling everyone not to vote, and anyone that cares what Russell Brand thinks about politics would have not been registered to vote. So his endorsement would have been pretty meaningless. And it's a bit meaningless for anyone that would have otherwise not been engaged.
Apart from Russell Brand, it made him headlines.
And it would have made him look a bit ridiculous.
It started a big political debate with kind of people who weren't previously engaged in politics, and I think that's a good thing.
Thank you so much for coming on, John.
Thank you.
We're going to have to say goodbye to you now. But we're moving on to looking at the Lib Dem campaign and how that's been going so far, especially in how Nick Clegg's come across. Thank you very much.
The Liberal Democrat campaign can be summed up by looking at Nick Clegg's constituency, Sheffield Hallam. The leader of the party is in a battle too close to call to remain a Member of Parliament. Their vote share has fragmented, with more than half of their national vote share in 2010 distancing itself from the party to vote for other parties. The first-past-the-post system that the Lib Dems wanted to change has ironically come to their aid, as although Liberal Democrat support has declined massively nationally, in Liberal Democrat constituencies their support remains strong, potentially being able to keep a far larger proportion of their seats than their loss of votes would suggest. The Lib Dems have sold themselves to the electorate on their reputation as a moderating influence. They hope to give a Labour government more credibility and a Conservative government more equality and safeguarding healthcare. Yet their record in coalition government has been a point of apology for the Lib Dems, as Nick Clegg has openly admitted mistakes were made whilst in government.
We made a pledge, we didn't stick to it, and for that I am sorry.
An unusually honest admission from a politician, which is potentially why his approval rating has risen from rock bottom in the build-up to the election. Even so, their U-turn on tuition fees after being elected is still decimating their normally large student vote, which makes it all the more surprising that the Exeter candidate, Joel Mason, is himself a student. In a tight Labour Conservative seat, he has struggled to make serious progress, yet he has engaged students who otherwise wouldn't have even considered voting at all, let alone for the Liberal Democrats. As a party that could potentially form a coalition with left or right-wing parties, the Liberal Democrats are putting absolute red lines on £8 billion of spending on the NHS and protecting the environment. Yet whether they will sacrifice some of these lines in a coalition like they did with tuition fees remains to be seen.
Welcome back to the studio, and as ever we have our panel going from right to left: Rachel Gillies, sabbatical president for the Students' Guild, Aidan from the Lib Dem Party, Charlie Evans from the Conservative Party, James Alston from the Green Party, Liam Taylor from Freedom Society, and our resident editor, Harrison Jones. So Aidan,
yes,
as a resident guest, has Nick Clegg failed Lib Dems this campaign?
No, I don't believe he has.
Really?
No, I don't.
So you're going to have to go with the polls as well, because if they've lost this many seats, you can't afford any sort of success.
I don't believe. Sorry, I can come out here and say I don't believe the exit polls. You might ask me about.
I don't
think it's going to happen. We're not going to go down to 10 seats.
It was pretty accurate in 2010.
Yeah, it was pretty accurate in 2010. It wasn't accurate in 1992.
1992 is how far I have to go back to make
No.
That sounds like
it's a poll of 140 polling offices. There's
20,000.
22,000 polling offices. Hang on,
22,000.
Yeah. But they're only across 140 polling offices.
Really? Yeah, but they use.
I know they use. I think it gets a lot more complex this time around. You're not looking at the extra parties. I think it's a lot more complex this time around. I don't think they're going to be the same accuracy as before.
So he's something that Nick Clegg's done well. What was a good performance part of him?
I would say getting across the Liberal message, managing in the coalition to keep moderate, getting in a Liberal conscience into the coalition.
On that note, okay. I mean, was it right for you to go to coalition? Really, looking at this now, in hindsight.
I think it was. I think when you can see what we've done now, it has been a wise decision. In hindsight, I agree with a lot of what the coalition's done. I mean,
even tuition fees. I mean, that is clearly
it's a system that works. I mean,
a system that works that you didn't promise.
It's a system that works.
They promised that the richest people pay back the most. So if you're going to if you're going to graduate, you're only going to earn £20,000. You'll never pay off that £9,000. And
the government is losing money. Let's look at what John Mason...
The government is expected to lose money whatever system you have in.
We've got a clip of John Mason saying something to that effect, so let's have our own candidate speak on this. If he's coming. There he is.
Actually, right. Well, you wasn't too harsh at all.
Okay, so that one is the one that might need restarting.
Yep.
Although it's not the end of the world, as I prefer the other shot anyway. Sorry about this. There we go. Cool.
Right. While we're here...
That's what he's got to say on the issue of tuition fees.
I believe it hasn't worked, so apparently it's the wrong clip. But I don't know if it's still... I can see it. I think it's showing... Oh wait, no, it's faded out. So unfortunately, John Mason has nothing, so you're going to have to give it right in. Okay. So tuition fee system that works, but
But what?
You didn't promise it. It wasn't in your manifesto.
I know.
And you sacrificed all of your students. You betrayed your students, really.
Betrayed.
How can you defend that?
How can I defend? Well, we went in there. We thought there was more money than there was. It turns out that Labour left us in a bigger mess than we, anticipated.
That's what David Cameron should say. Are you really putting yourself on that level? Just to say that it was the money that stopped you from making your promises that you made from the electorate?
That was one of the key reasons. We didn't go in there intentionally lying just to get the student vote. That's farcical that you would suggest that we went in there deceiving voters. That's not what happened.
But
if you believe
you got
that,
AV out of that. You did, and you did benefit in some ways.
We
It didn't work. It didn't happen, did
actually,
it?
AV is one of the weakest systems, the easiest to knock down.
So why did you suggest it?
Well, no, it was a compromise that we got because people wanted to keep the constituencies that you'd have to give up with other forms of election.
So you compromised tuition fees for the weakest system to knock down?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't compromise that. It doesn't work. It's not like these two things are mutually exclusive. Like that we sold off tuition fees so we could get a referendum on AV. This is what we got out of the debate. Some things we had to give up, but it didn't come up. We didn't sell off. It wasn't like David Cameron put on a plate, take tuition fees so you can have AV. It didn't work like that.
Well, more things on the plate, but isn't that effectively what happens?
No, it's not effectively what happened at all. That you don't say. I don't understand how you can present that as it was like he said, get rid of your tuition fees, then you can have AV and just be quiet now and bugger off somewhere.
But Nick Clegg has consistently throughout this campaign said we didn't deliver on tuition fees, but we delivered on every front page. But I think Nick Clegg is not really realising the gravity of this commitment that he made.
All right,
he promised. Maybe I'm saying about it because I am a student.
Well,
and I have to pay these now.
I'm a student. Okay.
He promised free education at the end of the day, which is a massive claim to make, and students voted for the Liberal Democrats on the basis of this claim, and that is why students are voting for the Green Party now because they're saying about this rhetoric about free education again. And the Lib Dems have let down students. You can't.
Rachel, do you agree with that? I don't think you do.
I think there's lots of things that you can say about tuition fees, and there's lots of discussions that can be had. What is interesting is the RAB charge, so that's the amount of money that is paid back to the government from degrees by students, has gone through the roof and is actually at a very dangerous level of tipping over the edge with this new system. So it's not actually necessarily the most healthy or sustainable system in place. I don't think the Lib Dems appreciated, or they either didn't appreciate or they chose to ignore the gravitas of the decisions that they made with tuition fees. And actually that has been, I reckon, a massive detriment this time round in terms of their campaigning, regardless of what the exit polls say. I think actually nobody has trusted them. I think it's been very damaging to Nick Clegg and his political career. I think a lot of people underestimate the role that integrity has in politics, and a lot of students felt very let down. I think we've seen that with campaigns from NUS, the Liar Liar campaign, and actually there were some Lib Dems that kept their pledges. They didn't have to make those pledges in the first place. Many of them did, many of them kept them, many of them didn't.
But anyway, let's move on to this side.
I was actually going to do defend Nick Clegg.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to take up the unpopular cause. He did. The problem was that the Lib Dems never thought they were going to get into government, so they made lots of promises that they didn't think they'd ever be in a spot where they'd have to keep. And if you compare it to their manifesto now, which looks far more blurred. I mean, these red lines they've got, these 6 red lines, they could be anything. They've learned their lessons. I mean, they did lie, they made mistakes, but then Clegg has not, he's not missed an opportunity to apologise for it. He sang a song about it, and at the end of the day, he sacrificed his party and he sacrificed his popularity. But he did make what he considered a principled decision about it, and it's very rare for a career politician like him.
Situation, effectively.
Yeah, it's very rare for a career politician like him to put the country before his party, and he's paid a price for it, and we've hated him for showing a bit of principle, which is a bit of a shame, I think.
Harrison, country above his party?
He's shown a bit of principle. Surely his principle was that he wanted free education. That's what he's stuck with all along.
Easy thing
he's gone completely against
the
easiest thing. Thrown him on the fire.
The easiest thing he could have done for his career would have been just to go back to being a party of the opposition. But the country needed a stable government, and he, at the time, decided to go into government.
But that didn't mean he had to capitulate on all his pledges.
Tuition fees are
all his pledges. Well, the
main one. I don't think
we have a quote from him about him not even delivering.
I do know. What I think actually, just not rounding this off, but just to say, we know that we shouldn't have made that pledge now, looking back in hindsight, and we have said sorry. This is just going to be. We're going to have to live with this now as a party. Clegg said it. There are just some people who will never vote Liberal Democrat again, because of what's happened.
Is it time we dropped it after one election later, do you think?
The hate?
No, well, no,
Sorry,
the
talking about
tuition fees. Should we still talk about tuition fees 10 years on? Because they're still talking about the Labour note. That never gets dropped. I mean, David Cameron still carries it around in his pocket.
I think it's interesting that these kinds of things do stay in people's minds, but I also think it can be very difficult when making pledges and manifestos when you come into power and circumstances require different things. What I struggle with is the strength of reliance that was upon that tuition fee pledge, and actually I think maybe perhaps it was some of the communications afterwards, but I don't think the Liberal Democrats did themselves any favours afterwards in terms of communicating the processes and the decisions and the reasons why they had to come to those decisions. I think coming back to just I know you don't like it, Charlie, but the Lilac campaign is not necessarily something I agree with, but I think it just shows that was passed as NUS policy. I think that shows a certain feeling of a certain aspect of the student body, of the strength of what happened there, whether you agree with it as a campaign or not.
That campaign, can I just make a point on the NUS and then come
let's just look at this quote while we've got it. I mean, I'm so used to being told when I haven't been able to deliver that I'm slightly overwhelmed.
The NUS campaign...
That's your own party leader.
The NUS campaign was a disgrace in the sense that it launched all the attack on the Dems, but actually the message should be directed to the Conservative Party as well. So
who also put it forward.
Yeah, so on that basis, and the Labour Party had uncapped promise as well. So on that basis, that was a disgraceful campaign. On the point about the Liberal Democrats' record in government, tuition fees aside, they have been extremely stable coalition partners of the Conservative Party. No one said that this government was going to last 5 years at all, and they have remained at the helm. I believe the austerity would have been much more severe under a Conservative majority government. And to be fair to Nick, I agree with Liam. They have made a principled decision to put country before party. And I take my hat off to the Lib Dems on their half. I think they've been given a lot of unnecessary stick. But
your praise is wonderful, but at the end of the day, the party that you support has 316 seats in the exit poll.
Well, I'm delighted.
Aidan's has 10.
I'm delighted with that, but I think it's a shame that the SNP are on 58 and the Lib Dems are on 10. That's what I'd say.
Should we have? I'm putting a question out there. Should we have? Oh, go on.
I was going to move on to the Greens because I mean, as someone who wants to abolish tuition fees, I imagine that this talk has been a bit strange for you. We've defending us taking a principled stance. If the Greens were elected, their principal stance would be to abolish them straight out, I imagine.
Yes.
And you definitely can guarantee that would happen.
Well,
again, there we go.
I'm not.
Now I see your problem.
But I think I think the Greens would be able to deliver that, and I think it is something. I think it would. And yeah, I think that if you look at the manifesto, there are detailed reasons why they can. I think that they could be a strong part. I think they think that's part of the reason why they're getting votes from the Lib Dems, is that they are stronger than the Lib Dems in the sense of the message they're giving out, which I think is for a fair society. A lot of Lib Dem supporters, former Lib Dem supporters, believe in, and which their party has not been able to deliver.
The point is, though, is that the votes are going from Lib Dems to Greens, apparently. The student vote is going there.
Yeah, definitely.
But will Greens be able to deliver on the promises that they're putting forward?
It's easy for Greens to sit back and make these promises now, like we'll do this when we're... But
like Lib Dems in 2010.
I know, but this is what I mean. That I feel like the Greens being our opposition, we need a real change. Throughout politics, where we will make pledges. I don't think the Greens now are promising anything more tangible with the citizens' wage that was completely all these completely ridiculous ideas that will never be funded.
I think there's a big difference because the Lib Dems have come back and said that they had to go into coalition, so they had to change all their policies and that. Well, everyone knew that was coming, and they made this pledge knowing full well with these oh-so-reliable polls that they were probably going to be at home parliament and they were probably going to be in government. Okay. And yet they still couldn't deliver it. And actually, what would have been a far more principled stance was to say, this was our key pledge of the election. So many of our supporters backed us purely on this. Okay. We are out if you don't get rid of tuition.
Look at us now, we're far more conscious of the fact that we're going to be working towards a coalition. Maybe one of our mistakes back then was fighting a campaign we knew we wouldn't, we never had a chance, obviously, to get majority last time, but fighting as if we would, making all these promises that we could, and we thought we could keep, irregardless. Now we're far more conscious of the coalition. We set red lines we won't cross, and we've got our own plan and places that we can compromise with others.
Can I say, I think the Greens could be in danger eventually if they get popular enough of having the same fate, because they are.
Aren't they already? I mean, look at the LBC interview. I mean,
Well,
we've
no,
that's a personal thing about Natalie Bennett. Just
it was housing.
It's in the
as well.
sense of that the Greens are what the Lib Dems used to be. They make wild promises that they don't have to cost because they don't have to be in government.
It's the virtual opposition
as well. Both parties are doing what the Lib Dems used to do because they don't have any prospect of being in government. But then if there ever comes a situation where they have to be in a coalition, where they have to make these kind of compromises, if they do, they'll suffer the same fate the Lib Dems do, and then the voters will move on to the next protest party that comes along that makes wild promises that they don't have to keep. And in the same sense, I think, again, as voters, we need to be more responsible to make sure we look at parties actually deliverable policies rather than just go. If we vote for parties that promise us fantasies, then we can't really complain when those fantasies crash into reality.
And the Lib Dems, on the point of the Lib Dem manifesto this time around, I think they have genuinely learnt the lessons of being government kind of thing, and they're how much more responsible they've had to be. And I'd say the Liberal Democrat manifesto is the second best manifesto out of the.
In what way? In what way?
Behind the Conservatives. Well, it's costed. There's a clear plan. The independent, the Institute for Fiscal Studies actually gave all the parties a bit of a stick, but it gave the Lib Dems the less stick actually.
And that's the thing. They've transformed themselves, and Clegg should deserve credit for it, despite the terrible result that seems to be foreshadowing them. From transforming from a party of protest that was quite irrelevant to a credible left-wing party of government.
Back to a party of protest.
We've talked a lot about how we need boldness in our politics. We need parties that stand for things. We've talked about how actually we want. This point was far more articulate when I had it in my head. But actually, we've talked about how we want certain things, but actually it seems to me that the Lib Dems are kind of stuck in the middle of that, and actually is a party that is kind of the compromising party, just to kind of fill the gaps, one that is sustainable and is one that is going to subscribe to that narrative and vision that we've talked about potentially working so well for the Conservatives.
Well, maybe you see us as the middle because we are the middle ground in this. Like,
will you recover it? I mean, if
the middle ground.
Well, the polls suggest that you're going to lose a lot of your vote. Would you think you'll bounce back in elections time?
I'm sceptical of these exit polls.
Hypothetically, if they are
10 seats,
do you think you can bounce back?
Even if we're on 20 seats,
I think we will recover. I mean,
if your entire cabinet is wiped out, what does that say about your record in government?
If our entire cabinet is
so
wiped out, I
don't think Fitzcable's going to go.
Actually, Fitzcable may stay, Nick Clegg may go, Alexander.
Is there much point in answering kind of these kind of hypotheticals that we're going to have our cabinet wiped out?
Can I take you up on the point of centre ground then? Because I don't think you've moderated the Tories at all. This has been one of the most extreme.
We tried to rein them in.
One of the most extreme right-wing governments that we've had since Margaret Thatcher. And you have been massively, wholly responsible for that happening.
Well, there's only been one government in between.
Like, can you not see?
Benefit scroungers.
We haven't done that. I mean, if you think...
Well, you've been in government.
Yeah, I know, but we're trying to rein in the Conservatives. I mean, they are the majority. Look at Conservatives now. Yeah, that's...
Too many people. Right, one at a time.
Yeah, can I make a point?
Charlie.
The Lib Dems, though, during this campaign, you're in a coalition government, you have to take responsibility for all the good decisions and the bad decisions. And when I hear this this Lib Dem saying that they're going to repeal the bedroom tax, you've been in government for the past 5 years. I mean, you can take credit for the basic income tax allowance, but surely a coalition is about being a team and taking responsibility for everything that's gone well and everything that's gone bad.
And it's you don't exactly play it as a team when you kind of shine off all the nice ideas as your own. It's like, look, we've taken the people who own the least down in society out of tax. Look, vote for us, and all this kind of malarkey. You try and take all of our limelight. We're just saying these are your ideas that got put into practice as part of the compromise. I agree. And we want them to get right for a while.
I actually think that the Lib Dems could have come out better from this if they'd been able to show themselves better in that coalition. So actually, if they were able to show themselves as standing more of their own ground, holding the Tories more to an account, actually I think potentially they could have come off better. Not better, but actually I think they could have done better than perhaps the exit polls are saying. I think what people feel disappointed in is actually I think they've been, or appeared to be, I'm not saying that perhaps is the reality behind closed doors, but a bit of a silent partner in this.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier was that they should have just taken entire departments for themselves, so it had something concrete to present rather than just getting a little bit of everything and then they end up bickering over whose policy was whose. Otherwise, it would have made a clear dividing line.
Yeah.
And if they do get a coalition again, I think that's how they would do it. But then, if the exit polls are to be believed,
one more time. Should we move on from this? We've been on this for a while now. Joel Mason, local student candidate. What do you think of him so far?
Oh, I think he's done great.
I think a lot of
he's
people
held
are
his
actually
own in
quite supportive
all
of
the
him.
hustings I've seen him at. He's been out on the doors relentlessly. You know, he has made a real sacrifice for his party, and I think it's really commendable what he's done for the Lib Dems.
He's
I mean, you came to your debate, Charlie. I mean, that shows that he cares
Well,
about some of students.
I voted for him today because I genuinely.
You voted for him?
I voted for him today because he's genuinely.
You're on our bench for a Conservative, and you voted Lib Fly.
I voted for Joel today because he's shown the most passion, the most enthusiasm in this campaign, and even the most experienced Ben Bradford, for goodness sake. And actually, in the hustings that was in the alumni auditorium, he was the most. I thought he was a better Conservative than Don Morris, to be honest. In terms of
Conservative.
Yeah, I think in terms of ideas.
No, I don't know about that.
I mean, actually, you interviewed a fair few candidates. Did you get round to John Mason? What did you think
I
of
didn't, but I was in a seminar with Joel all year, so it's close enough. I think Joel's great. He's very principled, he stands up for what he believes in, but unfortunately he's going to be a victim of the Lib Dems being absolutely smashed. And I think the reason that you're going to be smashed is that you've completely betrayed your core voters, which mainly is a lot of people tactically voting to keep the Tories out because they hate them, and you propped up their government, and students who voted to get rid of tuition fees.
Well, actually, if you look at historically, there was meant to be this Cleggmania thing about this whole, the tuition fees. But actually, Cleggmania never happened. Actually,
is that what we're going for now?
No, I'm talking about in 2010. You're saying we've betrayed loads of people. But in terms of the promises made, I think it's more of a retrospective point. We didn't go up in 2010. I think actually we went down. We did better with Charles Kennedy. Yeah.
Let's so actually, what has he done? He's a student running for a party that just put up tuition fees. That's quite an interesting thing, purely in itself.
He believes in liberal principles. I mean,
no one else would run.
Yeah. I know Joe quite well. I'm quite good friends with him, and he is very committed, and he's very.
Yeah.
I was tempted. I came very close to voting for him. I didn't in the end.
That's almost half the panel.
But again,
that's quite a lot. Genuinely,
it's more out of personal friendship to him than I mean, he's wrong on most things personally, but he does believe passionately in it, and if he ever does get elected someday to Parliament, I'm sure he'd make a great.
We do have a clip of Joel actually saying why he ran for this, so let's bring that in.
So I wanted to run because, very simply, I don't think that the Lib Dems are getting a fair hearing. I think we've got a lot of things that we can be quite proud of over the course of the last government that we've managed to do as a result of being part of the coalition. And I wanted to have the opportunity to have a platform and to put those policies out there. Was it the most prudent thing I could have done just or during my final exams? Perhaps not, but there we go.
And how many seats do you reckon you're going to get? Polls are putting it mid-20s?
I reckon probably about 25, 30, realistically.
Will yours be one of them?
We'll have to wait and see.
And have you enjoyed campaigning?
Yeah, it's certainly been a very interesting experience. I have enjoyed it. It's been very busy with all my exams and everything coming up. But yeah, I've enjoyed it.
And will you do it again?
Goodness knows. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Immediately after my exams finish this summer. I've not got any job or anything lined up. So I don't know what I'm doing in a month's time, let alone 5 years' time, 10 years' time.
So thank you very much, John Mason, for actually doing the interview with student media. That really does show the amount of support he gives to his local university and campus life. It's quite interesting because we actually know the guy, so we can talk about him far more. I mean, Charlie, you've met him a couple of times.
On a personal level, he's an absolute sound bloke. He's very easy to talk to, very easy to get a former debating society committee member. So
do you think all politicians are like that? The media portrays them as slime balls and etc.
He's down to earth. I mean, he's a student. He knows what issues students face, and what we've got with Joel is that he's actually really passionate about the Liberal Democrat vision, and it's not something like Ben Bradford was very much New Labour Blairite. I don't think he believes in the brand that Miliband is presenting at all. You've got Don Morris, who isn't likeable whatsoever. Sorry, Conservative Association.
I think they don't want anything.
Diana Moore, a bit drab. And the Tusk candidate, to be fair to him, he's very passionate. It's him and John Mason who've been the
get around to Keith Crawford.
I wouldn't waste my breath. No. But it's been the Tusk candidate and Joel Mason, in terms of passion, enthusiasm for this campaign, who have been the stand-up performers.
The irony is that neither of them are ever going to get elected into this constituency.
I know.
Actually, on that point, I have a lot of respect for him running. And I don't actually know him personally, but actually what people say about him around campus is a real credit to him. And I think a guy seeing a space and a gap to make sure that the views that he holds strongly and making sure that they are represented in his local area, I have a lot of respect for that, and I think he's very courageous. He's quite bold doing that in the middle of his finals. We all know how stressful that is, and actually that shows real passion, and I think we need more of that in politics. We need more of this kind of courage and passion to stand up for what you believe and really hold on to that, and I really give credit to the guy for it.
Harrison, you're pretty engaged with the political system. Are there enough young people like Joel in politics? As in
I think it's quite hard to be an MP that young, because I don't think you've got the experience that you necessarily need. But yeah, of course it would be great to have more young voices in politics, and I echo what everyone said about Joel. I think a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, I think what differentiates Joe from a lot of other young people in politics, quite a few people go in it for their careers, whereas I think that's one accusation you can't level at him, because if he wanted a career in politics, he definitely wouldn't be running for the Lib Dems.
Oh, well. I thought he was going to say something nice. But if you wanted a career in politics, you probably wouldn't go against your finals or something like that when you come out with that. But the fact that if you told me I was voting for the Liberal Democrats 8 weeks ago, before I knew he was standing, I would have spat in your face.
I mean, he's in the Corn Exchange right now, so
he's in the Corn Exchange.
If we can find him, we might get him.
He's got an exam at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and he's going to be up till 4 a.m. in the night and so on. And it's testament all day. It's testament to the man that
actually I've got him. We've got him live. So where is he? Oh, there he is. We've got him.
We love you, Joel.
Hi, thanks James. Welcome back to the Exeter Corn Exchange. I'm here with Joel Mason, the Lib Dem candidate. Hi Joel. So what has it been like for you representing the Lib Dems?
Well, it's been fairly hectic, to be honest. I mean, I had my dissertation in last week, had a Spanish oral last Friday, but I've got a Spanish exam tomorrow morning. And another exam the next day, so fitting all that around canvassing, door knocking, leafleting, and hustings and all the other commitments as a candidate, it's been pretty busy. But it's been a great experience all in all.
So, which have you handled the stress better for? I mean, the canvassing, the exam.
Oh, it's all been good fun doing it all. I mean, well, the election's been good fun. Revision, you know what that looks like. It's not always best fun, but I haven't had a breakdown yet. So fingers crossed I'll make it through to Saturday when I finish, and then I'll be able to relax after that.
I'm sure you'll get there just fine. So, how have you found it as an experience? I mean, going door to door, canvassing, talking to people of Exeter.
Yeah, no, it's been really interesting. I've been lucky. I've had a lot of really interesting experiences as part of running the campaign. I've been into quite a number of local schools, been into the college. I've visited just around the corner from here. Projects for homeless people, and it's been really interesting speaking to a whole range of people, and speaking about the Lib Dems, what we've done in government, about our vision of the future, and it's been really interesting and also quite inspiring. Meeting a lot of people, meeting constituents, speaking to people, and a lot of people say that there's sort of widespread apathy, and once you actually get out there, once you get knocking on doors, you see it's simply not true. People might not be sort of committed in a partisan way to different political parties, but people are certainly interested in what's going on and interested in politics in a broad sense, and it's very encouraging.
I completely agree. And you said political change isn't something that's going to happen overnight. It can be quite slow. Is there one thing specifically in Exeter, if you could have an influence and make a specific change, be it over time, what would you nail that down to be?
Well, as a broad thing, I think a huge thing that we could do to improve our political system generally would be to change our voting system to a more proportional system. Because one of the things which a lot of people struggle with at an election, regardless of their seat, is not just which party do they most support, but then as a separate question, which party should they vote for in terms of tactical voting and all this sort of thing. And I think it's a shame that people feel like that, and I think it's a shame that so many votes are wasted under our current system. And I think this election might well show quite how ridiculous our system is in terms of there being any sort of vague correspondence between the number of seats that are won and the amount of support that's won. If I could change something, it would be that.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for your time and best of luck and good luck for the exam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priya and Joel, for that lovely interview. He did really, really well, I think, so far in campaigning the constituency. And we've been talking to the tellers, the people who are counting the votes and counting the students in and counting the rest of the constituency in. And they've said they've seen far, far, far more student votes than they expected for the current results, which I'm not saying there's anything just yet, but it's just Exeter. But it's quite impressive that we've got that many going in, and that they were saying we've seen so many young people coming in. And Rachel, we are the most democratic university in the country in terms of our guild elections.
Yes, we are. We have 62% unique turnout. So that means that 62% of our students have engaged in any one of our democratic processes this year,
So
which is
potentially
phenomenal.
that could feed into the election. I mean, Joel might do a lot better than we're giving him credit for, considering half the panel considered voting him quite seriously.
I think, well, I think it's good for democracy in general, this multi-party system. Also, it seemed to start with the SNP referendum. It offered a very positive vision, had an 85% turnout or whatever it was, and that's kind of spilled over the rest of this country. And even though it's still first past the post, this multi-party system has meant that votes count for something a little bit more now.
You say that, but Joel brought up tactical voting, and I think he's very right that it still exists in this state. So while we have multi-party voting, can we have that existing with a tactical voting system?
But you can have tactical voting, but the tactical votes can actually mean something as well. And I think people there seem to be more margin, there seems to be something a little bit more in it, in more seats this time around. And I think it's not the right kind of voting we want. We want people to vote for what they believe in. But there is, even with the tactical voting, there's something extra to be gained from it.
I don't want to see, I think the Liberal Democrats don't want to see people having to tactically vote. And actually, I've been out canvassing things like that over the last few days. And it is disheartening to hear people, even say, "Oh, I'm voting Liberal Democrats not because I want to." Like, I want people to want to be Liberal Democrats. I don't want to have to I would vote Labour, but I want to vote Labour, but they have no chance in this seat. I would like to see a system which encounters their views. I don't want to have these kind of people who don't want to be in our party having to vote for us. We need to get our message out. We want to have actual Lib Dems.
I think, can I touch on that point about kind of more students kind of turning up at polling stations? I think that's really exciting. I think even if that's just anecdotal, I think that it shows that students aren't apathetic. I think we know that in our localised setting. I think our students have done some fabulous work towards democracy processes this year and making it simpler. I think what disheartens me a little bit is the fact that students still feel a little bit disillusioned from the more national picture. We see them very, very much willing to engage in the personal local stuff, and I'd love to see that translate nationally. Hopefully we will in turnouts today, but I think there's still a lot of work that can be done in engaging them more.
On the point, we've got to move on, Aidan, but thank you so much for coming in. I mean, it's been lovely having you.
Okay.
Well, it's been for longer, but we don't think we have the seats.
No, that's quite
on that note, I mean, on student votes and tactical voting, we're currently now going to be moving on to the Greens, which some would say tactical voting plagues you more than many other parties.
Yeah.
And also, but you are moving forward in the student vote, so it's going to be really interesting to see the footage of your campaign. So again, thank you very much, Aidan.
The Green surge has been one of the clearest signs of young people getting engaged in politics. As the Green Party membership has quadrupled over the past year, overtaking all parties except Labour and the Conservatives, what's striking is how little electoral success they are predicted to get. This is mostly due to Natalie Bennett's poor performance on the national stage. Her car crash interview on LBC has saddled the Green Party with appearing to have unworkable policies, such as raising the minimum wage to £10. Many media outlets and political figures have publicly derided the Green Manifesto as being economically impossible and catastrophic for government budgets. This is despite the Green Party containing a large number of academic economists, such as Molly Scott-Cato MEP. The Green Party's unusual political structure, with policies and leaders being voted on by all members, also leads to an unnerving conclusion that their policies could completely change whilst their current MPs are in power. Yet this structure is appealing to many students, who seek a more active role in politics and now form a large part of the Green membership. The Greens' promise to abolish tuition fees is also drawing disaffected students who would otherwise have considered voting Liberal Democrat. Ultimately, whilst the Greens' unique political structure and pioneering policies are attracting many who are dissatisfied with the current state of the UK, the majority of the public remain of the mindset that the Greens are a radical party whose policies are bizarre. Because of this, it seems unlikely that the Greens will get anyone other than Caroline Lucas elected in the coming election. Yet their growing popularity should not be ignored.
And that was the Green Party. Joining me in the studio to discuss this, we have Tom from the Green Party, as you can tell by that lovely badge. And as ever, we have our panellists, Harrison, Charlie and James from Green Party, Conservative and Exposé. And we're going to have to say goodbye to Rachel. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope this evening goes well for you guys. I look forward to the turnout.
But yeah, thank you so much. But to move back to Tom, Greens, locally, I'll be honest, you're not going to get elected. How do you think it's gone for you?
Well, if you actually look at the local vote, we're not going to replace Ben Bradshaw. I don't think anybody is. But it's really exciting in the ward of St James. You know, we're looking to elect our first Green councillor for the city, Isaac Price-Osner. Really kind of like positive so far. Unfortunately, we won't know until tomorrow morning. But yeah, I think the Green Party in Exeter is making like really strong inroads actually.
Do you think that same inroads are being made nationally? I mean, there's been nothing. We brought it up earlier, but we might as well bring it up again. That car crash into an LBC did not do you any favours.
You know, it's difficult. The election, I think everybody has moments where, you know, you forget things. I actually think that the Green Party is doing better than most people would have expected.
Yeah. I mean, on that note, we do have the interview, so I mean, hold your ears if you don't want to be offended, but we've got that interview right here.
Well, all of this will be fully spelt out in our fully costed manifesto released in March that will set out exactly how we're going to make all of this add up. Well, I will invite everybody to go over our fully costed manifesto when it's released in March, which will be the fine-tooth comb with all of these things.
Yeah, but you want people to do unpaid work. You want more people to be the full-time work to be less necessary. If you do that, by definition, fewer of us will be paying tax. How can you hope to raise 45 billion when tried and tested wealth taxes raise peanuts compared to that?
Well, I would invite everybody who's interested in this issue to have a look at the paper on the Green Party website that sets this all out in detail.
I understand the argument. I'm trying to interrogate the policies, but you can't tell me on that either. Open doors. That's what you want. That's your party's policy.
What we're talking about is, and I'd invite people to look at this. If you
I've got it. It's G203 in your policy statement. Richer regions do not have the right to use migration controls.
To UN
so we have a home defence force?
Yes.
How big?
The circumstances of the time, you know. Well, I think a lot of people at the moment think a bigger issue is our relationship with Saudi Arabia and the way in which we are arming Saudi.
Is that because you can't answer my question? Given their role in the world and what they've done with terrorism, as you scrap out of defences or certainly pare them right back, you would make it legal for people living here to be a member of Al-Qaeda or ISIS or the IRA. You'd make it legal to be a member of a terrorist organisation.
This is a part of our policy that I think dates back to the age of the ANC and apartheid South Africa.
It's on your website. At the moment, it should not be a crime, PD 443 in your website, to belong to an organisation or have sympathy with its aims, though it should be a crime to aid and abet criminal acts, but it shouldn't be a crime to be a member of Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Okay, just one very quickly, you want to control the BBC schedules as well if you're in government so that we broadcast educational programmes in prime time. Does the Sunday Politics count as an educational programme for prime time?
I think I'll leave the viewers to decide that for themselves.
Because if you'd said yes, you'd have had our vote. Natalie Bennett, thanks for being with us. A lot more we'll discuss with you as the campaign goes on.
And that was Natalie Bennett getting grilled on the daily politics. So back to Tom, do you really think your manifesto has held up to scrutiny? I mean, there's a lot of problems with it, according to this.
I think it really has, actually. We've been very clear with the costings. The full 82-page manifesto
is a bit long. I mean, we've got Diana Moore to apparently talk about it, so we'll give it to her. Yeah, we'll pass the question over.
Okay. Hello, and we're back here at the Corn Exchange, and here I'm joined with Diana Moore. Hello, and we're back here at the Corn Exchange. Here I'm joined with Diana Moore, the representative for the Green Party. First of all, thank you very much for joining us here today for an interview. So first of all, what has it been like for you representing the Green Party?
It's been a huge privilege. It's been absolutely brilliant. I've been very excited. It's been a very active campaign. It's one of the largest we've ever run in Exeter. The students have been absolutely amazing, galvanising people. I was at the telling today for 3 hours at the voting stations, and I was absolutely inspired by the number of young people turning out, voting for the first time. It's absolutely amazing, and many of those are students at university, and that is just really brilliant. Whoever they voted for, it's really a habit they should get into for a lifetime, and so it's brilliant.
Well, as you mentioned, the students, obviously we had Natalie Bennett join us for a talk at the university, and our student newspaper Expose reported that voters 4 times support for Green above the national average. So I was wondering, how important do you feel the student vote is for the Green Party?
I think the messages that we have and the policies that we have are ones of hope, and young people are able to engage with that because we see that we have positive messages and positive plans for the future. So the students are picking up on that and have been supporting us, and we've been delighted with that support.
Well, that's great to hear. And for a final question, so if you could make one key change to the City of Exeter, if you think there is one policy that the Green Party sort of encapsulates that would help benefit Exeter, what do you think that would be?
One of the things that's going to happen to Exeter in the next 10 years, it's going to grow by 50%, and the developers have really been put in the driving seat because the coalition government have dismantled planning laws, which means that local people haven't had control over planning decisions, and there's a lot of urban sprawl on the edges. We need new houses, we certainly do, and we need to rented houses. So what we would do, and I would do as an MP, is look to put in proper framework for planning, which puts control back into the hands of local people and to local authorities, and to build new houses to rent that are owned and operated by the community and by councils.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you very much for joining us today, and good luck for the results this evening. That's all from us for the minute at the Exeter Corn Exchange. We'll see you a little later on, and now back to the studio.
Thank you, Amy. That was some lovely ventriloquism there from Diana Moore. Moving back to the manifesto, do you really think it was worthwhile? I mean, Diana's been fairly defensive of it, but quite rightly, but Natalie Bennett's been torn apart on all the national forums.
No, honestly, I think that the manifesto that we put out is actually really, really positive. I think the Greens are putting forward a real alternative voice. I think the manifesto kind of, encapsulates why I'm proud to be a member of the Green Party.
What do you like about it?
I like the fact that it is very progressive.
In what way? Because everyone's throwing around the word progressive like it's
in the sense that I think that the kind of austerity politics have largely failed. I think we're one of the few countries still kind of pursuing austerity.
But also the most well-performing country economically, if you look at the global statistics. So that doesn't seem to add up.
Yes, but when you look at the national picture, that's not reflected in the housing crisis, in record numbers of people needing food banks, in more children living in poverty than ever before. You can say that we're the sixth richest country on earth, and we are.
But it isn't reflected.
It isn't reflected. So where is that money going? It's not going to the right people. What the Green Party want to do is want to change the way that is structured so it goes to people who need it, and that does require big and ambitious projects. But if no one's going to do that, then how is it ever going to happen?
To bring up Charlie's point, it has to be affordable. It has to make sense.
But it has been costed.
It has not been costed.
It has.
It hasn't. It's been.
Let's not make it into have and hasn't. I mean, it's been torn apart by political pundits all over the UK. It's not a question of whether it's been costed or not. It's a question of how has that worked out, and none of the electorate have bought that it's been costed.
Let's look at the social housing policy. You want to build 500,000 homes, and you said that you're going to cost up with £4.5 billion on a pension relief or something. And that equates to £90,000 per house.
It was less than that. It was about 40 or 50,000.
That's a ridiculous amount for.
So I think people understand your message and they get where you're going from, but they just can't see how these figures add up.
Well, look, I think the Green Party is looking to. I mean, it's a dirty word, but we are looking to borrow money as well in the short term. I don't think
in the short term, considering the deficits. Well, the deficit is thrown around every day here, but still.
The deficit itself, I don't know when we've been running budget deficits for years. I don't know why now it's suddenly become the major issue.
Because it's really big.
Because there's no money left.
I think there's an interesting point here is that the whole story thing that we touched upon earlier. I can't quite remember the exact stat, but I think it's something like as a proportion of GDP, the deficit was bigger under Margaret Thatcher than it was at the end of 2010. And it wasn't a big issue in years previously.
Can we talk about
and now it's become a big issue because it suits the ideological agenda.
No, that's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is not correct. Let's deal with actual numbers here. And at the end of the day, we did have one of the biggest deficits in the Western world in 2010. It's absolutely right and proper that it was tackled. And this idea now that we're going to undo years of spending cuts and spend billions and billions of pounds added to the deficit, our debt interest payments are more than the education budget, for goodness sake.
Can I come in as an actual, like, I study economics, I'm doing a master's in it, and it is, you know, not to flag credentials or anything, but it is a big problem. The whole debt to GDP ratio statistic is used misleadingly by politicians because it allows Ed Balls goes out on TV and claims, you know, our plans will lower the debt, or he's talking about it as a ratio when actually the debt itself is increasing.
Exactly.
And you know, it's dishonest because it allows politicians to claim one thing whilst doing the exact opposite. And the general public are not economists; they don't speak like economists, they don't understand economics terms. Therefore, you know, we need to, you know, our politicians should be very clear about it. And you know, we're talking about this, you know, when the Lib Dem guest was here, about how the Greens have just sort of taken that mantle of making unaffordable, wild promises because they can get away with it because no one.
But at the same time, in defence of the Greens, they have a number of economists on their payroll. I mean, Molly Scott-Cato, MEP, is an academic economist who speaks and lectures in universities. But that does make it all the more serious when people claim your manifesto isn't costed, when it is economists who are in part writing it. I mean, how do you answer these claims that ultimately you've got a party of economists who can't write a fully costed manifesto?
Well, if you look at how parties have projected growth over the years, the Greens have actually been the most accurate in their projections of growth, and also they have given a plan of how they would actually make savings, which would amount to about 21 billion by 2019.
You just admitted you want to borrow money. You just admitted you want to borrow money, and on the debt figure. This debt to GDP figure is actually quite misleading because debt, in the eyes of creditors, is debt. They don't care who owes it. In the eyes of the creditors, they don't discriminate. Debt is debt, and you have to pay it back because a debt to this argument that we're the sixth richest country in the world. Yes, in terms of GDP, but the government isn't the sixth richest government in the world because we've got a deficit of £90 billion.
I think the Green Party manifesto or something was going to increase public spending by something ludicrous into about 300 billion. Like, there's no way you are going to get that money from anywhere. It's complete fantasy economics to claim you'd be able to squeeze that much. You know, you wouldn't even be able to borrow that much.
Let's move back to Tom, because ultimately, does it matter? Because ultimately, your party won't get into power that you promise these things, because maybe you're attracting the people who want this, so you can pressure Labour. Is that your defence to this?
No. I think honestly, it does matter. I think that the figures that we put forward and the manifesto we put forward, I don't think we're trying to lie to the British public. I don't think we're trying to, you know, get one over on people. I think far from it. I think that it is a real desire to move the debate in this country forward, rather than just, you know, relying on this kind of narrative spun by the Tories and Labour. For another 5 years, I think it'd be a disaster.
At the same time, I mean, it wasn't on your manifesto, but it was on your website briefly that you plan to reduce copyright laws to 14 years, not even after death.
If it's not in our manifesto.
But it was on your website, and Caroline Lucas had to defend it briefly. You've also, there was on your 2010 manifesto, you put on homeopathy for 3 weeks. I mean, this isn't, I know you're not trying to fall over the public, does that make you look incompetent, like, at this point?
Oh, look, you made a point that you're not lying, Tom. That's not true. But your honesty is actually quite dangerous, I think. I don't know why so many young people have bought this wild economic plan. I mean, there's nothing progressive about burdening our generation, all of which we sit on the same sofa, with a lifetime of debt. There's nothing progressive about that.
The other thing about it is that the Green Party is ideologically wedded to this idea of a negative growth economy, which, you know, to a non-economist, that's a recession. It's basically, you know, the financial crisis.
Are they calculating with green GDP though? So they see it slightly differently to you.
Well, they want a negative growth economy.
If you're looking at green GDP, they'll see it as a positive growth economy. They're using green GDP, I understand, to see a positive growth economy, but in green GDP. It's just negative nominal GDP.
In practice, it's going to mean a shrinking economy each year, which also means less tax revenues for all these wild spending promises they're making. So I think
and lower living standards as well.
Yeah, so I think, you know, that's not progressive by any stretch of the imagination.
Would they call it the poorest that drop out? I'm sure the Greens would make it. They have high tax. Yeah, that's good.
I think all of this comes down to priorities, and ultimately the Conservatives and those to the right of them want to talk about spending. They obsess about cutting back on the state and all of that. And actually, the Greens offer a radical alternative, which may be naive in some aspects.
But it does appeal to some voters.
But actually, they tackle some really big issues which aren't being talked about. Yeah. You guys on the right, you don't want to talk about inequality, which has soared to unbelievable levels in this country under this government.
I care about poverty. And what I care about poverty.
Why are you voting for the Conservatives?
I care about poverty because it's the kind of liberalisation of the market. It's the liberalisation of the markets that's actually rescued the world's poorest in society from poverty. That's statistically true.
Global poverty is the lowest there's ever been in human history.
I think ultimately there's more to the Green Manifesto than just the economy. So we should move on. So what about the environment? Do you see any other party? No. Honestly, there's any environmental policy whatsoever that you sort of support?
Well, I mean, actually, in their defence, the Lib Dems have been making some ideas that I probably...
You're one of the first people to defend the Lib Dems the entire night.
I actually kind of feel a bit unclean, to be honest. I probably have a shower, but at least the Lib Dems are starting to realise that the environment's a problem. And actually, that's one thing that really hasn't been pushed forward in this election at all. I'm amazed that the biggest security threat this country faces, which is climate change, is being just completely ignored. It's not on the radar.
It's terrifying because this is a big issue that affects everybody, and it will destroy large parts of us. It's a real scary thing that everyone has to be we need to be making action right now. There's a massive there's a massive meeting in Paris later this year that's one of the most important climate meetings in history. Why is this not being talked enough in the election? It's important. It's important for our children. It's important for us. It's important for our economy. The thing that the Greens understand is that all these things, the economy, the environment, defence, society, democracy, it's all linked. And if one of these things falls, then the whole system collapses. The environment is at the centre of that. And if we don't have a stable environment, we don't have a sustainable economy, we don't have a sustainable society.
But you talk about the environment, but the only technologies that are viable in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, nuclear, you turn your back on, you completely reject it. For a party so concerned about conserving resources and stuff, you intend to waste it on the most inefficient ways possible.
Nuclear is not the only technology.
Renewables are inefficient at the moment. I'm all for renewables. I think it's fundamental. The future.
It's inefficient because we're not funding it. I think that's the in the European League tables of renewable energy, out of 27 countries, we come 25th. It is shocking. It is really, really, really shocking.
Out of interest, do you know who comes first?
I don't know.
Okay, I was wondering who the competition was.
You've cited climate change, but your manifesto doesn't allude to climate. Practical solutions to directly deal with climate change. There's an absence of policies.
Tom, feel free to come back on that.
It does, yeah. We'd be looking to work with on the international level to reduce the carbon footprint globally, and we'd be looking to increase the use of renewable energies. I think the thing is, we have to realise that yes, a lot of pollution is caused by developing countries like China, but we are also partly responsible for that because they are exporting to us their carbon footprint. We also have to take a share of the responsibility for it, and I think that we start working at an international level.
Just to ask you about this, we're talking about the Green part of the Green Party.
Yeah.
Outside of that, what would you consider to be your most important points on your manifesto? Because at the moment, it looks like the Green Party is about being green. Aside from that, they've been criticised on economics. We'll leave that aside for now. But what else do you focus on? I'm not trying to attack it.
Sure. Well, I think there's a few. Rail nationalisation, I think, is a big one. It's very popular. We have such an...
It's popular with Tory voters.
Yeah, I don't understand. We have such a backward system where we are subsidising...
I agree. I actually agree with that.
Yeah, we're subsidising private companies for a system that we have kind of no control over. I don't understand why, and this is ideological as well, that it is okay for other countries' national companies
to run our railways.
To run our railways, yeah. And it's not just rail either. It's,
the NHS, for example, privatisation on that side.
Yeah. So I
guess
think
Harris and Labour, you can be sympathetic to NHS.
Well, I'm not going to chill it for Labour, but
Someone has to.
I don't think the Green Party is all about the environment, but perhaps an interesting point then is, would you do much better electorally if you weren't called the Green Party?
I mean, what would you call yourself if not the Green Party?
It's funny actually. I've had this conversation before with people who say, but people just think you're a one idea party.
Similar to
you're
UKIP, like immigration is all there is.
No, I don't think so. I think actually, if you look elsewhere in Europe, Green parties do very well, and it's not just focused on green issues.
And across the board, Greens are consistently polling first or second with people blind test policies and all things that beyond environment on the economy.
This website, Vote for Parties, is very much promoted in social media circles, which we've all agreed tonight that is actually more of a left-wing base. The problem the left have got, left of Labour, is that it's very fragmented at the moment. You've got like the Socialist Workers' Party, the Socialist Party, the Greens, and there's no collectivism in that. And this is why the Tories figure of 316. You've got fragmented parties on the left fighting amongst themselves.
Do you think anyone votes for anyone left of the Greens though? I don't think.
Tusker will.
No one's going to vote.
Tusker.
Given it's their first election, pretty much they're taking it seriously. I think they'll do reasonably well. I think 2020 they might actually be a force.
I think the Tories.
But then that's even more splitting the parties, as you say.
Well, exactly. I think you need to unite and set up this progressive vision, even with the SNP and the Plaid and who jump on their bandwagon.
I know. Who do they unite under? I mean, if Tusk weren't willing to unite under the Greens and start their own party, why would they do it now?
Honestly, I honestly think more parties, pluralism in politics is generally a good thing.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that's one thing that is so refreshing about this election. Regardless of if the Tories and Lib Dems form the next government, which I think they probably will, which is disappointing to a lot of us. I think this kind of springboard of new political parties is something that we should actually be proud of.
But do you think it could work in this electoral system?
Well, this is the next point. We have to reform the electoral system. And look, maybe it's in the vested interest now of the main parties. You look at the SNP in Scotland. The SNP aren't polling like 90%. It's roughly about half, but yet they're going to probably take every seat.
I mean,
it's not moving
to House.
I think obviously it's convenient for the Green Party to say that they should have electoral reform. But the point is that it is fundamentally flawed first past the post when the whole point of it is that you want to get majority government.
And that's not what
it's not delivering it. 2 elections in a row. You're going to have something like 2 or maybe 3 million UKIP voters. I mean, it's difficult to say, but let's say they get 2 million votes, which is what the polls were saying before, and let's say the Tories were going to get 10 million before. Whatever happens, the Tories were always going to get hundreds of seats more, despite only having 5 times as many votes for UKIP. And I despise UKIP, but that's not fair in terms of democracy. And it needs to change. And you can't keep going back to first past the post when all it's supposed to do is deliver majorities, and it can't even do that.
I mean, Liam hasn't said anything. Would you support electoral reform?
Yeah, but as I was going to say, the problem about getting electoral reform is everyone wants to reform the electoral system, just no one can agree what system to change it to. And that's why AV came around, but no one liked that very much. And then everyone's got their own ideas of what the better system is, and no one can really. None of them, again, it will splinter, and no one can really agree.
I think we're going to have to move on to a VT and clip footage of our next part. Oh, the Corn Exchange. We're going to have to go on to the Corn Exchange. Cut live to the Corn Exchange.
Hello, this is Adam Smith reporting at the Exeter Corn Exchange for XTV News during the general election 2015. Currently, the vote counters are still sorting between the ballots for the city councillors and the ballots for the parliamentary representatives for Exeter. But there is no doubt that tension is very high within this room. Currently, there are a lot of press getting interviews, and many of them are currently seated in the bar with the rest of the candidates, so obviously preparing for whatever the night may come and the long few hours that they have ahead of them before the results are finally tallied. We have reports that UKIP may possibly be the 3rd largest party in the UK if the votes and polls are to be believed. But we can only wait and see until that final final call is revealed. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, so, and we're back, and we haven't got long left. So, how many seats do you think you're going to win? Just Caroline Lucas, or are you hoping for one more?
Okay. Realistically, we will definitely keep Brighton, for sure. And then I think the big question is over Bristol West. Yeah, pollings are good actually at the moment in Bristol West. It's really unfortunate that Labour has really thrown a lot of money at Bristol West. They're trying to do everything they can for the Greens not to get a seat in it. And I think it will be really, really, really tight. But if the Greens can walk away in this general election and have 2 seats by the end of it, and will increase our percentage of the vote overall, I think that it's a good performance. I think it really is.
I've got a vested interest here. I want Caroline to. I've got a bet on the 2.
I was going to say, I think you supported her for a second.
No, I'm not support, but I've got a bet on her, so I am for tonight, at least. Anyway.
Yeah.
So do you think then that Natalie Bennett would have to stand as leader?
No, actually, you know what? I think Natalie Bennett's done a really good job.
Despite all the
our membership is huge. We're the 3rd largest.
What was that Natalie Bennett's doing, or was that just?
Well, it certainly shows it hasn't hurt it that badly.
Was that despite Natalie Bennett being leader?
No, honestly, I think Natalie Bennett has done a good job, and I think it was important as well. We had to move away from Caroline. Caroline can't run the party and run a constituency as well.
Thank you so much for coming on, Tom.
Okay, yeah, cheers for having me, thanks.
Okay, but we're going to stay for a bit longer. Right, thank you very much for coming, Tom.
Yep.
And we're going to move on to the next party, which is the Socialist Party, and cue the VT for them.
Left Unity aims to offer an alternative to the capitalist system and the inequality they believe is overly damaging to the British public. They promise full employment for all people in the UK and public ownership of the banking system. However, the majority support needed to enact such revolutionary policies is far from forthcoming. Edmund Potts is Exeter's Left Unity candidate. He's 22 and has focused his efforts and campaign on local issues, such as trying to reopen the Women's Refuge, fighting the closure of the NHS walk-in centre, and protecting other support services facing cuts. The votes he will win from these efforts will be heartfelt and will support him passionately. However, Potts is extremely unlikely to win over 3% of the electorate, meaning it will take far more Left Unity to break into mainstream politics.
In the studio, apologies for any technical difficulties. We're having a couple of difficulties getting mics in. So we're moving on to our new Socialist Student segment, and we've got, as ever, Harrison, Marcel Gotel, moving in from the Socialist Student, ex-Socialist Student President, and I think you're now coming in for Defend Education?
That's correct.
Yes, and Charlie Evans, as ever, our Conservative panellist and maestro of conversation. James Alston, Green Party candidate. Sorry, and member. Oh God, running.
Just used to me.
Liam Taylor, and our new guest, Harry from Socialist Students. So, Harry, do you think you're going to win any seats this election?
Do I think Tusk is going to win any seats?
Yeah.
That specifically?
Well, Tusk and Left Unity, they're kind of a
there's a combination there. I think realistically, I don't think Tusk are probably going to win any seats. I think Ed's run a really good campaign. He's been really strong. I think he's spoken really well. He's actually done really well in a lot of the hustings. So I think Tusk will do okay in kind of local elections, but I think actually in the general election they're probably not going to win a seat.
In that case, if you're not going to win a seat, how do you define success for your party?
It's difficult. I think it's on a smaller local level.
You don't have to give me a number, but I'd love one if you.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Tusk, I think it's more about grassroots activism, a lot of it, and it's about the belief that kind of democracy doesn't finish with the general election. It's going to go on and on. So it's kind of more about direct action a lot of the time with Tusk.
But do you see your party as not just a fringe party, but a party that will never have any effect on society? I mean, when researching this, I had to look up one of your videos, and in your party elections and putting forward manifestos, you call each other comrades. Is that really something a serious political party does?
Yeah, I think it's kind of an old-fashioned idea about solidarity, and I think a lot of people would argue it's something that actually Labour has been lacking, and kind of some kind of strong socialist principles and some strong principles around workers' rights. So I think it's kind of harking back to that essentially. I can see it some people could see it as like a dated idea, I suppose.
And I guess since you're not mainstream political figure, who would you look to as one? I mean, is it Russell Brand, for example? Is he the closest thing socialists have to a mainstream political figure?
I mean, Russell Brand now supports the Labour Party, from what I understand. So No, I don't think so. I mean, Russell Brand has kind of, at least I guess, sort of gotten people around the idea of direct action as a means of political protest.
And then he betrays you. So
yeah,
how do you feel about that? He's been fighting your cause for 4 years.
Never really believed.
I love Ed Miliband now.
Yeah, I never really believed Russell Brand was the most strong, principled person, to be honest, in the first place. I didn't really put a lot of faith behind him. And I think most people, kind of Tusk and a lot of socialists, didn't necessarily think Russell Brand was going to kind of lead the charge. I personally would look to people like Owen Jones, perhaps, as someone to kind of look to as a strong figure.
Well, he's a Labour man. But James, would you say the Greens are the Socialist Party? The closest thing we have to it in the mainstream then?
Definitely the closest thing we have to it in the mainstream. I'm sort of wondering, because we were talking about this when we were in the Green Party segment, what do you think separates you from the Green Party? Because so far I can see we would be the very natural allies, but I'm wondering what you would think about that.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of crossover, and I think in socialist students, I think Marcel would agree with me that there's plenty of people who would vote Green, there's people who would vote Tusk, there's people who would vote Left Unity, and there's people who would probably spoil their ballot and not vote at all.
That was the entire problem, really. It was like Charlie was saying they should be voting for one party rather than 3 different ones.
The left is notoriously disunited on kind of everything, and I think there is a kind of case to be made that the left could be more united. And I think you were talking about this earlier about the student vote possibly being a more left-wing vote, and if that could be united, then perhaps we would have a situation where the Tories aren't looking to get
on that note, can I put a question to Marcel? What do you think needs to change about British politics so the left aren't disrupted and ignored as it's happening?
Well, I think a lot of responsibility actually lies with the established parties. I think our political system would benefit a lot if there was a little bit more disagreement, and I think in that disagreement a lot more ideology. You never hear the Labour Party speaking much about their ideology as socialism, and as you mentioned earlier, it's almost comical now how those on the left refer to each other as comrades, but only 20 years ago this is what the Labour Party was doing themselves. So you can really see how quickly the Labour Party has shifted from an ideological force in opposition to the Conservatives, and something that's been really generating a lot of interest, a lot of excitement, to a much duller form of politics, really, where it's all to do with the party line, and there's not a lot of difference for an individual to see between a party like the Conservative and a party like Labour.
Just briefly.
Yeah, I think the wall that...
Sorry,
that's right.
We're with Ed Potts up on the screen. We've actually got him ourselves.
Fantastic. Hello. We are here with Edmund Potts of the Left Unity Trade Unionists and Socialists Party. How have you found today?
Well, it's still only just getting started, really. We're still at the stage of separating out city council votes from parliamentary votes, so it's still in the boring phase. It will get a bit more exciting later on.
What has it been like representing the Left Unity Trade Unionists and Socialist Society for you?
It has been a very long, very hard campaign, but I think we've really made an impact. Obviously, we've had some great media coverage. I think people have really responded to the alternative that we've put forward.
What would you say that alternative is? What would you say is the main policy that you've been putting forward?
Well, I mean, we're the only socialist alternative at this election, and we think austerity is the key issue at this election. It's, whatever sort of government we get, whether it's Labour, Tory, any combination of the smaller parties, they're all going to be putting forward a programme of austerity, and that we think is the main issue.
And on that note, do you have any predictions for your party or the rest of the party based on the recent BBC poll that has just come out?
Well, we're not predicted to win any seats. It would be nice, but we're not holding out any hope of that. No, it's more about getting people aware of us and just being prepared for the next 5 years and what comes next.
Absolutely. Getting the message out is certainly the most important thing. Yeah. Thank you very much for speaking with us, Edmund. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Edmund. On that note, I mean, he's standing in Exeter, Harry, but is he a serious candidate? I mean, why is he even running if he's not going to win?
I think it comes back to that idea of kind of ideology, and I guess putting that back into politics and getting those kind of strong working class principles. I think Ed's made really good points that what the Conservative and Labour have both been doing through austerity is a drive to basically cut the public sector and the welfare state. And Tusk is one of the few parties that actually stands against austerity completely. And I think even the Greens occasionally in Brighton have been kind of dragged into austerity politics, so that's possibly a division between the two.
Well, to be in defence of the Greens in Brighton, I mean, they've had
the local council budget slashed. They can't do anything about that. In terms of Tusk, though, there's almost, I think there's a bit of a stigma of the kind of the far left parties, but in Wales actually it's been reported, like in Swansea and Llanelli in particular, those constituencies, there's actually been a lot of Tusk aggression to the Conservatives there, kind of thing, and I think it's this kind of hostility. This is obviously in the very minority, but this kind of hostility in some of these cases kind of reinforces this stigma about more left-wing parties. And I think it's damaging to the left's ideological cause.
Harrison, on that note, do you think the far left have a stigma against them, or they're somehow discriminated against? Is that what you're saying, Charlie? That
no. I mean, everyone. There's a stigma that the far left is kind of almost like a dying brand, even though some of the
Marcel's a member. Do you think the far left are dying out?
Definitely not. And I mean, I'm sorry to hear that in Wales, Tusk candidate's been aggressive, but what I would say is look at Edmund Potts and the campaign he's run. He's been an exemplary candidate. In fact, he's won hustings in Exeter.
Yeah, he was voted most favourable.
And not just one, destroyed opposition. He had a rating of 49% at the Express and Echo hustings compared to about 25%.
And I heard he started at the back of that kind of. They voted at the start, voted at the end. He won. He also defended the women's refuge while we're there. He does do work on local issues, the direct action that you mentioned.
He's a really good candidate.
But the problem is that why is he not gaining the traction that perhaps he deserves?
I think this comes back to the whole point of trying to keep the Tories out, because I think in the UK you have quite an odd sort of paradox in that you have a sizable proportion of the population who are Tories and a sizable proportion of the population who absolutely despise everything they stand for. And so to stop the Tories getting in, people bite the bullet and vote Labour, essentially, which I think is why, even if people might agree more with Tusk or the Greens, they end up voting for, and as the Lib Dems experience, they end up voting for Labour to keep the Tories out, essentially.
What you have to understand is socialism is hundreds of years old, but our party, Left Unity, is about 3 years old. We are a new party. We're not in this election to win dozens of seats. This is primarily an operation in raising awareness about socialism, telling people up and down the country that there is an alternative to the austerity consensus of Labour and Conservative. And from this point of view, we've run a fantastic campaign in Exeter. Every household in Exeter has received a Left Unity leaflet. Some have received 2, some have received 3. We're getting these ideas out there, and you might be surprised at a good proportion of the populates who are voting for the leftist parties this time.
Just to announce that the Conservatives have held North Swindon, so that's their very first seat. Just to be back on that, I mean, if this is the Left Unity's first election, what is their plans? I mean, how are you going to gain traction when the biggest figure politically and on society as a socialist is Russell Brand? I mean, a comedian is effectively your biggest sort of political figure.
Well, I think he no longer represents us since he came out supporting Labour, but this is for us to do. I mean, at the university, Ed Potts has got a good profile. People think very positively of him, and I think our candidates can really raise their profile and become these role models. Okay, so we're standing in an election. We can't be just elections. We have to be a party in election years and in between election years. This is how we're going to raise our status.
But there's so many parties. You've got a Christian party, you've got socialist workers. There's actually, if you look at the whole picture, there's loads and loads of parties kind of thing. And now, how are Tusk going to break into to be on the same level, same terms as say the Green Party?
Well, I don't accept that Tusk is comparable to a party like the Christian Party, the Socialist Workers. We have substantially more parliamentary candidates standing than either of those two. I believe we're the 6th largest party in terms of candidates standing.
But I think there has been a problem of breaking into mainstream media channels. But a lot of that is stigma, that idea around socialism, and generally the mainstream media has quite a warped idea of what socialism actually is.
Do you think we're more aggressive towards people like socialist candidates? I mean, they were aggressive. I mean, LBC, were aggressive towards Natalie Bennett, but they blamed that on the fact that they felt her manifesto was very, very poor. Do you think you get the same treatment? It's purely because it's a socialist candidate.
Well, I imagine there are probably a lot of historical kind of assumptions about socialism, about it somehow being akin to, Stalinism. Yeah. So I can see why there might be this misconception about it. I mean, you probably
stand
Yeah,
better.
yeah. People tend to think that, you know, we want to apparently make the world really bland and, I don't know, send people off to gulags or something like that.
What do you want? I mean, do you want a revolution? I doubt. Do you?
I mean,
a socialist revolution?
People in socialist students, I mean, want different things, I suppose. But
that's part of the problem, I guess.
Yeah, I think that there is division there. But I personally do think, you know, that parliamentary democracy can still be saved. But I do think it will take a massive effort to do that. And I think a lot of the way it will be saved is through grassroots activism. And part of that will be actually changing the voting system to a more proportional representation.
And this is, sorry, Liam.
Yeah, I was going to come on this whole idea, because as we've talked about, the left is all constantly divided, you know, never missing an opportunity to tear itself apart. Don't you think it would be, just play devil's advocate, don't you think it would be better to get a party that can at least implement, say, either 2% or 10% of something that you want, than consistently, you know, splitting and losing election after election, getting parties.
The Tories every time.
Yeah, getting parties that will implement the complete opposite of what you want. When, you know, so it's better to at least get a tiny fraction of something that you like.
Well, this is what Tusk is. We're the largest left of Labour challenge in generations, and we're doing what the left has been struggling for a long time, which is to come together. The socialist left of Labour. And we're doing what people before us have struggled to do, which is to put aside our ideological nuanced differences and put a credible electoral campaign forward.
Out of interest, Marcel, did you vote?
I did.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
And Harry?
Yeah, I did.
Because everyone else in the panel's gone through. I guess, why did you vote? And why do you think people don't vote? Because especially people on the far left, there's an impression I certainly get that you don't want to vote.
Well, I voted because I think Ed Potts will make the best MP for Exeter, plain and simple.
And that's why you voted for him.
Yeah.
Why do you think people on the far left don't vote more generally then, outside of Exeter? Is it just they don't have the candidates?
I mean, is that really correct?
From what I gather, most people on the left who I talk to say they're going to either spoil the ballot or not vote at all because they're not interested in politics that can't represent them.
I think what I will say, this is the first election where the Greens have stood in more than 500 seats, I believe, which is a lot. So almost everyone has, if not a Tusk candidate or a Left Unity candidate, a Green candidate. And socialists are warm to Greens when there is no Tusk and no Left Unity candidate. In Exeter, for example, the Greens' target ward, we've decided we're not going to stand in that ward. That's St James's, I believe. Yeah. So socialists are happy to vote Green. But in the past, there has been really no incentive to vote for parties you don't believe in. And often the most left-wing party on the ballot paper is Labour. And socialists are very opposed to what Labour have done. We're opposed to the Iraq War, we're opposed to PFIs, we're opposed to following Tory spending plans for the first year of the next Parliament. So there's really no reason why socialists should vote for Labour, beyond the scare tactics of people like Ben Bradshaw, who talk about keeping the Tories out.
But do you not think that the reason Labour abandoned all the socialist thing is because it was failing to win elections, and therefore, you know, going back to those, you know, if Labour wants to get your votes back, they need to go so far to the left that again they'd make themselves unelectable.
Harrison, do you see Labour going so far further to the left? Yeah, by all means after that.
Can I talk about...
Harrison, I was asking Harrison, if that's okay. What was the question? Do you see Labour going back to the left?
I think a lot depends on, well, if on this election, if Miliband stands down, who they get in as a leader. I think a lot depends on what happens over the next 5 years. If we have a Tory government that presumably implements a lot of spending cuts and inequality increases yet more, potentially they could go back to the left, but you know, Chucky Munn is probably favourite, so I would imagine he would take them further to the right, so no.
Okay, Marcel and Charlie?
Alright, look, Liam, what you have to understand is Labour were at their most left-wing, at least in the post-war period, in the mid-80s. And it wasn't the far left who was bringing Labour down, it was the people on the right of the party who was left and formed the SDP. If you had no SDP party, if all of those votes were going to Labour, Thatcher would have been a one-term Prime Minister.
On the point of election, I think Tusk's chances and Left Unity's chances are dependent on electoral reform, actually, to be honest. And I think, and I made the claim earlier that Labour would be dead in 20 years, and I don't think, if there is electoral reform, I don't think that's totally ridiculous suggestion, in the sense that if there is some sort of proportional representation system, people will vote for what they believe in. And I think Tusk and so on is providing a more radical alternative to the Labour Party.
That's a big if, and the Conservatives themselves, if they're going to keep getting governments, why would they bother putting in a PR system?
Well,
and
I recognise that if this exit poll is to go by, we won't have electoral reform for the next 5 years, because
they will have extended their plurality, so that there won't be any electoral reform, which I disagree with. I think is fundamental. As you alluded, the Greens and the UKIP are set to get.
Yeah, just to move over to the Greens for a second, because we've been talking about this almost as if, although they work together, Greens' biggest competition is probably Tusk coming forward for this, rather than, say, you both working against the right, or potentially Labour to win votes. Why do you think all these votes seem to be far left votes seem to be split between Green and Tusk, and why you seem to be fighting against each other, even if you do work together in some constituencies?
Well, I don't think we do fight against each other. There's no part in the Green Party.
Well, why aren't you one party then, if you're not going to fight against? I mean, clearly.
Well, I would argue there are key differences. I would argue the Greens have very distinct environmental policies that put them kind of, that differentiate them from Tusk to some extent. I think there's this. The Green Party started with activists who believed in the green movement really and creating a more sustainable society. So I think there are key differences, and this move to the left, I think that the Green Party has undertaken has been like a relatively recent phenomenon. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I would necessarily agree with that completely, but I would say that it's become much more. There's been much more focus on their non-environmental policies, and I think they've done that as well. The Green Party was even criticised for not talking about the environment enough, amazingly, at this election. So I think there's been a move. Whether that's a recent thing, or they've just made a more kind of firm part of their sort of policy and wanted to sort of break the stigma of being a one-party organisation, then I don't think it's necessarily something that's new, but it's something that's been brought to the fore. But what I mean is, I don't think we are fighting against each other. If you look at all the literature, look at all the speeches, the Greens don't ever say TUSC are our enemy or Left Unity are our enemy. They say that the enemy, the opposition is the right and the Tories, and we have to make sure that's the focus. I don't think it's true that we would consider ourselves enemies.
We've just been heard, so to move on to Labour, it's just been announced that Scottish leader Jim Murphy is set to lose his seat if the county continues the way it's going on.
Not a surprise at all.
No.
Brilliant.
While we're on Labour, Liam, would you consider, I'm going to get your opinion first on this, Ed Miliband a socialist, or at least most far left leader Labour have seen?
Yeah, there's definitely been a shift towards the left this election. It's probably the most left-wing campaign they've run since the 80s. But obviously it's not been left-wing enough to win over the likes of the Socialists and the Greens. But I think that's a problem, is that if these exit polls are true, then there's been crossover in the sense that the Tories have managed to capture voters from Labour. And I can say if Labour push further to the left in the chase of Green Party votes and the like, then the Tories are going to capture a larger chunk of the more moderate voters who don't want to go to a planned economy.
I'll throw it over to Marcel just briefly. Do you think Ed Miliband has been a socialist leader?
I think he's to the left of Blair and Brown, but that's about all I'd give him.
That's quite easy to be.
Look, I don't want to make assumptions about individual members of Labour and their personal beliefs, but I judge the party on its policies, and Labour have come out and said they don't want to be the party of the unemployed. Labour have come out and say they want to follow Conservative spending plans for the first year. This is not socialism. If you want to know what socialism is, have a look at the Left Unity Manifesto. We're pledging socialist policies. We're pledging a £10 minimum wage. We're pledging an end to 0 hours contracts. And if you want to know about the future of the Labour Party, just look to Scotland. Labour has been trying to become conservative. They've been pandering to the right-wing arguments. They've adopted a number of conservative policies. And Scotland have an alternative, and they've chosen that alternative. It's only a matter of time before Wales find an alternative and England finds an alternative and starts voting for it.
To offer, just briefly, a differing view, I mean, we do have a clip of Russell Brand being interviewed by Ed Miliband and then choosing to support him later, which is a guy who used to be quite socialist, has now come out in support of him. So we might as well show that different opinion when it comes up on the screen.
A lot of us feel that what's happened in politics is that there's these unelected, powerful elites that really control things from behind the scenes, not in a conspiratorial way, just in an economic way. And those powerful elites have really got their talons into the Tory party. For me, and for a lot of people that don't vote, that's where that frustration emanates from. It certainly isn't apathy, Ed. It's a sense of, what's the point? What we feel is like, well, the suffragettes, they may have given their lives for the right to vote. The people in power worked out, okay, we've got to give votes to women. Let's just now make sure that their votes...
So, according to Marcel, not only are Labour moving far right, we're going to say Russell Brand is clearly backing them for the headlines. He's not clearly a socialist anymore.
I don't think Russell Brand knows what he is, to be honest. I mean, yeah, we're not going to get a clear answer from Russell Brand. I mean,
I'll be quite interested to see after this election where he comes, again, if Labour lose, because the polls are saying Labour are going to lose catastrophically and he's just back to losing horse.
I think Russell Brand is actually a bit of a... I mean, he sold this book, Revolution, about 2 months ago, telling people not to vote, and millions of people have bought this book. I think they're going to be feeling a bit hard done by, a bit betrayed by.
But I think it's safe to say Russell Brand only cares about Russell Brand at the end of the day.
But the problem with that is, I mean, don't you think then
then
this is incredibly harmful, because if Russell Brand doesn't only care about Russell Brand, he's dragging millions of young voters with him. His Twitter account's got 9 million followers, and these are young people who are famously disengaged with politics in our current day and age. So why is it really a good thing that he's betrayed them in such a way? Harrison, you look
I think
perturbed.
On Russell Brand, it's very easy to dismiss him, and I think it was easy to dismiss him because he made what was essentially quite a daft claim about voting, and then so people only attacked him on that and didn't engage with any of his other points, I don't think. And now that he's gone back on that, he's stabbed himself in the back with it, really. It was a stupid thing to say, ultimately, in the first place. But I think what he's said on the Labour point is quite interesting and quite representative to some degree of broader views on the left, which is that anything to avoid letting the Tories back in, so we're just going to back Labour and to hell with it. We'll hold our nose essentially and back Labour, and that is a point that echoes, I think, throughout the whole left. I know you've said that you'd never back Labour, but ultimately I do see the argument of you want to stop the Tories getting in, so you just vote Labour, and that's that essentially. But on Miliband as well, when you talk about he's moved to the right or whatever, I think like Cameron, he's kind of tried to show himself as quite a centre ground leader in the lead up to the election, or more centre ground than he actually is. And I think if Miliband had got in, he would have moved Labour more to the left than he's suggesting now. But he can't be seen to be too leftist going into the election.
You might like this, Charlie, but the Conservatives now hold Putney, which is London, which is a big battleground for Labour, and they've just lost it.
Was it a Conservative gain?
Yeah, a Conservative gain.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah,
wow.
We're going for that in the socialist segment.
Well, I was just going to make a point about this. There's this theory called the median voter theorem, which claims that
actually, sorry, I take that back. It's a hold, but still.
Well, I'll do. London's meant to be London's target area, but the median voter theorem basically says that they're trying to parties tend to try and tackle a middle voter, at least in the sense of the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. So naturally, Labour Party are going to try and fight for that middle voter, and on immigration, they need to be tougher because that's popular. They need to spout popular policies.
The problem with when that comes up is that normally the parties up till now have been sort of chasing like this, what they call a centre ground. There's no one has a mathematical exact point between Labour and Tory ideology. That kind of person just doesn't exist. Instead, there's a common ground. Like the British public is broadly, it's left-wing on some things, quite left-wing on the NHS on things. On other things, it's more right-wing, immigration, most notably when it comes to tackling debt and things like that. And that's sort of where the British public tends to sit on most issues.
But do you think that's why UKIP and Greens are growing so much? Because people are frustrated with this attempt just to get this one middle voter. I mean, as well as the left unity, I don't mean to leave you out, but UKIP and Greens are doing pretty well in the polls for them. They've been risen massively.
Yeah, I think there's a strong argument that this battle for the centre ground has actually disillusioned a large amount of voters, and is why a lot of people just feel like politics doesn't really represent them, and politicians don't really represent them.
The other thing that I think is important that Labour have neglected this time is actually not going necessarily what people think or what they think voters want to hear, but actually what they genuinely believe in as a party. So I don't really think that Ed Miliband thinks some of the stuff that's been said about immigration, but he's just doing it to win votes, and actually I think he should do or it would be nice at least to see him do something that was a bit more respectable and actually genuinely what he thought was right on immigration.
That's interesting because when he does stuff like that, it's also quite transparent. That when he makes his immigration pledges, everyone knows that he doesn't really mean it, and he loses credibility on other areas where he might actually mean it, because he just comes across as being, the kind of traditional.
But a lot of parties do that. Like,
they do. Yeah.
Laughably came out and said they're the party of the working people. Everyone knew.
And the thing about this theorem, so now that you've got UKIP and the Greens, and Tusk and so on, now UKIP are going to take everything to the right of them kind of thing, which traditionally might go to the Tories, and the same with the Greens. Now they'll take everything to the left of them. So they're playing this almost game. They're thinking, do I go to the centre ground to take some Tory votes, or do I go to the left? And there's this kind of trade-off that these parties have got to try and engage, and it's quite difficult for them.
And also, is it really a good thing for politics itself? Because, I mean, at least with our current system, having all these fringe parties doesn't seem to work well. And so if it's going to be like this, surely we should have some sort of change. Marcel, maybe.
Look, what's been happening, both Labour and the Tories are scared of UKIP. And we can talk about has the Labour gone left or right, but on immigration, it's undeniable. Labour is to the right of where they were 10 years ago. And what's happened, because of this fear of losing votes to UKIP, which is very irrational, because I don't think the public cares about immigration almost as much as the major parties do. People have come out and said, well, why should we vote for Labour? Well, they're red Tories. Why vote for red Tories when you can have the real thing? This is what's happened in Scotland, and this has been one of the most unpopular governments, and Labour is forecast to lose seats now. So it's not
who do you
working.
blame for that? Is it Blair's problem, or are we going back even further? Is it Labour's constantly been on the decline in terms of
the decline of Labour?
Yeah.
I think it's to do with the pandering to Conservatives and UKIP.
Well, funnily enough, John Childers was here earlier, and he was trying to say that the demise of Labour in Scotland was due to some sort of religious struggle between Protestants and Catholics.
Well, I would.
Yeah, it's a brief point. Let's bring him up on that.
I would love to have been here with John Childers, because someone needs to show the students of Exeter what a real socialist is and what Labour are not socialists.
What is a real socialist? You can do our best now.
Well, I mean.
So that was on the spot, but still.
I mean, I have to refer you to the Left Unity Manifesto. I think it's a fantastic piece of political work, and I've given you the flagship policies, but what I received in the post, and what many of you might have received in the post, was a 4-page flyer defending open borders and defending immigrants. This is the leaflet that Labour and the Conservatives should have sent out years ago when UKIP started gaining power, but they've been too scared to. And standing up for immigrants, standing up for the marginalised, this is what socialism is about, and this is what Labour is too scared to do, and this is why Labour are no longer a socialist
and
party.
Ed Potts has had actually a very good record on that, in that. So he stood up to Keith Crawford very strongly in an Exeter debate when there was quite a lot of essentially racist rhetoric, I'd argue, going on, and Ed Potts was the only candidate to actually challenge him on that. So that's an example of kind of socialists being able to actually take a really strong and principled stance that other parties don't always take.
Out of interest, on the note of UKIP, are you worried about the kind of future UKIP could bring, or at least the one they promised to bring if they were elected?
I think any sane person would be worried.
That's very interesting, because they're on next.
I
think James is at the back.
On the rise of UKIP and public opinion, maybe we can come back and say, I don't know, what do you think? It's kind of a chicken and egg thing with the media, do you think?
Who starts who?
Who is starting that? Is it, the stuff in the Sun, or are they just pandering to what their voters already think?
I would argue the mainstream media drives so much of it. I mean, the Greens, you've had this issue that UKIP have managed to take up so much time. Every time I watch the Daily Politics, Newsnight, Question Time, there's always Nigel Farage on every single one. And getting Natalie Bennett on there is a real challenge. It's happened recently.
That's partly because Farage is a stronger media performer.
No, partly. But at the same time, it must be pointed out, the statistic is, I think Farage's media team is paid 8 times all the other fringe party media teams, excluding the SNP. So part of it is money.
No, but it's also due to success, and UKIP won.
No, I'm not trying to disagree with that, but there are other factors.
But the TV regulator have declared UKIP a major party. I don't know to speak whether that's right or wrong, but they won the European elections. It's only natural that they would get more airtime. And I think it's part of a political pluralism. I think we need to get more people to have a say. But I think under the current rules, I think UKIP have done well. They've come second in by-elections. They've got 2 seats now. I think that it is justified under the current system.
The Greens have more members.
Can I point out another reason? I think both the Conservatives and Labour have neglected their duty as main parties with a big platform to come out and properly criticise UKIP. Instead, they've been moving towards them And you hear it. I was speaking to someone from Labour students who defended Labour's policy that migrants should not have access to welfare for 2 years. And I'm very, very concerned, because when these parties are too scared to stand up to UKIP, no one can expose UKIP for what they are. And I don't think UKIP has been properly challenged, not in the national media, not at this university. And anyone who's had a 30-second conversation with Exeter's UKIP candidate here, Keith Crawford, knows that he on the one hand, he's a funny guy. It's good to laugh at him, but he's very, very dangerous. That thing he said in the debate, I'd rather face 10 Russians with a half-eaten baby in one hand and a Kalashnikov in the other. That was disgusting.
But also incomprehensible.
And what he said to me in the pub afterwards, he told me that Polish people are given preferential treatment in the welfare system. And that is the sort of fascist scaremongering rubbish that we should be very, very worried about. But no one has the courage to stand up to UKIP.
Marcel, you'll be delighted because he's coming on next.
To do that myself.
Great. I guess on that note, we might as well... Actually, Harry, just before you go, we thank you so much for coming on. What would you like to say to people who maybe voted Labour this election, but are probably of a more far-left persuasion, or did it tactically? What would be your message to them?
I basically just say actually vote with your principles, and tactical voting, in my opinion, that is wasted voting. When you vote for a party just because you're saying, oh, they're slightly less worse than another party, that is no way to vote. So vote for the person you actually want to vote for, and that's not a wasted vote.
Right, thank you so much for coming. Things have gotten quite serious in the studio now, so we're going to have some bit of life relief by looking at some of the Birmingham candidates being asked to sing for their votes, which is wonderful.
Summertime and the living is easy. He's a tramp, but I love him. Breaks a new heart every day. He's a tramp, but I love him, and I hope he'll always stay that way. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high.
This is the rhythm of the night.
Hush, pretty baby, don't you cry.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown.
Wings and take to the skies. And on that morning, he's a tramp, I adore him, even I have got it pretty bad.
The rhythm of the night, this is the rhythm of my life, oh yeah.
And on that morning,
you'd better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing.
Hello, we are here still at the Corn Exchange. Not much has changed since the last time that you caught up with us. Votes are still being separated, but as you can see, some of the counters have stepped up for what I think will be a well-deserved break. The only major change that has happened is that Dom Morris, the Exeter MP for the Conservative Party, has now entered the building. Ben Bradshaw, his main opposition, and the Labour candidate is still yet to be seen. We can say that the Tory, that Dom Morris's Tory party is very pleased to see him. The reaction was very happy when he entered the room, so perhaps they are expecting a little bit of a good result following the BBC exit poll that has caused so much controversy. But again, we can't say much until we have a little bit more information. Back to you in the studio.
After a landslide victory in the 2014 EU elections in what Nigel Farage described as the most extraordinary result in British politics in the past century, the party hoped for double-digit numbers of UKIP MPs in this election. 1 year on, and these hopes seem massively overinflated. UKIP are currently expected to win between 3 and 8 seats. This figure heralds massive change for British politics, UKIP being the first party to clearly emerge as a national party capable of influencing Parliament in over 25 years. Although the party is gaining votes from a wide range of parties, they can't shake the label of being racist. This hasn't been helped by a consistent series of scandalous remarks from across the party over the past year. This has offended various minorities and given commentators and politicians cause to discredit both the party and its policies. Although seen as a right-wing party, UKIP has a few policies uncharacteristic of a party on the right. They want to spend £12 billion more on the NHS by 2020, scrap the bedroom tax and end zero-hours contracts. However, in other policies they far outstrip the Conservatives. UKIP want to abolish the inheritance tax, scrap the Climate Change Act, start fracking, lower the cap on benefits and, most well known, institute their new immigration quota system. Keith Crawford, UKIP's Exeter candidate, has himself contributed to UKIP's reputation of divisive remarks. In a debate at our very own Exeter University, he claimed that he would rather face 10 Russians running at him with a half-eaten baby and a Kalashnikov than be here, a comment that didn't go down particularly well with the room of Exeter students. Like his leader, Crawford blamed the audience for his performance, stating, "I can taste a left-wing audience." He's not expected to win many student votes in Exeter, but he's likely to build on the 4% of the vote UKIP achieved in the 2010 election. Like UKIP or hate them, they are fast becoming an established and large part of UK politics that the electorate shouldn't ignore, whether they want to or not. Whether this success will continue, or if UKIP have already reached the peak of their support, remains to be seen, but don't count them out for a long time yet.
Welcome back to the studio, and we have been joined by a new guest, James McSweeney from the UKIP party, and our panel is Harrison Jones, editor of Expose, Marcel Gautel, 10, who is the current Left Unity candidate last year, I think it was.
I was last year's a council candidate.
I'm going to try and give you a different introduction every time we go in. James Alston, who is our paid Green Party member, Liam Taylor from Freedom Society, and Charlie Evans, who is the starter of #Caradettes, which we're going to keep bringing up until he leaves. So,
read you loud and clear, we'll see what we can do.
We will. To start, I think it's time to announce that recently the ITV News has announced that Nigel Farage is set to lose South Thanet. James, do you expect him to stand down as he said he would if he loses?
Yeah, entirely.
Who will replace him?
Suzanne Evans, I'd say. She's mainly been the driving force behind our new manifesto, which I think.
The problem is, I have no idea who she is.
Yes, I mean that is an issue. I think Farage was always going to step down soon anyway. He's been pretty much full on for the last 5 years. And I think it's about time anyway that we had a slight change of tone and focus slightly. But I'd say our new manifesto is a tribute to political realism in terms of fiscal responsibility and I think a shift away from the immigration debate, which I think everyone knows where we stand on, and more towards fiscal reality.
Well, it is interesting to look at, because I mean, we were looking at your immigration debate figures, and the way it works is you would get no benefits and no national insurance and no NHS if you don't pay tax and national insurance for 5 years. Is that correct? That's the figure we got from your manifesto.
If you got a workers' visa for the UK, other than emergency NHS care, which obviously would be provided, you'd have to buy NHS-approved assurance for the first 5 years, yes, and you wouldn't be able to claim.
So if you couldn't afford that, you couldn't use the NHS.
Well, you couldn't get into the country if you didn't have insurance now.
But there are such things as legal immigrants, whether we like them or not. Are you going to just let them
what
die?
we have is when you sort out work visas, and this is where we're misunderstood. So we'd allocate work visas on a point-based system.
What are the points, and what is the system?
Okay, so
it is great saying we've got a point-based system in Australia, but
start at the beginning. All right, last election we had some fairly sensible arguments thrown around in the prime ministerial debate. The Liberal Democrats, for example, said that we should attribute incoming workers to areas according to the amount of jobs available there and the amount of houses available there. Conservatives said there should be a cap to put it at 100,000. All these policies were completely ignored. All parties knew that they couldn't uphold these policies. What we are suggesting is basically...
Why couldn't they uphold them? I just want to...
because we're inside the EU and there was no way of controlling the people coming in. And in order to subsidise the numbers that they said they'd try and keep, the Conservatives have turned away tens of thousands of people from outside the EU from getting in, tens of thousands of highly trained individuals which could make our country a more productive place. Not to talk down the value, obviously, contributed by EU migrants. But the accepted reality is, even by the Green Party...
Right, we'll come back to this, but we actually have Keith Crawford on screen right now.
Keith, isn't it? Keith. Keith.
Yes. Hi, thanks James. We're back here at the Exeter Corn Exchange and I'm here with the Exeter UKIP candidate, Keith. Hi, welcome. So, first of all, what's it been like for you representing the UKIP party here in Exeter?
Not easy. Not easy. Mixed reaction on the doorstep, as one would expect. Some very good positive stuff and also some really negative stuff. And met some people who definitely do not like UKIP. However, we fight on because there are a lot of people out there who really do and feel voting UKIP is the way forward. And the more the merrier.
So what would you say? I mean, the exit poll suggests that UKIP could become the third largest party in the UK. Is that good enough? Is that an achievement, or would you still want more?
Well, we would still want more, of course. It is an achievement, but we would be looking for quite a few of second places, which could give us a really good positive jumping off point for whatever comes next, whether it is in 5 years' time or 9 months' time. And I do believe we will get quite a few seconds. We will see, of course, but it's looking at the moment as if Labour are suffering here. Mr. Bradshaw, because of the left, all the left taking votes from Labour, which could mean a split and could mean that the Conservatives, with those voting for us, actually get in Exeter this time. We will see, of course. It's still very early. But I've just been looking at the tables and the counting and whatever, and it would seem that scenario could actually be the one that happens.
That is likely. The 18-year reign of Bradshaw could end. So, I mean, obviously the student vote has been an influence in Exeter this year. How has that helped or hindered UKIP in Exeter?
I'm smiling because they gave me a really hard time. Really, really hard time. And I'm sure that there were a few Conservatives. The first one I did, there were a few Conservatives, but the rest were left of centre and way over the spectrum to near communists. And they gave me a hard time, and I accepted that. But they will help the Labour vote and the other left-wing parties, and will influence this election here in Exeter, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I think we've just had announced 70.5% turnout this year, so we can't moan about the turnout, and it's good that the students are voting, but obviously for UKIP, maybe not so ideal.
No, I think a high turnout is always good, and reflects the interest in this particular election, which is so important for the country. I'm pretty sure if Labour do get in, I'm sure they won't, but if they did, then we become a basket case country, as we always do when they are in power. They were a disgrace the last time, and they would do exactly the same with the country again, just run us into the ground. An old army is saying they'd run us into the ground like a tent peg, and it would be disastrous, absolutely disastrous. They started off with a deficit of £350 billion and ended up with 527 billion when they left, and there were 500,000 additional people unemployed, and we could go on. Of course, Mr. Bradshaw was part of that Labour team and must take responsibility for what happened.
Well, we'll see how the count turns out this evening when counting does start. Thanks for your time, Keith. Back to James in the studio.
Thank you very much, Priya from the Corn Exchange. Let's just pick up on that. He said that the students in the room some of them were Conservative, but most were lefty communists. Is that really a good representative of your party?
what I would say first, I might as well defend him for a bit. Keith,
For a bit.
Keith was, I don't see eye to eye with him on most things, but he was selected because he is a prominent local businessman and he could provide a lot of insight into the problems facing local businesses. And I will remind you that 61% of businesses which closed down, small businesses which closed down last year, cited overzealous regulation as the reason for their closure. So he was useful in that respect because a lot of our manifesto has been geared towards helping small businesses. However, I have been working in the party for a number of years. I consider myself a liberal. If I didn't consider
but you're voting for UKIP, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Right.
If I didn't consider most people in the party to be like-minded, I wouldn't be a member of the party. I can't justify what Keith said in that debate.
Isn't this the problem with UKIP as a party, in that you may well be extremely liberal in the majority of you, but there are clearly, very clear and obviously, a number of severely, sometimes even racist individuals who impact the appeal of the party to a number of people. And if you're going to become mainstream, doesn't this need to change very quickly? Otherwise it quite easily becomes a sign of, well, just a severe right-wing problem within your party.
I mean, we have expanded about tenfold since the last election, so there
But that's an
always going to be-
excuse, not a solution.
I mean, it's a reason, not necessarily an excuse.
Aren't they the same thing?
Excuse implies that one should be excused. So we have undergone a lot of growing pains. We are the only party which bans members from the National Front, ex-National Front, the BNP, of which both Conservatives and Labour have elected representatives from originally.
You're also the party that Britain First supports, and they're well known for posting.
Yeah, I don't
pretty
think we
terrible
have
things.
very much in common with British.
They support you.
They're
So they clearly think very differently.
They're anti-immigration, but so is over 70% of the British population.
Really?
But yeah, if you look at any polls, it's by far our most popular policy, which I think is why we focused too much on it. But yeah, I'd say growing pains, he will be got rid of after the election. We've done a great job of expelling a lot of these kind of fruitcakes, as Cameron would call them, from the party. And like I say, the vast majority of people I've come across in the party, well, all but him that I have met, have been genuinely very, very well-intended people.
Okay, Harrison, what do you think about the growth of UKIP? Because James is clearly quite pro.
Well, it's nice to hear
I'm a member.
your tone being more what I would view positive and less kind of anti-immigrant, basically. But I do think you don't really represent your party in terms of how immigration has been talked about, how you know the kind of characterisation of foreigners essentially and people on benefits based on nationality and wealth to some degree, and I think it's just poor characterisation of people, and it's it's divisive and it's not very nice.
If you look at the rhetoric in both our manifesto and from our representatives, it has always been that it's not the fault of migrants. We appreciate the entrepreneurship of migrants who come here to start a better life. That's the kind of people we want in this country.
The thing is, James, are you really a member of UKIP? I mean, you seem so uncharacteristic to everyone else I've ever seen from UKIP. I mean, let me just give you the news that's happened 5 minutes ago, that a UKIP candidate, an MP candidate, has had to be ejected from his counting booth because he smuggled in alcohol. And this is the kind of, why are you here on this table to try and defend these people who are part of your party? I mean, Marcel, what do you would your socialist party smuggling alcohol to a counting booth?
An awkward question. But look, James, you're a smart guy. You're much smarter than Keith Crawford. If I was you, Jim, I would have put you as the candidate. But I think what you're saying is completely wrong. He's not a one-off guy. He's a candidate in a general election. You can't brush it aside and say he's not like the others. This is the man your party has selected to stand for Exeter, and he's not even the worst of them. What about UKIP's leader in Scotland? I don't remember his name, a horrible man. What did he say to Humza Yousaf, the senior SNP politician? He said he was a terrorist. Why? Because he's a Muslim. I think, he
has been ejected from the party now.
Just kicking them out doesn't solve them still having come to your party, you letting them in, and them saying that.
I mean, I'm sorry. If he has been ejected, I haven't heard of it. But what I do know is that it took a very, very long time, months before he was ejected.
Okay.
I mean, Farage, just to build on Marcel's point, because why not? Farage said that the SNP are openly racist. I mean, there is clearly some problem that is happening here with UKIP politicians.
The SNP are
openly racist. Farage just said it himself. Do you agree with that?
I'd say a lot of SNP. I mean, you're going to laugh at me now for being a hypocrite, but I'd say a lot of SNP rhetoric is built on kind of anti-English fear-mongering. And a lot of the rest is...
I am going to laugh at you for being a hypocrite.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
And I'd say that was fair. I mean, a lot of people are chanting...
A lot of UKIP rhetoric is built on the opposite of that. So how would you defend that?
I wouldn't say that's entirely fair. I'd say immigration has been a big concern for people in this country for 10 years. And ignoring it, which is what the political class have done, has caused a lot of problems. It is an accepted fact, which is what I was saying earlier, is that there is a capacity when it comes to the rate at which people can come into the country. It's not the fault of the people coming in, it's the fault of the people who make the policy. So the Greens, for example, propose stronger EU border controls. The Conservatives, in order to maintain, they failed to maintain, but in order to try and maintain their promises for the election, have turned away tens of thousands of skilled people from outside of the EU.
So they aren't bringing in enough migrants?
No, have turned away in order to subsidise the movement of people within the EU. It is easier if you have no qualifications to move from France to Britain than it is if you're a Bangladeshi doctor to get in. Our policy would actually see more people from outside of the EU get into Britain. What we want is a competitive policy like most countries on earth. And we've repeated this time and time again. I know there are fruitcakes, but the main party line has been this, that we want a competitive policy which allows professionals to get in from anywhere on earth.
But
there's a reason why
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, James. I think you're a very clever chap, very intelligent. You're a classic liberal, but you're completely in the wrong party. I think. If I'm being honest, can you let me finish? I mean, you say the mainstream are pretty sound, but Nigel Farage is blaming traffic on immigrants and so on. He blames everything. The toxicity of this immigration debate. We have to have an immigration debate. I accept that, and I think it's a reasonable thing to have. But the toxicity that UKIP has presented, and the BNP have collapsed, and Nigel Farage has deliberately tried to appeal to those voters to the right of UKIP to try and secure more votes. It's become. I tell you what, the founding members of UKIP will be horrified at what this party's become, because
they've all left the party.
Well, Craig McKinley, he's standing as a Conservative candidate against Farage today.
Nigel is one of the founding members of UKIP, although he wasn't a senior one at the time. What I will say is this: I couldn't vote Conservative, if that is your question. When it comes to the BNP question, they were a tiny minority of voters to begin with. When it comes to whose votes we've actually stolen, it's mainly be Conservative and Labour votes. If you look at this election, we've taken a surprising amount of Labour votes. The fact that immigration is a concern doesn't mean that most people are bigoted. It just means that it has had an effect. And the fact that over 70% of people have worried about it meant that there was always going to be a vacuum in the political sphere for a party to take advantage of. And all I'd say UKIP are doing is listening to people's actual concerns.
But what you're actually doing is appealing to the lowest common denominator, I would say. And that if you actually look at what was the figure out the other week, that immigrants contribute £20 billion over 11 years to the economy, whatever. But throughout history, there has always been a move to scapegoat foreign people because they're alien, essentially. And you're appealing to that. You're just fueling that hatred, and it's really divisive, and it's a bad way to go about it. And there is a reason why fruitcakes, as you've called them, are attracted to your party, and it's because you're fueling that anti-immigrant sentiment.
And
as much as you don't necessarily do it personally.
But no, do you think Farage does things like this just to be controversial, and in some senses by doing that encourages these people to the party?
I'd say that.
I guess
that would actually be a valid point. There has been an attempt, because we've come from being such a small party to being quite a big one, to make a bit of a media splash with comments which I would actually stand by, but are obviously controversially worded. So I think you...
Yeah, I was going to ask, because it's obviously UKIP is quite a weird coalition of sort of disaffected people. It's got sort of classical liberal, more younger libertarians. It's got sort of older Thatcherite Shire Tories, and obviously it's got sort of working class old Labour voters. And a lot of them have got very differing opinions on lots of things. You know, the old Labour voters be quite left wing on something, on economically, be quite anti-immigration, whereas the more sort of libertarian people obviously want more right wing policies. And Farage has so far, just through sheer force of personality and charisma, kept that sort of loose coalition together. Now, if he loses and steps down, do you think whoever takes over will be able to keep that together, or do you reckon it will splinter into various factions?
My sincere observation when it comes to this fact is UKIP is a very broad church. I'm a classical liberal. There are old school Labour voters in it as well. What unites us is not the immigration question, because a lot of our members have been there from before. The last couple of years is when that element of our policy has really got attention. Are in the party because we are all radical Democrats, in that we believe decisions should be taken on a local level, nation-state level, or even a more local level, which is why we want to introduce laws to recall MPs, to devolve more power to regions of the UK.
It's all about immigration, though.
That's my observation as a member of the party from people I've talked to, and I think that is what brings us together as a party.
I'd like to take this back a step. I'm sorry, I can't let you get away with this.
Okay.
This is a panel discussion in Exeter, and the candidate for Exeter, we've talked about how he's bigoted, we've talked about how he's racist, but look at that interview. He's useless. He's the worst candidate for Parliament here, and I think you've done very well to distance yourself from him, but I completely reject this idea that he is some bad apple and UKIP is full of people who aren't like him. Like, I gave you the example of the leader of Scottish UKIP, and then I was giving someone else a turn to speak, but I can give you plenty more examples. I was at a hustings at this university in this time last year, at the time of the European elections, and the Earl of Dartmoor was speaking, and a man asked him a question, and he said, I saw on your deputy leader of your party's blog a post saying that he was going to privatise the NHS. And the way the Earl of Dartmoor responded was so disgusting, so aggressive, so intimidatory, and it turned out, I checked it when I got home, the guy who asked the question was completely right, and the Earl was lying. And it's not just it's not just a choice of bad candidates. We all saw the documentary in Nigel Farage's constituency, where I won't use the word because it's too horrible to say. But a woman said she doesn't like people with N features, and this is what they're saying when they're filmed. Like, you're a smart guy, but you have to wake up and smell the coffee. UKIP is a racist party.
I mean, if you even got it in the leader, we've got the quote: "You have the charisma of an ant rag and the appearance of a low-grade blank clerk," said to the EU Commissioner on the EU Parliament.
Well, I agree with that.
I'd say, I mean, if you watch the full speech, that man had just been declared the leader of 200 million people. No one had ever voted for him. He had zero charisma. No one knew who he was. Even with Jean-Claude Juncker, I mean, more people in Germany believe in ghosts than know who he is.
I don't care what UKIP say about some unelected European bureaucrat. I want to hear what James McSweeney has to say about what I have said about my experiences with UKIP members. That the MEP in southwest of England, the one who spoke here, is a horrible, horrible man. And the members are racist. It's just a fact. Everyone has seen proof. There hasn't been a single week that's gone by in the last year, we haven't had some story of a council candidate, a parliamentary candidate, who's had to be disciplined or thrown out of the party for saying horrible things. They've blamed the Holocaust on the Jews. There's no line that they have not crossed.
Okay, I mean, I hadn't heard that.
There was a council, to the party's credit, she was thrown out, but the point is, this is what's happening.
But I mean, the thing is, they are being disciplined and thrown out, and I will accept that the immigration policy, though it appeals to most people, within that group of people there are an unsavoury group, and we have tried to weed them out. With Keith, for example, he was a prominent spokesman for local business, like I say. If you actually see him speak about business, he's a very eloquent speaker.
He's a racist. Well, let's not.
I mean, yes.
Let's not beat around the bush.
He's a fascist.
Obviously, we did not know that, and the system for selecting him should have been better. We have a lot of.
Why was he reselected?
We have a lot of young and very capable Liberal councillors locally, and one of them should have been sacked. I won't pretend that that wasn't a cock-up.
But you're going around sacking all the people in your party who kept it going when it was small.
I'd say it's a minority. Obviously, a minority.
Marcel, is it a minority for you?
Well, I mean, I don't know every UKIP member, but I've heard enough stories to convince me that it's beyond a doubt that UKIP is not only a party with racist people, it's an institutionally racist party.
But there's a reason why they're attracted to your party, and it's your policies.
It's not just the policy. It's not just the policy.
I disagree.
You're right.
I think the manifesto itself isn't. I don't think you can call it racist itself. Yes, it's a fear-mongering, xenophobic manifesto. But I wouldn't go.
Have you read the immigration section of our manifesto? It is entirely the opposite. Everything I've been saying today.
Denying immigrants access to the NHS. That's pretty xenophobic.
In emergency situations, obviously, the point about.
Well, yeah, obviously, it's not in your manifesto.
That is in our manifesto.
I've read it.
I read our manifesto earlier today. Immigrants would have, obviously, uninsured people who had gone to the UK somehow without a visa would have access to emergency treatment, obviously if their life was in danger or some such sort of But when it comes to making people buy insurance, that's not a radical policy. That's not a racist policy. That is a policy which happens in all countries where there is a visa system.
Right, James, you haven't talked for ages.
I was wondering whether we can move this debate as the general election, the theme of the general election has been away from immigration just for a minute and just sort of focus on something which I think is which hasn't been talked about a lot about UKIP. How do you personally feel about what a lot of members of UKIP, and indeed what seems to be the official party line of UKIP, is that there doesn't need to be any kind of concerted action on climate change. It just needs to be left as it is, and in fact we should invest less in renewables and not change anything. What is your personal thought on that? Because personally, that's, as I've said, that's terrifying for me.
Can I make a quick point before we move on to this?
Okay, James, you have to tackle both of these, okay?
All right, the policies are bad, but as far as I'm concerned, UKIP's policies on immigration are not that different to Conservative or Labour. Yeah. The policies are bad, but they're not uniquely bad. What's uniquely bad about UKIP that I've never seen in Conservative or Labour, as much as I hate them, is that when you see a UKIP candidate speaking, they will blame something that has nothing to do with immigration on immigration. Yeah. When we were at the hustings, Keith Crawford blamed 0-hour contracts on immigration. This is rubbish.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I would actually... if you're going to argue that immigration hasn't caused compression in wages, I've referred you to a lot of studies which would suggest otherwise.
That wasn't what he said.
Look, regardless of the effect on immigration on wages, the state has the power to offset these.
Okay, I mean, I guess the idea of the state controlling wages is a different economic argument.
This is far from my point.
Okay, I understand your point. Addressing the one to do with energy, just to move on quickly, because I don't think we have much time. One thing which has annoyed me a lot, because I touched on this in the debate and I didn't get to go into it in depth, is the Green Party's apparent monopoly on energy policy. And the fact is, if the entirety of Wales was made into a wind farm, we knocked down all the buildings, made the whole thing a wind farm, we would have only reached 1/6 of our energy needs. The more we build wind turbines, and I will accept global warming is a thing, we need to find renewable energy, but the more we build wind turbines at their current state of development, the more we have to import foreign oil.
But it's not just about wind turbines, though. It's about tidal power, about solar power. There's lots of different.
Oh no, we're entirely in favour of tidal power and hydro power. We're entirely in favour of that. Our plan for the long term, when it comes to the UK, because like I say, wind power is not developed enough yet, is thorium reactors. There are 2 countries on Earth which have the blueprints for thorium reactors, and that's India and the UK. It's a much safer, much more efficient form of nuclear energy, and it could. Our current policies to do with green energy bleed the UK about 14 billion a year by the government's own predictions. What we need to do is to make us more productive, stop us importing more foreign oil. We need to invest in nuclear energy. I don't think that is an irrational policy at all. I think what is irrational is a dogmatic pursuit of wind energy, which sounds like a nice idea, but if you actually look at the statistics, it makes absolutely 0 sense.
I can already tell you're not in agreement at all with that policy.
Well, no, I mean, it says, what your party says is that there's no need to make any concerted action on climate change. It denies that this man-made climate change is a thing, largely.
Okay. No.
Again, why are you a member of UKIP, James?
Like,
it does
genuinely. You may say that, okay, well, we've got these supposed other sources of nuclear energy, but your party supports the industries which uphold unsustainable forms of energy, fossil fuels, and you have the vested interest there. I don't see. Please convince me that that UKIP would in any way care about the environment or in any way try and,
As I said before, whether you do not believe in global warming, I do. The policies we're pursuing at the moment bleed the economy dry. It means we import more foreign goods. EU energy policy has seen us shut down 20% of our reactors in the last 10 years. That means we import more foreign oil. We import more foreign goods because our goods become more expensive because we rely more on wind, and it increases our carbon footprint. What I am saying is, by pursuing a long-term, safe nuclear option, we are reducing our carbon footprint and making the UK economy more.
So far we've covered two topics as far as I can tell, immigration and the environment, and you've blamed both of those on the EU. Is there anything you won't blame on the EU?
I wasn't blaming it on the EU.
But you said energy reactors will go down 20% due to EU funding, and immigrants are coming in because of the EU borders.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are true.
Yeah, well,
Both
I'll buy your admission.
I won't apologise for...
No, but is there anything that isn't the EU's fault?
Oh yeah, many things. I blame, for example, the current state of the economy. We are headed towards another crash.
Because it seems to be like everything is being used. The EU is used for everything as a scapegoat.
The last 2 points, I would genuinely blame EU mismanagement, and that is what happens when you have a democratically unaccountable organisation. But when it comes to the economy, what I'd say is I'd entirely blame the Conservatives for the state the economy is in at the moment.
Well, there we go.
James, I'd like to draw your attention to but the thing is, you betrayed a lot of your European voters last year, can't they? There's a reason this year that you're not going to be doing as well as you would have done as it was polled last year, and that's because you have betrayed a lot of those voters who did vote for you last year, because it was very much European Union focused. But you've stopped blaming the European Union on a lot of things now. It's been very much a focus on immigrants. And Nigel Farage uses this argument that it's the media is out to get UKIP. That's not the case at all. I can assure you, if there were equally as ridiculous candidates standing for the Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dems, they would be caught out as well. At the end of the day, you've grown too fast. And there is a disgusting slate of candidates who are standing this year.
I think back to the same subject, but I think the more members we get, and it's growing all the time, the more votes we get, the more professional we can get. Every like you say, every month we shed the bad eggs in our party. Every month we become more professional. If you can see the journey we've taken over the last few years, it's been amazing. We've gone.
You've still got Keith Crawford. So you say you've chucked out the bad eggs. You've still got Keith Crawford.
No, we are getting that. We will get rid of him, and like I say, I've recommended him to be got rid of.
Going back to your talking about how leaving the EU would be beneficial for the economy, I assume you mean businesses. Now, how do you respond to how the fact that the majority of business leaders in this country actually think that the EU actually is beneficial to them? How do you respond to that? How do you tell voters that this is going to help them in business when actually the business leaders are saying no?
Okay, if you were the head of a large corporation, then you'd absolutely love the EU. It's true. I mean, they keep the barriers to entry to most markets incredibly high. As I said, they bleed about 24.7 billion out of small businesses every year with their regulation. And they keep a constant supply of cheap labour. Of course, if you were a large business, you'd absolutely love the EU. But 90% of businesses in the UK are small businesses, which would benefit from us leaving. I think
Marcel.
Finish your point.
Okay.
Finish your point.
And I think the scaremongering tactic which has been used by a lot of parties is this false statistic that 3 million jobs in the UK rely on the EU. This is an entire falsehood. Article 50 of the Constitution, which the EU has, says that we would be entitled to free trade. Even if that article didn't exist, the politicians which run the EU may be economically stupid, but they're not suicidal. It teeters on the edge, the EU at the moment. We are their biggest export market. If we left, they would absolutely collapse.
So you want to destroy the EU completely?
No. What I'm saying is we have a huge amount of leverage to organise a fair trade deal with them.
Marcel, you.
I feel sorry for people who are voting UKIP because they are nice, liberal-minded people but are against the EU, because UKIP is giving them a lie. You cannot be an anti-European party and ignore anti-EU. All right, that's what I mean. You cannot be an anti-EU party and support the most damaging piece of EU legislation to the UK, which is the Transatlantic Trade Investment Partnership. How can a party that claims to be against the EU support a deal
No, they don't.
That is made behind the backs of citizens of Europe, behind closed doors, to open up our public services to countries like like America.
I'm actually glad you brought that up because there's specifically a bit in a manifesto which warns about the transit crisis.
Yeah, they don't support that at all.
UKIP's policy is to support
It's not.
TTIP. I've heard this from them.
No, our policy is to pursue free trade, but our worry about that deal specifically was that it leaves the NHS up to potential privatisation.
They have been very clear about it.
I think that's a concern that we both share. In the same way, I was interested in the debate to hear the Socialists saying something which was actually UKIP policy at the time. So I don't think that is a valid.
I mean, maybe the policy's changed since I last checked, but I have heard. I mean, in this university, I refer again to the hustings I attended last year. The Earl of Dartmouth said to an audience of people at Exeter that UKIP supports TTIP.
That's not the policy, though.
No, that's not the policy.
So there's MEPs who are actively misquoting
So
policy.
can I get this confirmed so we can move on? UKIP will not vote for TTIP in the European Parliament.
No.
Okay, good.
We've been very clear about that.
Right.
We were happy to obviously pursue trade with the United States. It's a huge market.
I think the problem
with the right safeguards.
I think the problem with TTIP for me is that it's been done on European terms more than anything, and it's been done in Brussels.
Been discussed.
Free trade with America should be done on Westminster terms, I think, rather than the unelected European bureaucrats.
But what I would say, one thing that maybe differentiates people in Tust and Left Unity from both the Greens and UKIP. The Greens are pro-Europe. UKIP are pro the world, as they like to say. I think we are the best party in terms of encouraging localism, local sustainability.
Can I just quickly ask around? A quick poll in terms of who here is actually in favour of being a member of the EU, because I know you're all against me, but as far as I can tell, there's actually quite a strong anti-EU.
I despise the EU, but I despise your party for blaming immigrants.
I mean, I know your opinions on UKIP, but in terms of
on the EU, for me, there's problems with it, but I'd stay.
Okay. You two, I am assuming, are against.
Yeah, well, I actually wrote my dissertation on the EU, and there's no benefit that we get from the EU that we wouldn't also be able to get if we had a Swiss-style free trade agreement with them.
You're obviously pro.
Yeah, I'm pro, but I do think there needs to be a referendum because it feels like something people often think it's something that's been done to them rather than something that's within them.
On that point,
I'm interested because the Green Party says they're very pro-EU, but a lot of your policies would introduce protectionist measures that are illegal under EU law. So how do you square that?
But we want to reform the EU from the EU, but I think leaving the EU.
No, but say if you got elected into power and you implemented those policies, you'd either have to rescind them or you'd get kicked out of the EU. You don't have decades upon decades to reform them. So what are you saying? How do the Green Party intend to square that circle? Having saying they're pro-European, but having policies that are illegal under the EU's law.
The UK is one of 28 nation states within the European Union, and it's an incredibly naive thing to say from the right and the left to say you can go to the EU and say we're going to overturn some of the most fundamental aspects of European ideals and norms.
We've actually run out of time for this part of the show, so we're going to have to wrap up there. But thank you so much for coming in, James. You gave a really good account of yourself. And Lim, I think are you going to have to go after this part of the show?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So thank you very much for coming on as well.
My pleasure.
So we're now moving on to a Skype interview with George Causer, who is currently there. So, hello George, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear from the beautiful city of Romsey outside a polling station.
So George, can you explain who you are and why you're Skyping in with us?
Hi, well, I'm an ex-XTV and Exeter graduate who is working for Caroline Noakes, who hopefully will be re-elected as the MP for Romsey and Southampton North. I'm currently at the count of the votes, so I've been seeing the votes come in, being verified. We don't expect the result till 5:30 in the morning, so I'll be here for many hours to come. But yeah, I'm beginning to get a good idea of how the night's going from our perspective.
How is it going? Give us this good idea that you've got.
It's going very well. We're very confident. The Lib Dem vote has absolutely collapsed. I believe we're seeing that nationally. You've got a better idea of that than me because the Wi-Fi here is quite dodgy.
Have you seen the exit polls?
I have seen the exit polls.
I imagine we cried with happiness when you saw them as a Conservative.
We punched the air, to be honest. Absolute jubilation here. Our wildest dreams were getting 290 odd seats. We did not think 316, and until I see the results, I don't quite believe it's actually going to be that much, but it's looking fantastic. I mean, the early results have gone right in our favour. Swindon was a big hold for us. The fact we held Swindon, we weren't expecting that. That's great news. So, yeah, pretty chipper and happy over here.
Just so we're clear, we're going to open up this to the panel. Obviously, James and Liam will be going pretty much now, so by all means head off. But if anyone else has any questions for the this Conservative member, I mean, for a start, George, let's start with this. I'll be honest, David Cameron's campaign wasn't miraculously good. How has this been not reflected in polling? Because he's done far better than I assumed he was going to.
Well, there's a phenomenon known in polling called shy Tory syndrome, that nobody likes to admit they're a Conservative. I know it myself. I know a lot of friends of mine who are reluctant to identify as being right-wing and Conservative, but when they go to the ballot box, they put their cross in it. And I think a lot of people will have got to the ballot box thinking, I'm going to vote for UKIP, I'm going to vote for the Greens, I'm going to vote for somebody else. And then when they really, really think about it, who do you want on the world stage? Who do you want you running your economy? Eventually, reluctantly, they'll back David Cameron. And we are seemingly seeing this in the polls yet again, like in 1992, which was like what the Conservatives modelled their campaign on. I agree, I don't think it's been the most inspirational campaign we've ever run, but remarkably, it seems to be working.
Right, we've got a question from Charlie, who's our local Conservative panellist.
George, do you think Boris Johnson is secretly gutted about this result, given that he's now not going to be able to mount a leadership bid for 5 years or so?
It's a bit harsh on Boris. I think he does want the leadership of the party, and I personally back him. I think he's a brilliantly intelligent, charismatic, wonderful man. Probably deep down there is a little bit of him that's gutted, but what we are seeing is London is holding up much better than expected, and I think Boris has got to take a lot of credit for that. Battersea, we've increased our majority in Battersea. I know a couple of weeks back, we thought that Jane Ellison was doomed. We genuinely thought she was out of there. And Boris did go and campaign in Battersea. He has been across London. He seems to have had a positive effect.
Yeah. How much do you think the Conservative victory was down to the SNP?
You can't say the Conservative victory is down to the SNP.
Well, most of their rhetoric mentions them.
We've not gained seats in Scotland.
Yeah, but Labour may have lost them to you.
Labour have lost seats to the SNP. The SNP are still going to vote against the Conservative Party in the event of a hung parliament. They're not going to back any of our bills. They couldn't be more ideologically different. They're basically more left-wing than Labour. Where they have helped, and I will give you this, is on the doorstep. We have had people coming up to us, lifelong Labour voters, and this is not spin, who have said to us, I can't bear the idea of the Scots running our country. Scots is a nice way to put it. They're normally a lot ruder about that than the Scots.
George, and I don't know if you've heard, by the way, but we've just got news in that the Tories have gained Nuneaton, which is held Nuneaton, which was used as a key Labour target. So it's all going your way.
We've held Nuneaton. How
by 5,000.
Did the UKIP vote shoot up massively there? Have they taken votes off Labour?
UKIP up 15%.
UKIP up 50%. We've got from Harrison here, who's basically our in-team pollster.
So UKIP seems to have taken Labour's votes up there, which is interesting.
Why is that interesting, George?
Well, because of all of the academic research had the Conservatives losing more of our voters were going to UKIP. If you look at Matthew Goodwin and the academics from Nottingham University, they said that UKIP would cause Labour problems, but nowhere near as many as us. And I was worried about seats in the Midlands and the North that would go Labour because UKIP would take our votes. And actually, it seems to be going the other way. I'm hearing rumours that Ed Balls is in big trouble in Morley and Outwood, which would be one of the biggest moments in political history, if that's true. If Ed Balls loses his seat, that could be up there with some of the most shocking results in history.
I mean, just to remember, Charlie, I mean, I'll tell you the stats, we've just got them in. So Conservatives got 20,000 and UKIP got 6,800. So it wasn't, UKIP did take a majority share of the Labour vote, but Conservatives by themselves won a large share.
I think this is, I think the shy Tory phenomenon is coming in And whatever the Conservatives have done, this negative style of campaigning, whether it's the threat of the SNP, whether it's we're the key holders to the economy to a better future, it's actually taken hold incredibly. And I tell you what, Linton Crosby, I've been mocking him for several weeks now, thinking this is the most negative campaign. But at this rate, I take my hat off to him. And with these kind of results, I don't think a majority is not in the question.
It's also interesting about the UKIP vote going up so much, because I think there's been a tactical shift and they've been focusing so much on sort of taking Labour's old Labour working class votes from them. Whereas everyone expected the UKIP to split the right and make it easier for the Labour, it seems to have been the opposite effect at the moment, that they've been taking so many of Labour's base votes that it's actually helping the Tories.
Especially in the north and,
George, I think Charlie raises a fascinating point about Crosby. I mean, the negative campaigning, we were quite sceptical where we are about negative campaigning, particularly on Labour, because our main opposition has been the Liberal Democrats and always has. And there have been national leaflets that have come down and we've looked at and gone, for God's sake, this is bloody awful. We're not going to release this. We're not going to put it out. But there are seats where they have put it out, and it seems that it is actually working. And negative campaigning, also, people say negative campaigning. I think pointing out the weaknesses in a potential future Prime Minister is a perfectly valid thing to point out to the country. What are we meant to do? We're meant to go around and say Miliband will be all right, but not quite as good as David Cameron. That's not really a strong argument that gets across to people. 2010, we were accused of having confused and muddled campaign because we very rarely went negative. We spent the whole time talking about the big society. It was vague, intangible. Yeah. This campaign, whatever you say about it, has been focused. Labour SNP threat, Labour SNP threat. Yeah. And if you repeat a message often enough, it gets through to the public.
Yeah. George, do you think the Tories can win a majority?
I think it's very difficult under the current set of boundaries.
Tonight,
if you look at, for example, Labour, Conservatives in 2010 won more votes than Labour in 2005, and yet Labour had a comfortable majority in 2005. We didn't. That's one. Everyone talks about electoral reform and how unfair our voting system is. The electoral boundaries are one of the most unfair things about our voting system. I do think we can win a majority. I think there are seats we can take across the country. I think we need to nail the image that we're the party of the rich. I think the idea that the Conservative Party is only about rich people needs to be punctured. The income tax threshold is the kind of a policy that we need to not just embrace, we need to go further and make that the cornerstone of our politics.
But George, do you think the Conservatives have actually managed to shirk off this kind of image in the sense that raising the tax-free allowance on income, whether it's right to buy, do you think actually they're starting to shirk this image of a nasty party, a party of the rich?
Income tax threshold is cutting through. That has been the most popular policy that I've probably seen on the doorsteps, I would say. EU referendum is very popular.
Yes.
That with working class voters as well. I wouldn't say we're shaking it though. Yeah, at the same time, we did have the 50p tax cut, which isn't a tax cut for millionaires. They're now paying more, but the public don't accept that.
Yeah.
They think that we've given millionaires a tax cut. Things like the mansion tax, the fact we oppose it, again, it helps us with a lot of prosperous voters in the south, but it doesn't necessarily help the image of the party of the rich. You mentioned right to buy. I nearly called it right to bribe there, because I think it's not the most well thought through policy that we've ever had. This will probably come back to haunt me when someone plays me this clip back tomorrow, but I think that's a pretty terrible policy. However, we have done a lot to build new houses for voters under 40, and that's helping. And we had some constituents who met David Cameron in Downing Street who were delighted with that policy. So it's an interesting process, and I don't think we can truly cast off the party of the rich now. The whole point of Cameron's modernisation project was not that it was meant to be done in 5 years, it's meant to be done over 15.
Yeah. George, we keep on losing a camera. Could you try and keep it focused on if that's better? That's much, much better.
I'm sorry, I was walking because I'm actually outside and I'll be honest with you, Romsey and Southampton North has many fine features, but its weather at 2 in the morning is not the warmest.
I just want to pick you up on your right to buy thing. Why do you think it's a bad policy for the Conservatives?
Because it's rewarding I'm not to say it's rewarding the wrong people. We want to help all people. But people who have been renting privately, not through housing associations, are those who have seen the most steepest rent increases, are those who generally have more savings and have been saving up to buy a house, but cannot because they can't afford the high house prices. Also, the main issue of our housing market is not that prices are too high because there's too much demand, it's that there's not enough supply. There's barely any supply of housing. We don't build enough houses.
Yeah. Okay.
And when we do, we build them in the wrong places. I'd like to strongly emphasise that. Locally, some of the places that we built pre-2010 were an absolute disaster. I mean, it's been better recently, but...
George, just to wrap up, what do you think is going to happen for the rest of the night, and then going on from there, if you don't win a majority government, what do you see the Conservatives doing?
I think we're going to see, the exit polls will be very close to being right. I think it's going to be a hung parliament. I've predicted this for months, the hung parliament. I've always said that Labour SNP would be the response, not a formal coalition, but a deal on a vote-to-vote basis. However, I'm beginning to think Cameron might be able to cling on as head of a minority government.
Yeah.
The trouble is, if you look at it, for both parties, the Liberal Democrats, who are the most stable coalition partners, whatever you think of the Liberal Democrats, they can be trusted to act in government and not break the coalition. If they've only got 10, 15 seats, then they can't really help the major parties.
Yeah.
They can't push them close enough. DUP, 9 seats. Again, if they get that, that's not going to help that much. UKIP, maybe 1 or 2. Again, it's not going to help maths-wise. We're going to see a very unstable situation, and I wouldn't be surprised if we were doing this show again in a few months' time for second election.
Thank you so much, George. Best of luck in Romsey.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, we're a while till we find out, but I'll be sure to tell you when we find out at 5:30 in the morning. And a pleasure being there, and good luck with your broadcast.
Thank you. Right, thank you very much, George Causer, for calling in all the way from Romsey. First, I wouldn't have done if I had the time. Right, moving on. Just briefly, what did you think of him? Because I most did the right response because you guys clearly knew each other on policy. Mm-hmm. Were you impressed by the Conservative campaign? He clearly wasn't that won over by it, even though he was on it.
First of all, tonight is far from over. Exit polls are not decisive, and I might be a bit behind on this because last time I saw the TV was about 12 o'clock, but the 3 seats that Labour won early on in the night were all with a Labour gain, a swing towards Labour away from the Tories. So I think the exit polls shows that Tories will do better than expected, but if the Tories end up with 290, 300 seats, it might still be very, very difficult for them to form a government. As the guest said, Lib Dems aren't going to have very many seats. No, but UKIP, DUP, not very many seats. I think actually the best outcome for socialists might actually be the outcome that happens, which is that the kingmakers will be the 6 or 7 Sinn Féin members.
No, but the thing is, if they fall just short and say it's not worth them going into coalition with the Lib Dems or DUP because they've got enough, they could just hold another election and then get a majority that time.
Because
do you think another election's going to happen?
If potentially, I mean, if the showing is as strong as it is by the Tories, then potentially not. But if they do end up in the region of 290, 300, and the Lib Dems have so few that they can, because if they make a coalition where they have a majority of 1, that is very unstable. And I think the Tories would quite like another election because they can definitely afford it, which a lot of the other smaller parties can't. Labour could just about have enough Unite funding, but then if you'd have to fancy the Tories, especially after this showing, to get a majority if another election rolls around.
It's very, very risky. It's very risky because this is an election unlike any other before. If we have a second election this year, it will be very, very difficult to forecast. I think we can both assume that a second election this year, Tory and Labour will get a lot more votes because they'll be seen as the 2 contenders. But no one knows if the UKIP vote collapse, if the Green vote collapse, if the Lib Dem collapses.
We've got to move on. We've got another guest coming in, and they can only stay for so long via Skype. So now we're going to James Crouch, who is a research executive at Opinion. Hello, James.
Hello.
Lovely to have you. So, how have you been finding election night so far?
Extraordinary. I didn't expect what was going to happen, what has been happening, and I'm a little bit confused as to why it's been happening.
It's that bad? Well, I mean, what's causing the confusion, obviously, aside from the exit poll and the massive Tory landslide, at least predicted Tory landslide, it hasn't happened yet.
Well, I'm not really sure. I think I was entirely surprised that there are any swings to the Conservatives really at all. I thought there'd be negligible swings to Labour, but it's actually going the wrong way for them, and in all the marginal seats, in all the important ones. So that's probably the bigger shock.
And, I mean, you said you didn't expect many swings in the Conservative polls. Was that because of the way the campaign was conducted, or did you just think that the polls were very accurate?
Well, the polls didn't show any movement at all. We did our own internal exit poll, and it still also showed relatively little movement. So we're still quite surprised at why there should be a 1-point Tory lead in the polls, and then what we're probably going to get is around a 4 or 5 point Tory lead in the actual thing.
I guess, on that note, do you think Labour and Lib Dems have had a bad night? At least, well, do you think it's going to be a bad night for them?
At least on the evidence we have so far, it's going to be a dreadful night for Liberal Democrats and a pretty bad night for Labour. The real dreadful thing for Liberal Democrats is that they haven't just lost all those people that disliked them going into coalition with the Conservatives. They've clearly lost also all the people who actually were the Tory supporting kind of Liberal Democrats. They've clearly divided entirely off to whichever major party they preferred, which is why we're getting complete obliteration for Liberal Democrats in so many places. You can't explain it any other way.
And what do you think about the smaller parties, say Green and UKIP? How are they faring, both in vote share, because obviously seats are much harder for them to gain?
At the moment, it is looking like UKIP will probably come up third in terms of share of the vote. Everyone's starting to say that Nigel Farage won't get his seat. I wasn't too surprised about that. UKIP will probably do pretty badly in terms of seats because those Tories seem to be holding on. Don't know about the Greens. BBC are predicting a second seat. Not sure where it's going to come from, but they are predicting one. It's going to be a good night for them in terms of share of the vote, but they're probably going to be very disappointed at all the seats they're going to get. There won't be much change for the minor parties.
And then I guess from there we've got to move to Scotland, really. I mean, in Scotland, how bad is it for Labour? I mean, it looks like meltdown from here.
I've always said that I'm very cautious about big changes in polls because I always believe that British voters tend to revert back to the way they voted before. As last time I checked, we hadn't had any results in from Scotland, but the evidence is so overwhelming. I would be amazed if the SNP didn't pick up at least 20, probably 35 seats from Labour. It's going to be bad.
Do you think a Conservative government would have legitimacy to govern in Scotland? Because Alex Salmond has stated that he doesn't agree.
I think there's a possible get-out clause for that. And the possible get-out clause is that there's probably 2 or 3 Lib Dem seats in Scotland that if the SNP don't take them, the Tories will, purely by fact of a Liberal Democrat collapse. And if that happens, Cameron will have a get-out clause in that case, because he'll say we're gaining in Scotland. If that doesn't happen and SNP get a clean sweep, then it will be a big problem and we'll probably be facing more referendum calls in the next couple of years.
I'm just going to throw that out to my panel. I mean, do you guys think David Cameron will have a referendum and legitimacy to vote in Scotland if there's no one there who supports him?
Well, people need to realise that we're the United Kingdom and we're a whole. I know we've got Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, but we vote as a whole UK, and the SNP can say they haven't got legitimacy. Well, I'm sorry, the clause of being part of the UK is that you have to respect the decisions made in England, Wales, Northern Ireland as well. And Alex Salmond is going to pander to this Scottish nationalism, but to be quite frank, Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon can't
can't complain. That's what the rest of the UK voted for.
But if they do get a Conservative government, whether they complain or not, surely it is just playing into their hands.
Of course, yeah, of course. What the SNP want, in my opinion, is a weak Conservative government with a small Labour opposition where the SNP can carry influence, and then they'll say, look, we've got a weak Conservative government that we didn't vote for, and it'll play to the nationalists and eventually tie someone's arm for another referendum. And within 20 years, they'll be independent, in my opinion.
Harrison, do you think the same way, or?
On which particular point?
Do you think, number one, David Cameron has a right to govern Scotland and a legitimacy in doing so, because the SNP clearly disagrees, and secondly, that this government will make a referendum on Scotland far more likely, at least anger at not being part of UK?
Yeah, I agree on both points. I think Cameron, as part of the UK, has legitimacy as the far and away the biggest party if we go by the exit polls. And yeah, having a Tory government that will just increase inequality and austerity and English nationalism will only play into the SNP's hands. Yeah.
Just throw it back to you, James, quite quickly. As I've heard, we've got Ben Bradshaw at the Corn Exchange. Has there been any seriously big surprises? I mean, so far. I mean, what constituents are you expecting to go blue?
At this moment in time, I originally thought we'd have minor Labour gains kind of in the north. At this moment in time, I'm now starting to expect that Labour will probably be cleaned out in the south. They'll lose seats in the Midlands, and they'll probably hold them in the north. But
Okay.
So now we're starting to look in different places now. We're looking in entirely different seats than what we would have been expecting.
We'll be back in a minute. We've just got to cut live to Ben Bradshaw. See you in a very short period of time.
Okay. Hello, and we're back at the Exeter Corn Exchange. I'm joined here by Labour candidate Ben Bradshaw. So first of all, thank you so much for talking to us this evening.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. So first of all, obviously you have been campaigning for 18 years for Exeter. So what does it mean for you personally to represent the Labour Party in Exeter, and what has driven you to continue to campaign for Labour for so long?
Well, it's been a huge privilege to represent Exeter for the last 18 years, and it's a period during which Exeter's done extremely well, working closely with the Labour Council here, building growth in the city, attracting new investment, new businesses, modernising all of our schools, attracting the relocation of the Met Office, fantastic growth of our university and the college, and lots of businesses. So it's a record that I'm proud of, and I hope I'll be able to continue it after tonight.
Thank you. So obviously earlier on this evening the BBC released their exit poll information, and what is your response to the information that they released earlier this evening?
Well, I hope it's wrong, but we'll have to wait to see, won't we, what the results are actually on the ground. And I hope that thanks to the very hard work of our thousands of volunteers across the country, that we'll do well and that Labour candidates will win in the seats that we need to win to help form a government.
Also, earlier on this evening, they also said that 70.5% of people have voted in the election in Exeter this year, and obviously we have a lot of students watching this evening. Do you think that increased student interest has helped increase to 70.5%?
Well, it's certainly great that the turnout has gone up. I always thought it would. It tends to, where you have a very closely contested election where there's a lot at stake, and I hope the student vote helped contribute to that. Certainly, when I've been out and about, I've encountered a lot of interest and engagement among students, and we had a hustings at the university at the beginning of the campaign, which had, I think, more than 400 students attend, and nothing like that has ever happened before. So, yes, I'm sure the students have helped contribute to the high turnout.
And if you were to continue as Exeter's MP for Labour, what would you next do for the city?
Oh, well, there's a lot on the agenda in Exeter. We need to make sure that we've got a better transport infrastructure. We need to do something, if we can, about affordable housing and more social housing. I fear that would be very difficult under a Conservative government. That's why I was hoping so much for a Labour government, and I'm still hoping for one, so that we can address some of those really serious issues: housing, homelessness, a growing number of people using food banks, the growing inequality in our community, which makes me feel very unhappy, and I think a lot of people in Exeter feel the same.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us this evening, and good luck for this evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, that's it for now, and hopefully we'll join you in a little bit. And now, back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Amy. And we're back here with James. James, what do you think of that? Because I imagine he's quite nervous as of now with all these polls.
Well, this is the thing, is that I think Labour are all a little bit stunned. I'm not sure anyone really believed they're going to do, well, badly. I thought they all thought they were going to do quite well. And now they're here having to explain why this isn't quite a Tory victory. So it's a pretty tough one for him to have to answer, I'm afraid.
At that point, do you think Ed Miliband's going to step down after this, if it goes as the polls are suggesting? And if so, who will replace him?
That's a bit of a tough one. I think Ed Miliband will probably have to go, would be my guess. Who's going to replace him is a very good question. Labour has a very young front bench. I wouldn't say most of them are necessarily very high profile, and I wouldn't say most of them are likely to make any bigger impact than Ed Miliband has. So I think it's a bit of a tough one. But then, on the other hand, if Cameron was going to go, other than Boris Johnson, I wouldn't know who to replace him with either. So,
can I put the same one to you with Lib Dems? Do you think it's a Vince Cable coming up for leadership now?
Tim Farron might lose.
Well, this depends whether or not Twickenham is actually going to stay Liberal Democrat.
Have you got any data on that for Twickenham?
No, but we have another old Will Kelleher, who used to be sports editor at Expose, I believe, is down there actually covering it. And from what he told me, there might be a recount there. So that's looking pretty tight. Quite frankly, we'll have to wait and see who's actually left in the Liberal Democrats to be leader, because I really wouldn't like to call that one.
James, do you think, in terms of Labour leaders, there is a lack of high-profile names, but we were talking about the possibility of Chuka Umunna earlier, and we described him as a bit of a centrist, but he has a bit more popular appeal than, say, the more left-wingers in the party. Do you think he's a potential leader?
He's a possible potential. The problem is, and if we're going to be quite frank about it, there's a problem with all those people that are Labour supporters but might vote UKIP, might not be keen on Chuka Umunna for various reasons. I think they'd probably have a better bet with Andy Burnham on the long-term situation, considering he's a northerner. It might be a little bit better to go with that rather than another southerner.
Have you heard the case about Nuneaton so far, James?
Have I heard about it?
Yes.
Yes, it was a 2-3% swing to the Conservatives.
Is that a sign of things to come for the rest of us tonight? It's more than just a victory. That's pretty solid.
That's pretty solid. It's one of those places you'd look at in the Midlands and say, how is England going? How is England voting? And that bit of England has clearly made up its mind, and it's even worse for Labour than it was in 2010. So that's why I think it was after that Nuneaton result, John Curtis and other people started saying, we're looking at a possible Tory majority. Possible.
Thank you so much for joining us, James. It's been great hearing from you, although I imagine Labour voters are probably shaking their heads and crying.
It's great to be on XTV, so thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Incredibly, the Conservatives have increased their vote so far more than the Labour Party, which is the Lib Dem vote has completely collapsed, and the Conservatives. I wouldn't. No one could have predicted this, but honestly, there's a big. Right. There's a big chance that. Not a big chance, but there is a small chance that there could be a Conservative majority, and no one would have predicted that.
Not at all. No. I mean, I can't imagine anyone on this panel even thought about it going into it. I thought it was going to be far closer than this. I guess, moving forward, we should probably talk about student participation in that, because I wouldn't think... Do you think a majority Conservative government, do you think that's what students would have voted for?
No, I don't think so. I think Exeter University may have voted very marginally for Conservative, but that's just the nature of this university, and I think maybe Oxford as well and Cambridge would expect that as well. But on the whole, I think what the Labour Party have really struggled with this election is that I think there's been a massive shift to the Green Party, and I think Labour have become complacent. I don't think they've worried about the Greens as nearly as much as they should have done. I think there's been a massive emphasis on the Conservative losing vote to UKIP, but Labour are losing votes to the Greens and UKIP as well, and this is massive. This is damaging to the Labour Party, and I think it's going to
it's going to be a crisis for the Labour Party.
Perhaps one of the more interesting points, completely off topic, but just looking at it, you could have 4 leaders resign if Natalie Bennett goes. She might not, but it's got to be a possibility. Miliband's got to go, Clegg's got to go, and Farage's going to go as well.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a completely new set of leaders, isn't it?
We've been talking about how unpredictable this is going to be for politics. That's going to be another unpredictable change. I guess it's interesting because we were talking about how Conservatives aren't really a student voting party, but Expose recently polled them as probably Exeter students' largest voting proportion. Do you think that holds? Do you think that's
I actually did my dissertation on student politics at Exeter. I don't think it's quite as Tory as was made out in that poll. I think the students that are most engaged were the ones that took that poll, and they tended to be more Tory when they're more engaged, is what I found in my dissertation.
I remember hearing the Tab did a poll as well, and they got
much more.
20 responses, and 13 of them for like BNP. So people clearly there's also an element of students being students.
Also, and asking
the direction of the Labour Party the last 20 years or so has been to move towards this perception of the centre ground, and what this has meant on student issues is almost matching the Tories on their fees promises, and in general as well as in student issues, being very close to the Tories. But where this leaves students, it's not a question of who is the student party, who is a non-student party. It's now become a question of things that really don't have anything to do with students, like perceptions of economic management, things that don't really have anything to do with policy. And when Labour are moving so close to the Tories, students are probably asking themselves, what is the point of voting Labour when I can have Tory? And I think that poll was very interesting because it shows that the Greens were almost at the point of Labour, and Labour have a much higher starting point. So what it shows, in my opinion, is a shift towards right-wing students supporting Tories, left-wing students supporting Greens, and this being the two two major parties in student politics.
It's important to say that the expose was a survey rather than the poll, so it wasn't
not completely scientific.
It wasn't scientific exactly. It was just a case of whoever took part registered their voting preference kind of thing. So it would be interesting to have a nationwide poll actually as to what students would vote for.
I don't know this figure, but Haas, maybe you know. Do you know how many Exeter students registered? I've got no idea, but it'd be interesting to see.
It was really, really low. A few months ago, I don't know what it was like.
I mean, we've got a clip about how many students we found just around forum voted. I mean, we could show that now, I think. Actually, yeah, let's go to that now. We've got a clip of students voting in local Exeter campus. This is how it works. If you voted, you put a ball in the box. If not, you throw it away. So, how are you going to go? Oh, thank you very much.
Did I do it right?
When did you do it? This morning?
I actually did a postal vote because I did it in my own constituency. So.
Yes, I'm voting.
Oh, thank you very much. Does that mean you haven't voted, or is that just... Oh, okay. Oh, no. So, no, wait one sec. Why didn't you vote?
I didn't change the postal vote, basically.
Oh, why didn't you vote?
Because I forgot to move the vote to Exeter.
I take it you voted Labour?
Of course I voted Labour. I believe in a strong economy and a just society.
There? Yep. Can I ask who for, or?
Yeah, I voted for Labour, both elections.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's all it is. Right, so all of you didn't vote?
I didn't vote because there was no point, because the party I wanted to vote for isn't going to win here.
I don't care enough.
Dave or Ed?
Yeah.
Dave.
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
Keep going.
Wait,
This is
a game.
Oh wow, thank you. It's the best game in the world. Right, and you too? Oh, see, right. So why did he vote and you didn't? Oh.
I'm lazy. I couldn't be asked to vote. I'm going to be honest, mate. I don't really. I'm not interested in politics, mate. I don't really.
Haven't. You can throw it at our lovely Alex Glynn.
Oh man, I'm missing out on a great opportunity.
Oh. Thank you so much. You're our final person. How does it feel knowing you are Exeter's student participation in the national election?
So I was 18 at the last election. So it was my group of my generation who were kind of promised by Nick Clegg all these things, which we didn't receive. So it's really important that we make our voices heard. Second time lucky.
Right. That was a great VT, and I happen to know because I presented it. Moving on, we've got to announce the news that Douglas Alexander has lost his seat to a 21-year-old student, which is an incredible victory. On that note, we'll introduce Pav, our new president for Politics Society for the year.
Good evening.
Lovely to have you. How have you been finding tonight? What have you been doing?
We've been kitting out in DH1. We've been there since 10 p.m. and just really watching the BBC coverage.
Well, so since Polestar, well, not XTV coverage.
So
We've been doing a great show here, guys.
We weren't licensed for it.
Right, okay, we'll get on that. But since Polestar's filled with all members of all political affiliations, has it been a bad scene for Labour voters who are there with all the Conservatives? Have they been teased a lot as to how's this going?
Well,
Are there tears?
Yeah, well, when the exit poll came in, there was a bit of teasing, I would say. But so far, BBC are calling Exeter for Ben, so we really don't know anything.
What has been the stuff that shocked you the most then? Is it the exit poll or?
Yeah, I think the initial exit poll was quite shocking.
Have results lived up to that so far?
Well, there's been too few seats called in, and most of them, I think none of them have been marginal. I think Danny Alexander's seat has been the first big
cabinet member.
Yes.
Yeah. Douglas. And there's Nuneaton too, though. That was a key Labour seat, and they've lost it by I think 5,000 or something like that.
Yeah, that was surprising as well.
Out of interest, what are Politics Society's plans going forward? Because I mean, after this election, a lot of things may change. How do you plan on moving with the times? Because you've got to be representative.
Well, I think that the most important thing next year would be, because this election raises quite a lot of questions about the state of the UK politics and how a lot of constitutional questions. So there probably hasn't been a less representative election in terms of how many votes nationally would transfer into, what percentage nationally would transfer into seats. So that raises a lot of questions about possible electoral reform. Another big topic is devolution and possibly Scotland's breaking up from the UK. With SNP being basically taking probably the entirety of Scotland, that would be on the table as well.
Are these I've only been in this university for 2 years, so I don't really know. It's been very much general election heavy for you guys this year, but would you campaign on things like for fighting for electoral reform, or would you have to take quite an impartial stance on this kind of thing?
I would say we would have to remain with quite an impartial stance,
Yeah.
but it would be really interesting to hear all sides.
Yeah. Out of interest, move over to expose, as the outgoing editor, what would your headline, if the papers come up tomorrow, be for this election? What would be your biggest thing? Because there's so many things that are coming up.
The Daily Mirror did a very interesting second revised version of their front page tomorrow. It was initially a blacked out front page with 5 more years ? And now it's just 5 more years with no question mark.
Oh, that is
so
a change.
I think that it has less impact without without knowing the background to it. But I think something like that was quite nice what they've done. So I don't know, something along those lines, maybe.
Fair enough. And I guess, James, we haven't heard from you in a while. What do you think will be the biggest impact of this result, if it's going as expected?
I think the big impact will obviously be the surprise of the result. I don't think anyone was expecting this. I mean,
you're months in advance will be dissecting this, guys. I imagine Expose's next issue after that will still heavily feature on maybe the first few pages.
Yeah, but I think if, from a Green perspective, if the Greens go on to win the extra seat that they are hopefully projected to win, then that will show that the Greens aren't, they can transfer a supposed increase in support into an actual extra seat, which I think will help with going into the next 5 years, with keeping up the momentum. And that would be, although it won't be ideal, and obviously the main result won't be ideal, I think that would be a very great thing for the Green Party as a country. I think that the impact will be that the first past post system clearly doesn't work.
I think this result actually has massive implications for the seed movement as well, and by that we don't know what's the future of fees is going to be under a Conservative. In fact, I quite like the Lib Dem coalition partner, because I did think they did
provide a bit of balance to the whole thing. But I think also in terms of NUS, the national movement of students, I think there's going to be much more direct action now. I really do. I think students, I don't think are going to vote Conservative overall. I think that's a given. And I think with this more direct action, I think this could be well, it's good democracy in action in terms of students, but it has the potential to be really quite big. I think a really quite big movement against the government.
On that note, I'm going to go to Pav then Marcel, clearly, because I imagine any direct action will either go through one of you two people. And I think, would more of it happen through Marcel, or do you think Politics Society would move forward in putting forth some sort of, for example, would you protest against the cuts? Would that be something Politics Society would ever consider?
Again, we would really, we want to remain impartial, the non-partisan voice in student politics, and basically for everyone interested in politics, be not as much a force for campaigning as much as informing and engaging.
Theoretical, which is completely understandable. And then Marcel, I guess now really is, if direct action politics does grow, are you expecting it to be both on the left or on the right, or most on the left in your kind of society?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Why would the right be upset with this result?
Well, UKIP, some UKIP people believe the Conservatives won't go for a referendum. Somehow they'll turn their back on that. And if that does happen, I think there'll be quite quickly will be an upsurge in that kind of activism. But I guess we'll focus on the left. You're right, and you're right to say the left is probably the one who would be more angry about this result.
So I think from a left perspective, a lot of people will be very frustrated with the Labour Party. I know I keep mentioning the Labour Party, and I feel I should criticise the Conservatives at some point, but we need a party that has represented us. And until not so long ago, that was the Labour Party, and even until today, students associate the NUS very much with the Labour Party, and students are getting fed up with the NUS, and students are getting fed up with the Labour Party.
Yeah.
And after this result, we can see Labour are not going to take on the Tories electorally, so students are going to be desperate to find a new way to stand up for their issues. And it's a very exciting time because a lot of our delegation to the NUS have come back saying the thing is a joke and they want to leave. So I'm very, very interested to see where students will go after perhaps a perceived betrayal by Labour and the NUS.
On the point about the right, actually, I think you mentioned the value of will the right feel angry about this, and I think if Cameron doesn't press ahead with this referendum, which I think it will be electoral suicide not to now that he's made this statement. I think it would be Conservative students who will actually be more angry about this because there's only 3 UKIP students to really annoy about this. I think in terms of the NUS in particular, I think NUS is associated with the Labour Party. In fact, I think that was what the Leave campaign we tried to get around, is that Labour do have hegemony over the NUS, and I think the NUS really needs to go radical and a quite different direction from where it is at the moment. I think if it continues to be just strings of a Labour puppet, then I think it will die as a union. I really do, and it needs to be more. It needs to have more political pluralism in this organisation. Otherwise, I think a new radical national movement will take hold, and I think this has massive implications on the student movement.
I think it cannot be understated how much of a crisis the NUS is in when people like Charlie are to the left of the NUS on student issues.
I think that does say it all, really, doesn't it? I mean, if you could change this, I mean, it is hard to change. How would you do it? I mean, you famously put forward the Exeter's campaign to leave the NUS to university.
Well, I think, first of all, let's have a bit of democracy. It was an absolute travesty in the NUS conference, that a motion to have direct democracy for all students to vote, all members to vote. It didn't even make the floor. It didn't even make the floor in this conference, and it's pretty easy to do. I mean, over the Guild, we have an online system, we have a username password. I think we should have the power to vote for our elected officers and so on. And it's actually, on the point, I can't believe we've got to this actually, but the sabbatical officers themselves.
Which is quite interesting because Ben Street is being brought in. Well, he's coming in of his own free will, thank God.
Yeah.
To come on this panel and have a look and have a talk.
Because yesterday we had.
So be careful what you say.
I will be careful. But we had a meeting, and the sabbatical officers came back and said, it's a democratic farce. The whole democratic side of the NUS is a shambles. And we were making these arguments.
Yes.
We were making these arguments. It wasn't just about alcohol, which was popularly claimed.
And I think it needs massive democratic reform, otherwise this institution will die.
I think it's time for the SABs at this university to get on the phone with SABs from universities up and down the country and have an emergency meeting to discuss alternatives to NUS.
On that note, we actually are going to have a clip from our very own Nicholas Ramel talking about alternative voting and the ways it could be implemented, for example, in our guild or in society as a whole. Right.
I wonder how many I will win next year.
The UK is divided up into constituencies, each of which is represented by a Member of Parliament. There are currently 650 constituencies, and so 650 MPs will be elected. In each constituency, several candidates will run. So, for example, in Exeter, the candidates are Ben Bradshaw from Labour, who is the incumbent, Dom Morris from the Conservative Party, Joel Mason from the Liberal Democrats, Keith Crawford from UKIP, Deanna Moore from the Green Party, and Edmund Potts from Left Unity. The candidate who wins the most votes in each constituency wins that constituency, and the votes for any other candidate are discounted. There are several ways to vote. On the day of the election in a polling station, by post, and by proxy. To vote on the day, you go to the designated polling station, often somewhere like a school or town hall, where a group of impartial invigilators will check you registered to vote in that constituency. If you are registered, you go into a closed booth with a list of candidates, you put a cross next to your vote, then leave the booth and place your voting slip into the locked ballot box. There you go, vote cast. To be able to vote by post, you must mention it in your registration. It means you can vote in your home constituency even if you're away. It's a popular option for people like students. You'll get a form sent to you which you have to fill in earlier, then send it off several days ahead of the main vote. To vote by proxy is much like post, except you're registering that your vote is to be given to someone you trust. It's mostly used by soldiers, embassy staff and expats. So that's first past the post. However, there is one flaw with this. None of this is actually relevant anymore since polling has closed, and you won't be able to use any of that knowledge for another 5 years, but remember it for then.
Right, and we're back again in the early hours of the morning. As always, thank you so much to my panel for coming in. So we have Pavel Kondorf, President of Politics Society, Charlie Evans from the Conservatives, James Alston, member of the Green Party, Marcel Gauten, who stood for TUC and is currently on Defend Education, Harrison Jones at Going Education Expose, and Ben Street, our new guest, who is VP of Education for the SABs. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to Ben for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
We'd like to start off, Ben, by saying, how have you found the night so far? It's been pretty incredible.
I found it absolutely amazing. It's my first time I've had a chance to vote in the general election as well, and I think, I was always excited to follow it. I've been shocked by the result. As soon as the exit poll came out, I was shocked, and I thought that was wasn't going to be an accurate reflection, but it seems to be, and I thought it would actually be. Someone showed another exit poll just after it that showed a more kind of
that was the YouGov one, yeah.
The YouGov poll. However, it seems that it's actually going further the other way, and now just watching the SNP kind of absolutely dominate in Scotland. I mean, it's striking. It's changed. It's exciting times.
It is really interesting. It raises the question, for among other things, do you think alternative voting systems should be considered for the UK?
Well, I think.
Because we use them for the Guild, for example. We use XTV.
Well, as a first-time voter. My initial experience today voting, I have to say, as soon as I voted, there was a real realisation that actually a proportional representation system could mean a lot more for the average voter. In the fact that I voted tactically, and I felt I had to vote tactically in order for my vote to mean anything. Now, in a system where you can't vote for what you believe in, and you have to vote tactically, to me, isn't democratic, because you're not actually allowed to have an opinion.
And I think something like XTV actually, it works well in Guild, and it's less complicated than AV. Right. And I think also as well, having something like a reopen nominations box on the ballot paper would actually reinvigorate our democracy, and turnout would be much higher, I think.
Well, I had a really interesting conversation with a member of Guild staff, and I said, have you voted? He said, no, I've never voted. And I was like, well, and he was like, I've never voted because I've been in a safe seat my whole life. I disagree with the seat, but my vote has no power, and I don't understand why I should vote for them. I said, well, if you're not gonna vote in that, at least go and spoil your ballot so that you can show. Because he said, I'm not happy with the current system. And I said, well, if you're not happy with the current system, don't not vote. Go actively spoil your ballot so you can at least be seen as a voting statistic and show your discontent. But
what did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I suppose that makes sense." But actually, that wouldn't for someone who's not engaged with the political system, they wouldn't think to go and spoil their ballot. But however, if, as Charlie just said, if there was a reopen nomination or a none of the above, I think that would be a very empowering thing for the British people, especially in elections like this.
Harrison, what do you think of, say, an Australian system where you're compulsorily forced to vote? And I think it gets turnout up to 96%, but the other sort of people say is that Tony Abbott's the Prime Minister, and people say, well, he has got A, B in his name, so they literally tick the first box they see.
Do
you think we should?
I don't think people tick the first box they see. I think a lot of people would not necessarily make an informed choice if they were forced to vote, perhaps. But I also think, if you don't want to vote, then you shouldn't be forced to. Because I think some people have legitimate reason for not voting, or at least have made an informed decision to not vote. And it's a democracy. If you don't want to vote, then I don't think you should be forced to. But equally, I see the advantage of making people vote too.
Marcel, what do you think?
I quite agree with Harrison. I think abstention is quite just as legitimate as voting for any party. But I think if this election, and perhaps the last one as well, has taught us anything, it's that it has to change the voting system. We need to have a long discussion about what it should change to, but I think it's imperative that the next election, granted that it's not in the next 6 months or so, is not held on first past the post.
I think,
anything would be better.
I see the hypocrisy actually of Ben Bradshaw at a local level, who's going around telling people, oh, if you don't vote for me, the Tory will get in, and he was also saying things like, it's the flawed system, you have to kind of play it. But this is a man who was campaigning to preserve first past the post in 2011, and it's just hypocrisy from the Conservative Party. Have always been open and said we want first past the post, which I disagree with.
But that helps them in a sense.
Yeah, of course. It's about preserving power, of course. But the Labour Party now, just turning back the clock 3 years, most of them campaigned for first past the post because they wanted to preserve their power and the duopoly over British politics.
Do you think this is quite cynical? Because surely they should be acting in the interests of their electorate rather than themselves.
Do you think the establishment? I'm going to sound like an anarchist here, but the establishment.
This is rare from you, Charlie.
There's considered not associated with anti-establishment, but at the end of the day, the two main parties, they have done everything in their power for the past years to preserve the current existing status quo, and up to now, it's actually worked. It's always been mainly two parties, with Lib Dems with a few dotted elsewhere. But now we're moving to a multi-party system, and with the tactical voting, even still, the Conservatives are going to be looking like it will be an increase in the amount of seats they got in 2010. Now that would mean another 5 years of Conservative government, for which I believe is the best vision for the country. But in terms of an electoral system, it's going to be another 5 years of the next election will be first past the post again, and who knows, if the Conservatives go on to have another 5 years, it'll continue to happen. And I don't think the alternative vote in 2011 was the appropriate voting system that was the alternative to first past the post, because people didn't get it, and it was just the Lib Dems essentially just fighting on their own. I think that's bad for democracy.
As an expert, I'm sure you have something to say.
No, I just want to say on that point, I was really impressed with Nicola Sturgeon, who stood by her opinion in favour of change of electoral reform and especially proportional representation, even though it would massively do massive damage to her party.
As a politics student and also the president of Politics Society, I assume you know a fair bit more than I do about theoretical politics. What other system, aside from first past the post, do you think would fit Britain best, or at least better than the current system? Is it PR, or A and B, or even STV?
Coming from a country which is with PR, I find first past the post just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think the British public are warming up to the idea of a coalition. Yeah. I don't think a coalition is a bad way to govern. If anything, it's a better way than a majority, because there needs to be some sort of restraining power on anyone who is in power. Especially the British Parliament, for most of history, has been pretty adversarial between one large party and one slightly less large party. So it doesn't stop. There's no way to stop any policies coming in. And the end of cycle of party A or party B would just lead to we do something, we dismantle that and do something completely different, and then that's sort of repeats
I guess
itself.
just briefly on the enforced voting. I mean, Stalk did a really big campaign this year. I mean, credit goes to Ryan Hopkins for running it, on getting as many people registered to vote and then to vote as possible, because youth disengagement with politics is a really big problem. How are you trying to solve it in the years going forward, and what do you think are the real issues with it?
I think
It's a big question, I know.
Yeah, it is quite a big question. I think probably the electoral system is one of the major issues in that. When I don't know, probably three quarters of seats in the UK are considered safe seats. There's not much incentive for new voters to go out and vote if all their life they've grown up and their parents have told there's no point to go out and vote. It's a safe seat. It's never going to change.
I guess I'd like to bring Ben in. Yeah, you're already raring to go.
I went to a talk by a very senior official called Sir Michael Barber, who was talking the other day, and I asked that exact question. I said the biggest problem we've seen, one of the kind of characteristics of this general election, is about actually trying to engage the youth with the vote. How do you think we can overcome that problem? Because most of them are disillusioned because of breaking of trust, and kind of a disbelief in the system, and his answers were interesting, and I think it would be quite a good place to discuss him. His answers were compulsory voting for first-time voters,
which is what I think the Conservative Party is.
Which is I
think it's been introduced by a couple of parties. It may not make manifestos.
It's been discussed, so that's one thing, and that would but I think whatever happens, it needs to be coupled with education on it, and actually it needs to be supported by education at a schooling level that kind of it tells people it gives people a base understanding of the political system, because currently the problem is it's hard for the youth to engage, it's hard for people to engage because it is a complex and not a obvious system. I think one of the key things that the Guild has recognised this year with its democracy, much to its credit, is by simplifying the system and making it as easy to engage as possible, you become more representative. And I think obviously it's a much more complex and larger scale, but that's a lesson that I think government needs to take.
I think as well it's important to move away from the idea that young people are disengaged from politics and say that they're disengaged with the current system, because I think they're engaged on their own terms, but not with the way that they have to kind of participate in the system of voting and engaging. Because
and joining a party as well. Joining a party used to be a massive thing.
And the whole point of the whole thing of people going along with the party line all the time and all that kind of thing is tiresome to watch, and it's frustrating for young people because it just becomes a bit fast.
There's fascinating stats on Twitter about how how the average person used to join a party and used to be affiliated to a party, and now people just aren't. And I think that's interesting.
Try them ourselves. I know you both are sorts of.
What was refreshing actually in the debate on Tuesday was James McSweeney of UKIP. He wasn't towing the UKIP party line. He was actually.
He really doesn't. We had him on earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
He was. It's very much a different party.
He's very much independently minded, though, and it's quite refreshing that you don't have to be part of a party and be brainwashed by the party line. And ironically, the first past the post system, the one positive with it was to prevent coalitions, and ironically, it's doing exactly the opposite now. So there's not much of a case for that. But what I would make this point as well for opposition parties who aren't being represented fairly under this system. They rightfully call for change, but also the Scottish Conservative leader Ruth Davidson. Now, because
who may or may not still be leader for a long period of time.
Well, because the Tories don't do well in Scotland, she has, when she's in the debate, she says vote for what you believe in, because she can say that because they've got nothing to lose in Scotland, whereas in England the Conservatives and Labour want to preserve their power, so they say, oh, if you vote SNP you get Tories, and it's just rubbish.
Well, that is my key initial point. Like, we currently have a system that doesn't feel naturally democratic to young people because they can't vote for what they believe in, and if they do, then their vote becomes pointless in many circumstances, and that doesn't make sense to a young person. And that was my experience today.
Do you think lowering the voting age to 16 will help? Because I mean, a lot of parties suggest that, but will it make any difference?
I was initially torn on this. I think, as I said, I think if we're going to lower the voting age to 16, it needs to be coupled with education, and it needs to be, and actually, there needs to be a lot of support through a curriculum, through a schooling system, to ensure that those students kind of, or young people have the necessary resources to know what to do and to understand the system that they're engaging with.
I disagree ever so slightly with this point. I think education is important, but the best way to educate someone about politics is to make politics interesting. And I think at the moment, politics is very uninteresting. You have a lot of issues that people are passionate about, and all they see is the major parties of Westminster in consensus about it. I think rather than sitting in a classroom and having a teacher talking to you about the basics of politics, if you could tune into the House of Commons and see, for example, a debate where one party was arguing for £9,000 tuition fees, the other was arguing for free education, this is what would encourage people to really get involved, get knowledgeable. And I think with a system like PR, it provides a platform for voices that otherwise wouldn't be heard. It gets rid of this two-party thing. So you have a wider range of voices, and you're more likely to find a voice you agree with, and you can take part in the discussion.
No, but I think you can have an education system that does make politics fun. I think you can embrace a kinesthetic style of learning by going on a tour to the House of Commons and so on. And I think there's an argument that a civic education now has, and I think it should have an equal right now to our religious education, PSE. I think a civic education has an equal right to be alongside these subjects, even economic, just budgeting skills or something. We need to have more skills-based.
There's not even basics at the moment, is there? There's no. You come away with no idea of what each party stands for, what basic conservatism or socialism is, and that I think does need to be, and that's essential.
It's not within the curriculum.
I guess, how would you introduce it as an A-level or as GCSE? Would it be an exam that you have to take and pass, or would it just be like personal social health education?
Well, it's an A-level at the moment, but
people take it and have the option of taking it.
I think it can be something like
really early.
PSE classes. Well, I had it once a fortnight kind of thing, and you can have this kind of less formal style of teaching. And you can make it.
I think this is the problem, though, isn't it? We're all for political education.
Well, because we're all educating politics.
When it comes down to it, we can't think of a way to actually do it. I mean, you can't have a compulsory politics GCSE, and I think if you have a fortnightly evening class,
not an evening class, a daytime class.
All right, a fortnightly daytime class, it's still going to be seen as something extra, something additional. I think a much better solution, easier said than done, is to have interesting politicians and interesting discussions in the political arena.
I'm interested, how did you get into politics? I mean, I'm going to ask the entire panel because, I mean, maybe the way that you did it is the way that it should be done generally.
Well,
the way I got into politics, if I remember correctly, I had a friend who was very interested, and I started looking up on the issues that they were talking about all the time, forming my own opinions.
So it's part of the circles you mix.
I had a person who inspired me to get interested in politics, and I think that's a lot more powerful than a teacher talking to a student.
I do think in some cases it is the teacher who inspires the student.
The other issue, the other big discussion is about parents and the relationship of parents and children. Obviously, people talk about kind of a 16-year-old vote is they're just their parents' vote, and I think. I agree. I understand where Master's coming because I don't believe that. I don't think we would solve anything by creating a compulsory class that is exam based and part of an assessment. I don't think that is the way forward. But I think there needs to be more innovative ways of engaging the youth through in political discussion, through media, through interactive forms, through BBC, through. But that it's harder. It's harder to achieve.
But the thing is, I'm not convinced it's just young people. I think there's people in every generation who are suffering from this. And I mean, like, my solution of having interesting politicians is something that will benefit everybody, not just people who receive this political education that you're talking about.
In terms of, you mentioned the point about people getting involved in politics. Well, actually, student politics is quite easy to do because if you want it, you can get it. But
and it's really easy, and you can almost say anything you like because it's student politics. You're not being filmed. Oh wait.
But on a party level, let's be clear here, and particularly the main three political parties, the Conservative.
Sorry, I've just got something in that SNP have taken Gordon Brown's former seat.
Interesting.
So anyway, but no, by all means, carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you at all.
If you want to get into the Conservative, ordinary people don't get into the Conservative Party or Labour Party or Liberal Democrat.
There's some very scary people who got into the Conservative Party there.
Well, Lib Dem, it's easy enough. Well, Joe Mason's shining light on that. But the Conservative and Labour Party, you have to be knocking on doors for years, kind of thing. You have to be in touch with it. We don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough armed personnel. We just have a careerist political clique that is dominating Westminster at the moment, and that's because there's the professionalisation of the political class, and we need more people standing for in the Conservative Party or any party, and we need associations that actually consider them rather than somebody just be knocking on doors.
Again, I really like what you're saying, and I have a very slight disagreement. I think the way to do this is to open up politics to smaller parties. Like the Greens have been so engaging with young people, and if we had a system like PR, Greens are learning how to play the first past the post system. Don't get me wrong.
Tonight might show this, for example.
Yeah, but PR would benefit them greatly and put them into the political discourse. And I think if people of all ages heard arguments between, say, the Greens and the Conservatives rather than Labour and the Conservatives, politics would become so much more interesting.
Well, that comes. Sorry, go on.
Well, that's the thing. That's I think why a lot of people are looking to parties like the Greens, and this is purely on the basis of the fact that they, beyond the policies, they see in the Greens a party that they think they can relate to, and and that's beyond what I'm not sort of. And this is not me debating the policies, this is debating the fact that they see that in them, which they don't see in other parties, and we need more of that, because that's when people get energised, and that's good. And you saw that in the Scottish independence referendum, you see that in the SNP, we need to see that across in Labour and the Tories. And
it's interesting, because I met a guy who's 18, who's running in Birmingham to be an independent councillor, and he's exactly 18, and I was at a youth debate with him, chairing a panel where he was on, and completely packed out full of young people. Again, it just shows if you ask them to be there and they come. We had Birmingham Minister of Education on one side, him on the other, a couple of other candidates, and he tore into this person and got applause. She was a great candidate. She also got applause during the night. But it was really interesting how having a role model galvanised these people to actually take an interest in what he was doing. They now go and leaflet for him, some of them.
The political events that have happened throughout this year have completely, again, proven that thing, disproven this whole apathy argument. I mean, the Scotland vote, the Scotland vote. Natalie Bennett filled out the alumni auditorium in 6 overflow rooms, and likewise when we had our MP question time, completely packed alumni auditorium, and exceptional arguments from people that you wouldn't think. I thought Edmund, I thought Joel, I thought all of these people who weren't just your standard kind of Labour Conservative kind of titan battle actually presented really strong arguments, and again arguments that young people can relate to. I think, and I want to pick up on kind of what we were talking about earlier about how do we make politics engaging. I think it is this overcoming this perception issue that politics is just a kind of upper class discussion about economics. It's not. I mean, that's what I find refreshing about student union politics. Like, politics is literally anything that means something to a person. It can be from meal, the cost of meals. It can be from having a pizza pickup point on campus. I mean, those are all political items, and the more we can do to overcome that hurdle of just kind of old school economic history politics, the better we'll get in terms of engagement and more representation.
But talking about the hustings at the university, you won't be surprised to know, in my opinion, the star of the show was Ed Potts. Not just because I agreed with what he said, I thought he was the most entertaining guy. He was the only person who really had a go at UKIP. And
they really had to work hard to get him in there, didn't they?
This is my next point. Exactly because of the nature of our political system, that it is rather exclusive, he was almost left out because he's coming from a small party. And I really do think PR opens up the debate to people like Edmund, people like the Greens. And imagine that debate without Edmund. It would have been good, no question, but how much did he add to that debate?
I think a lot of this comes from, or a lot of the things that we haven't mentioned here, is that all of the debate is, certainly in the mainstream anyway, which is what most young people see, is framed by the media. And that, Charlie, you're talking about a political class of upper classes. The media is just as bad, if not worse. Because to get into the media now, you have to go and do a postgrad, which costs about £9,000 a year. It's up front. And so obviously all the elite get into that. And then they frame it based on how, their owners have told them to vote. And you say freedom of the press, etc. But actually I think we need a better system of media ownership whereby you can't let Rupert Murdoch essentially.
Do you think the internet is the way out?
I don't think he's decided the outcome of the election.
Not this time, but there've been efforts.
Can I just come back to young people here? I mean, students are very engaged in politics. I think it's just party politics that students tend to be not very engaged with, and I think you engage them by offering choice, and as Marcel said, give these smaller parties airtime, and make out that there's not just a lot from the Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dems, UKIP, and actually say, look, there's loads of option actually if you actually look at these parties, but also
on that note, we should probably give some credit to Pat because he fights really hard to get all the parties in the university on these panels. And he has to do quite a lot of things to get it on because I mean, chairing a 6-party panel is pretty difficult.
I contributed to that as well.
He has to ask all of you, and you have to all say yes. So credit to all of you.
But we need
I thought you meant the MPs debate. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that too.
But we need to remember actually as well, young people who leave school at 16 and don't go into university or further education because. Actually, there's a correlation. I would argue that those who don't stay on in school actually don't have that level of engagement in politics.
There's a proven correlation between rich people and voting higher voting rates. So rich people tend to vote more regardless.
And those who leave school, I think we need a much more effective way of engaging those who leave school as well. Actually, and it comes on to Marcel's point. We should be engaging all people from all backgrounds in our politics, whether you're 16 or whether you're 65, kind of thing. We need to really reinvigorate politics and. We start by invigorating young people. Whether you gone to university or you're working 40 hours a week as a 16-year-old.
What do you think about a more like a not necessarily radical democracy, but certainly direct democracy where people are asked about issues straight?
So like the Greek one because it was proposed by I think is it 5 Star No, 5 Stars.
Maybe a less severe version like the Swiss have, where they have referendums very regularly.
But the Swiss. In terms of general election turnout, it's much lower because they have such regular referendums. A lot of them they have 4 referendums a year, but the general election turnout is like that low as 40% kind of thing. So I think politicians are elected to do a job kind of thing, and you've got to have that level of judgment. But on important issues,
if you're talking about education, and when you're talking about those issues all the time because you have to go out and vote on them, then surely that helps
more in
the
mainstream conversation.
Well, lower the voting age to 16. That's what we've got to do first of all. I mean. Because if you do drop out of school at the age of 16 and you've got to wait 2 years to vote, 16-year-olds, you can buy a house, you get taxed on income and so on. Why aren't they influencing the political decisions at the time, kind of thing? I think
just a brief. We've got Plaid Cymru coming in over the screen in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So.
I thought they'd want to see.
So he's no. He's chair. We've got him coming in. So if everyone would like to wrap up this topic, because I mean it's been a really interesting discussion, which just. All it's decided is that we do need change. I think that's the main thing of it. We need something to change, and we need it to happen reasonably soon before this generation gets lost.
I mean, I have something very simple to say. Whether this gets sorted or not in the 5 years will be very telling, because this is a classic issue of something that the ruling class on one hand, or rather the political elite on one hand, wants the status quo, and I imagine almost universally the populace want change in this area. So it would be very telling to see what happens in the next 5 years.
I think for me, there's 2 things that need to happen. I think we need to have a system that makes sense to people and allows them to vote for what they believe in, and not have to vote tactically. So that's what I believe in proportional representation. And as to kind of summarise our conversation, we need to look at ways desperately of making politics more engaging by making it more fun and more diverse, and moving it away from kind of the media hype and the obsessions with kind of specific debates, but actually a more open system that is, I think, fundamental and has to be based within education and getting young people, 16-year-olds, in that conversation.
And I think the main message that young people need to hear is that politics doesn't happen every 5 years. Politics happens every day, every day of the year, kind of thing. I mean,
and you can make politics as well. It's not just
you can collectively change the system.
Individually, in your case, you put together the anti-NUS bill. I mean, it didn't go through, but that's you individually trying to change the system.
Well, exactly, and it shows in the guild in the students' guilds you can get change on any issue. You can even.
I was going to say you could start a hashtag called Cameronets, but
well, exactly. But then you get compared to Jimmy Savile, so maybe it's not appropriate. But politics doesn't stop on May the 7th or on 2015. On every 5 years, I mean, every day we need to get young people involved.
But yeah, okay, so we're going to move on to Glenn Page, who is the youth chair of Plaid Cymru.
Oh, yes.
So, we just got audio, so you can look at the screen all you like, but nothing will pop up, as I've been told. Glenn, are you there?
I certainly am.
How are you doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good, well, good. How's it going up in Wales?
Well, I mean, it's certainly been an interesting election. We're still waiting on a number of seats to come in, a number of target seats, particularly Ynys Môn or the island of Anglesey. We're still hopeful. We're expecting to have our highest ever popular vote, so the highest share of the Westminster vote that we've ever had. But unfortunately, given the undemocratic nature of first past the post, that hasn't really translated into the big gains that we've seen, for example, in Scotland.
Well, there's been a couple of Tory gains in Wales. I mean, I know there's been a landslide, but a Tory vote across the UK. But were you expecting that for Tory votes?
Not necessarily. I mean, we're sort of harking back to 92 by the looks of things. I mean, when the exit polls came out, I didn't for a minute believe them, and I saw that even Lord Ashcroft had said that if the exit polls are correct, he'll eat his own hat, and perhaps by tomorrow afternoon we'll get to witness just that.
I'm afraid to say, so far it looks like they're completely on point. How do you think Plaid Cymru will come out of this election? Good or better or worse than they were before?
Well, I think if we have the highest share of the vote that we've ever had in a Westminster election, it would be difficult for anybody to say that we've had a bad election. Of course, in parliamentary politics, what people are looking for are increase in votes. That's still on the table. So, you know, we're not ruling that out at this point whatsoever. I don't think that we've had, you know, the sort of night that people have had in Scotland. I mean, what we're witnessing in Scotland is a democratic revolution, as far as I'm concerned, and I'd very much like to see that here in Wales. So overall, I mean, I'm expecting a good night for Plaid Cymru, but of course, it could have been a better night.
Okay, we've got a question from Charlie Evans, who's our Conservative panellist. Charlie, what do you want?
Hi Glenn, I'm from Carmarthen, so I have an idea of how Plaid Cymru do, and you can blame first past the post on this, but actually Scotland, you can see the SNP, they've turned the tables on first past the post and set to win pretty much every seat. The truth of the matter is Plaid Cymru they're just not popular enough.
Well, I too am from Carmarthen, so we have that in common at very least. I mean, what we've seen in Scotland is very, very different, and I think that making comparisons between Wales or Scotland, or even Wales and England, or any other constituent nation of the UK is a little bit of a moot point, really. We're two different nations on two very, very different journeys. What we've seen in Scotland after the...
Both parties are nationalists, and I think Ceredigion in particular, you've lost to the Lib Dems who've collapsed elsewhere, and that was one of your target seats. So,
well, I wouldn't say lost. I mean, the Liberal Democrats have held this seat since 2005. We haven't won the seat,
so
but
you just didn't
I wouldn't say. Indeed, absolutely. And I mean, it's all good and well to say that Plaid Cymru are nationalists, but I think when we see David Cameron standing in front of draped Union Jacks talking about the need for £100 billion nuclear weapons, and then having the cheek to warn us of the dangers of nationalism and not recognise the irony in that sentiment, I think that's rather amusing, and I'm sure that many, many other people across this island will really share that amusement. I think that we've had a good night. Overall, our vote share is increasing, and we're looking forward, I guess, to the Assembly elections or the Welsh General Election next year, where we expect to make gains.
So, Glenn, your vote share is increasing. We agree. But do you see yourself following a similar path to the SNP? Because you've got to do far more than this basic vote share increase to be able to pull that off.
So what's happened in Scotland is uncomparable, I think, to anywhere else in the UK or indeed on this island. After the referendum, people were genuinely engaged. People were finally given a choice, not between the Westminster parties who, through triangulation, trying to steal each other's core support. Really, there's not a great deal of difference, and that's why we're seeing such a rise in sort of disaffection from politics. So what's happened in Scotland is this sort of mass engagement in politics, and so of course it was inevitably going to result in a hugely different general election that we've seen in years previous. That hasn't happened in Wales yet.
Right,
But
you're raising a lot of contention over here, Glenn, just to say. So we've got Marcel from Socialist Students here.
Not so much a question, I'd just like to raise a point that this time 5 years ago, the SNP got, what, 6 seats in Scotland, and Plaid is on track to win, I think, 4 seats in Wales in this election. So I think we could see the same thing happen. If the Welsh people get as fed up with the Westminster system in the next 5 years as the Scots did over the last 5 years, I don't see any reason why Plaid cannot follow in the SNP's footsteps.
Well, I put Plaid's slow progress down to one simple reality. In the Scotland, 45% of people wanted independence. In Wales, the regular polls show only 3% of Welsh people want independence. So
those polls are highly contested. In fact,
they're statistically, they're quite scientific.
But Charlie, it's not slow progress. Plaid, in terms of seats they will probably win today, are 5 years behind the SNP. That's not a long time.
Glenn, this is to you. Is the National further at the same rate as the SNP? Because there were discussions about this referendum for a long time coming before the SNP had this seat gain.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't perhaps put it down to national further. The point that I'm trying to make to you is that making comparisons between any constituent nation of the United Kingdom to Scotland is a moot point. Scotland has had a democratic revolution. Things are not the same in Scotland as they were before the referendum. The referendum engaged people like no other democratic process has in the history of democracy on this island since the history since universal suffrage. So making comparisons between anywhere else in Scotland is frankly a moot point in this election.
Well, okay, thank you very much, Glenn. I hear you're a very busy man, so I guess you've got to let your head off. Thank you very much for joining us. And
thank you.
A brief opinion. So now we're going to move on to some animals predicting the election results while we personally wait for them because we think we've had enough of humans trying to predict them for the moment. So let's have a look. But yeah, you can go.
Molly, you can't vote for everyone. That's only 20 seconds more.
Segment, if that's okay.
Yeah. Alex, how long have we got left? We're back on, and we're here with Josh, who is an exposé lifestyle editor and is from America, so gives us a different perspective from across the pond. And as ever, Master of Social Students, unfortunately has had to leave us, but he's been an amazing guest. Thank him so much for coming. James Alston from the Green Party, Charlie, Conservatives, and Pal from Politics Society. Is this an odd election from someone who's come from America?
It is a lot different. I mean, you know, back in the States, it's very clear. You have one party and you have the other party. Vote for the one you most likely get stomped, vote the other one next time. Not much to it. Whereas here you have a lot of different fringe parties, a lot of different competing things. Something like the SNP, which seems like a minor factor at first, is in fact now raging across Scotland. So yeah, a lot different than what I'm used to.
I mean, this is early, but how do you see the American election panning out? I doubt there's going to be a third party emerging in that one.
No, you're probably right. To be frank, I think it's unlucky to make predictions. But I do think Clinton has a pretty strong case in the Democrats. I mean, for a start, she's got the first woman president buzz, just like Obama had the first black president buzz.
It's so interesting that you talk about people. We've been chatting a bit about people. We're mostly about the party and about, well, we try to be. I think we're starting to focus far more on people, like the American democracy does, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
This campaign has been actually a bit scandalous towards Ed Miliband, actually, his personal, him eating bacon sandwiches and so on. It's
like, how is that an attack? Like, that's just him eating a bacon sandwich.
Well, it's the Murdoch press. Miliband has threatened to challenge the Murdoch's monopoly over the national press, and Murdoch has turned to personal attacks to try and undermine him and get a Conservative government and cozy up to them. So there's a fundamental problem in this sense, and Nick Clegg is quite polished, so they can't really find much on him. But then we got like the Daily Mail then focusing on Sturgeon with augmented breasts and so on. I mean, it's just not very pleasant.
And on that, well, we're moving on. We've got the extra result is hopefully going to be in the next 20 minutes.
Oh, I'm staying.
So after we have the extra result, we'll finally be finished with this broadcast. We'll hear your final opinions, and then we'll finally be finishing off. But while we're here, what did you think of that Plaid Cymru call-in? You were very, very annoyed throughout it. You were practically raging in your seat.
Well, you're saying it's a mute opinion. No, it's not. SNP and Plaid basically have the same message. They basically have the same. They're against Trident. They don't want to renew Trident. They're anti-austerity, and the manifestos are virtually the same. And he can kid himself all he wants, Glenn Page, but the message is just not being heard across Welsh people. And the Conservatives are much stronger in Wales than they are in Scotland. And Welsh Labour have managed to contain this almost Welsh brand. Like a lot of the Welsh Labour politicians continue to speak Welsh. Now, I despise Welsh Labour, and I would actually hope Plaid give them a bit of a kick in tonight at some places. But the truth of the matter is that their message is not coming across in Wales.
Do you think Plaid and SNP would work with Green? Because you have quite similar policies in some senses, but the same way they have a very unique nationalistic fervour. I just don't see chiming with the Greens.
Well, I think yes, you're right. There are definitely policies there are lots of policies that have a common ground with, but I think the nationalist element of them. I think the Greens have always been they've never been enemies of devolution. And I think they've always been very much the opinion that regions should be able to have better say over their affairs because it provides better representation. I personally don't agree with the nationalist sort of separatist element of Plaid Cymru. I think there are elements of the Green Party that would, but I think they would be able to find a common ground. I think they'd be able to see beyond the really only main thing that could possibly cause division, which is the independence thing. And as I said, there are elements of the Green Party which might agree with that. The Green Party supported the Scottish referendum officially in many ways. So, no, I don't think it would be a problem. I think they would be very happy to work together. And we've seen that in the debates. They've been very sort of, saying, well, we're the three, the SNP, Plaid Cymru and the Greens are like the Progressive Alliance, they like to call it.
And just to reiterate to our viewers, the X results are expected very soon. So as soon as we get them, we're going to go straight to the Corn Exchange. But first, Pat.
I think I would be very wary of comparing the results of the Scottish referendum and the results of the general election in Scotland. Yes. I would say I think it would be perfectly normal for a lot of people to vote for the SNP and not have voted for the referendum.
That's interesting because Nicola Sturgeon has said that if enough people vote SNP, that could give her a mandate to bring back another referendum.
Well,
so she's very difficult.
Hold on a second. The referendum has nothing to do with the Westminster election and everything to do with the Holyrood election. And I think I agree, Pavel. Not necessarily all voters for the SNP support independence, but I think now there is a basis for a second referendum, given that the first one was held with the understanding that a vote to stay would come with Devo Max, and we haven't really seen any progress on this. So I think,
if anything, it's been. I mean,
I think
been opposite.
I think the Scots have a right now to a referendum, understanding that they won't be getting Devo Max if they vote to stay.
It is interesting though, because Nicola Sturgeon said, one, she won't put it in her manifesto, but at the same time, that if enough people vote for her, she may consider doing it, or at least putting it in her manifesto in the future, which is just such a
well, come on. If they win a democratic election in the Scottish Parliament and they form a majority, and they have in their manifesto a second referendum, which there's no evidence that they will.
No.
But if they do, then they're perfectly within their rights to have the second referendum.
Because they said they wouldn't have it again.
Come on, if they win a democratic election.
The referendum was only last October, 2014, and 55% to 45%. It's actually quite clear. It's quite decisive. Scotland have spoken, and I think that should be binding for 20, 30 years. Not people who vote for the SNP don't necessarily want independence.
I accept that.
So this argument that they get a mandate for a referendum is complete nonsense.
They do. They have a mandate for a referendum, and the Scots can choose if they want to stay and if they want to leave. And if the Scots want to leave, there's nothing we can do about it.
You've just admitted that people who vote for the SNP doesn't lead directly to wanting another referendum. So why should they give a referendum?
They would vote to stay. But if a party is democratically elected and one of their policies is to hold a referendum, they have that right.
I'm sorry, the SNP are a dangerous, potent force to break up the union. Scotland have had their say, and
I'd rather,
just,
I'd rather
it's
see the
desperation.
union broken up
It
than
smacks
kept
of
together against the will of one of the countries.
It smacks of desperation. It smacks of desperation.
I would
We've been waiting for a while now.
Yeah, I would say that surely first the referendum has settled the issue of whether Scotland is staying or leaving for at least a generation, and I think that the collective result, because voting against the referendum, it wasn't a vote for Labour or Conservative, it was a vote for staying in the Union, and then following that up with a massive vote for SNPs, just a vote saying that you promised the Evo Max, we're going to hold you to account to that promise.
On the Exeter vote, I know I'm getting updates every minute now. It's very, very close. Every count matters apparently, so that's why it's taking so long.
Predictions?
Oh yeah, actually, should we go for predictions? Oh,
we can see each other.
Oh, no, we've got. I don't know where that is.
They're not on the stage
Is
yet.
that the count?
That's the count. We're not having the count yet. We might as well. Oh, this guy from Skype we've got from Leeds. Is this Tom Almond?
Yeah, this is Tom Almond speaking.
Yeah, we've got a guy from Skype from Leeds here. I can't hear you, Tom.
Okay.
Oh, no, we've got you. Now we've got you. So, as a student from Leeds, what do you think of how is Leeds' election going so far?
How's the Leeds election going? Well, we're waiting on the majority of our calls. We're kind of getting them in as we speak. Still waiting, I think, on the first Leeds one, but obviously I can't be in the old box, the sound. It looks like we've got a safe seat in Leeds Central, which will stay with Hilary Benn for Labour. It looks like Leeds North West could be another collapse of the Lib Dems. Who've currently got Greg Mulholland, and he's looking likely to lose his seat to the Labour contender Alex Sobel, which will mean that the majority of seats in Leeds City Centre at least will be Labour. The real one we're waiting on is the marginal seat of Pudsey, which is an absolute Labour must-have if they've got any chance of kind of pulling things back at this point.
Do you really think you can pull things back? The exit poll is pretty anti-Labour, I've got to tell you. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's pretty poor reading.
Yeah, the exit polls don't look particularly promising, and also the Ashcroft polls recently for the past couple of days have shown us behind in Pudsey, and that's not really a good sign. It's one of the seats that Labour really needed to win this time around if they were going to have any chance of forming some sort of anti-Tory majority in the Commons.
I've got a conservative panellist here who has predicted that Labour will die out in 20 years. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
So I've got a panellist here who has told me that he thinks, honestly, we've had a go at him on this, that Labour will not be a political party in 20 years. It will have no support whatsoever.
I think that's ridiculous.
Please enlighten him.
I hate to disappoint him, and I'm not saying this as like some sort of ardent Labour activist. I'm not. I'm a supporter. I'm primarily just a political enthusiast. But there's ideological space for Labour. They're consistently winning over 30% of the popular vote in elections. They can always rely on the inner city regions to vote resoundingly for the Labour Party, and that's not faltered over the kind of the general decline in the two-party system over the past maybe 20 years.
No, but there's
right, this is him, by the way. His name's Charlie.
Nice to meet you.
Best of luck to both of you.
Right, let's point out the historical trend here. I know they all have the different stories, but Ireland, Labour died out. Scotland, it seems to be now, it's dead, for now anyway, at least. I don't think it's going to change.
Deny that.
It's not going to change anytime soon. I think in Wales will be next. I think Plaid Cymru will become the new left-wing force. And then that only leaves you with the north of England. You're a pretty dying brand, aren't you?
Do you think Scotland Labour will ever come back?
At this point, it looks unlikely, at least in the next 5 years. All the senior Labour figures have either retired or lost their seats in Scotland, and Gordon Brown's seat's just fallen resoundingly to the SNP. Douglas Alexander's just lost out to the youngest MP now in, I think, 250 years. But I think you're overstating the impact of Plaid Cymru. Welsh nationalism is far more cultural than it is civic or political.
I agree with that, but I think for now at least, Plaid Cymru isn't taking any hold. But I think in maybe 15 years' time, I think it's important to read the Welsh Labour government in Cardiff. Most of the country is completely disillusioned with it now. People keep voting Labour because they vote habitually, and sadly, the Welsh population doesn't have a strong education system, so they just vote Labour because that's what they know. That's a sad reality of our political system. But people are disillusioned with this Welsh Labour government, and I believe me, if they get elected in 2016 in Wales again, Plaid Cymru and even UKIP and maybe the Tories will make some big gains and eat into Labour.
I think you're quite right in saying that UKIP are definitely a growing force to contend with in Wales. That's undeniable, as they are in England. They've got much more popularity in Wales than they have in Scotland. But I think, you're overstating the appeal of the Tories in Wales. They've always had appeal in some of the more rural and more wealthy areas of Wales. That's a historical fact. But the Labour Party have continued to poll well in Wales in general elections, and they're going to win the majority of the Welsh seats this time around. And focusing on Wales also ignores the fact that the biggest strength of the Labour Party will always be in big urban areas, whether they be in the north or the south. They're equally strong in London as they are in Manchester or Leeds or in Newcastle. And to dismiss the Labour Party as some sort of fad that's reaching its end, I think is just naive and making false predictions.
I think that's a fair defence, Tom. At this point, what do you think is the future of the Labour Party? How are they going to come forward for the next government? I'm assuming Conservative majority or minority government at this point. Do you think that's fair?
I think on the basis of the current, the national uniform swing and what Ashcroft has it's very difficult at this point because we've only got the uniform swing given that the exit polls seem to have been so off.
That's true, but we have seen Nuneaton where it was a Labour seat originally and it's just switched to Conservatives by I think 5,000 votes majority.
You've lost 21 seats and 100 seats have been declared.
Sorry, Tom, I didn't hear that.
Could you give me the name of the seat? Sorry, I'm cut off from this while I'm on Skype.
Sorry, it's Nuneaton.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Let me think for a second.
That's fine. I guess what I'm trying to go at here is, what is Labour's future as opposition with such a small amount of seats? I mean, it's not small for Labour. That amount of seats is not enough to make any significant impact on policy for a fair amount.
Sorry to interrupt.
If you look at the Labour Party as an isolated party, if you look at the kind of broad makeup of the Commons, it looks like there's going to be a very sizable anti-Tory, and it's not going to be a majority, but there are going to be a significant amount of MPs, perhaps around the 300 mark, who are going to be anti-Tory. So they're going to oppose a Queen's speech and a budget and oppose on a vote of confidence. Therefore, it seems at this point naive to overstate the gains of the Tories. They're impressive, that's undeniable. You might expect that from an incumbent, especially given that the polls of recent haven't really taken into effect the shy Tory the effect of that.
It's a pretty big effect this time, Tom. I'm just going to bring my friend Marcel. Marcel's from Social Students. He's got a question for you.
Well,
okay, sure, go for it.
I'd be interested to hear your response to Charlie's point that about 100 seats have been declared and you've lost 21 seats.
And Tories have gained 3.
I want to know what's going wrong, and I'm telling you now, if Labour lose in Exeter to Dom Morris, all hell will break loose here.
Well, I don't disagree. I think if we lose an Exeter, that's a bad sign because 1, large student population, 2, it's a fairly large
on Tory's list, Dom Morris is their 48th candidate target. So if they win their 48th and they win the 47 above that, it's all over.
Okay, yeah, well, look, Labour or not, they're not going to meet the poll expectations of perhaps the past few weeks where it seemed to pick up for Ed Miliband and the rest of the Labour Party. But the polls have always shown for at least the past 6 months, maybe 9 months, that in the aftermath of the independence referendum, Labour were going to lose seats in Scotland. That's undeniable.
But he's asking what went wrong, because it's got to be more than just Scotland, right? This is pretty big.
Well, at this point, I don't want to make any absolute definite comments because at this point we don't really know. We've not polled people why they didn't actually end up voting for the Labour Party when they said they would. I guess at some point the leadership of Ed Miliband is going to come into question, but by the same point his poll ratings as an individual and as a leader have absolutely skyrocketed in the past month. So it's also difficult to say. Maybe people have just gone for the small C Conservative effect in that they feel comfortable with the current government. Perhaps that in Middle England has been enough to sway people to stick with, well, I guess the Conservatives, the Lib Dems have been absolutely annihilated. Unfortunately for them, I think they've taken the brunt of I think they've taken the blame for a lot of the bad the coalition has done, and while the Tories have seemed to have escaped somewhat easily. But also it's undeniable there'll be Tory gains because the Lib Dem vote where it has collapsed hasn't necessarily translated into a Labour vote. For instance, the South West is going overwhelmingly Tory now because the Lib Dem vote has collapsed.
That's a good answer considering we can't actually tell for the moment, it's only on the night. Marcel's got a final question for you, Tom.
Well, I'd like to explain in a little bit more depth the situation in Exeter. Ben Bradshaw is defending a 2,000 vote majority in Exeter from the last election. He's an incredibly popular politician. His candidate is incredibly unpopular. The government has been very unpopular. And I have to say, it is such a colossal failure if Labour are to lose in Exeter. And I think
losing to UKIP as well.
And losing to UKIP in many seats. And I think there are factors beyond your control. But I think at the end of the day, you are not giving your core voters policies that they can get behind, and you're acting like Tories. You're committing to Tory spending plans. You're going to cut access to welfare for migrants in their first 2 years.
Okay. Well, to address a couple of those points, for one, the public largely wants us to stick by spending plans. You know, they by and large believe that the way to cut the deficit is to cut public spending. We're not going out of the way to give the public a policy they don't want. That's something that they've said when polled, that they believe that we need to reduce public spending. That's what the Labour Party have said they would do. And two, I think if we're looking at the seat of Exeter and student seats nationwide, the growth in the Green Party is particularly interesting to look at. Because for one,
Tom, you've got to make it brief at this point. I'm afraid we've got to move back to the next vote being asked.
In terms of saying that we're not offering any policies that people can get behind, commuters, for instance, have largely been behind our kind of efforts to say that, you know, look, perhaps privatisation is not the way forward for the rail network, and that if public entities want to bid for rails contracts, that should be allowed. And that's been quite popular. I think the overwhelming majority of the public would like to see an increased minimum wage with tax incentives for a living wage for companies that do choose to pay it. And beyond that, I guess that to me, those would be the two ones to get behind. I think, you know, Labour Party have continued to stand this time for fiscal discipline whilst creating a fairer society. And I guess it will.
We've really got to wrap up. Tom, you've been great. Thank you for coming here. Tom Alban from Leeds. Thank you. You've much appreciated.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Right. Moving back to the studio. It's interesting because we've got Peter Gillibrand, who is coming in soon, who is basically Exeter's Welsh representative. Before he comes in, he's also, I mean, on the BBC, he gets a lot of media coverage, which is interesting.
He signed up to this Generation Vote thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking on to. But it's really interesting in the fact we've been chatting about how there's a media elite and with not enough youth participation. And he's there, but also his family are quite big politically. And at the same time, oh, actually, here he comes.
I'm ready to maul him.
But he's actually in the spin room as we speak. But Peter, you there? Can we hear you, Peter? Oh, we're waiting.
Peter.
I think he's getting his mic in.
Hello.
Oh, I heard something.
Is that better? One sec. Hello?
Yeah, Peter? Can you hear us?
There we go. Hello.
Perfect. I've heard you're in the spin room.
Well, let me show you. There we go.
Wow, how is it in there?
It's fun. It's fun seeing all the election results come in, but I am very tired right now.
Okay, we'll try and keep it down then. If we're too loud, maybe it'll explode. But I mean, after the exit polls were announced, what happened in there? Because clearly it's been chaos down here.
Well, I had an interview on BBC One Wales, and
that's wonderful for you, Peter. But for us,
what can I say? It's more prestigious to be on XTV, I believe.
Oh well, clearly. I mean, everyone on the panel is rising to the top of fame.
It could have kicked off. A lot of Tories were happy. A lot of Plaid were very upset about this. But if we stick with 4 now with Plaid Cymru, it'll be happy days for me anyway.
We had the youth chair from Plaid Cymru on, and he basically was pretending like nothing wrong was happening. It was almost like watching someone deluded. Do you agree with that? Are Plaid Cymru doing well?
Who did you have on, Aled?
No, Glenn.
Oh, Glenn Page.
Yeah, Glenn Page.
He was a disgrace.
Well, I've seen a lot of good campaigns recently. There obviously is something bad about what's happened with the results. Mike Parker should have won in Ceredigion. Llanelli, it was a very disappointing result. But at the moment, we've kept all 3 of our seats. And we got 1 more seat, Ynys Môn, coming in a bit. And that'll be fantastic if we win that. If we come out of this election with 1 more seat, it'll just be brilliant for me anyway.
Okay, we've got a question from Charlie, I think. I mean, you know Charlie Evans, don't you?
Yeah, we know each other well.
I do know Charlie Evans.
Oh, well, there you go.
What's he doing there, then?
Peter, I think you've been a bit. I think the Plaid Cymru have been a bit delusional. You've kind of thought that you're going to win Ceredigion. You thought you're going to win Llanelli. The Labour candidate there is a disgrace. The fact of the matter, the brutal fact of the matter is this: Plaid Cymru just aren't popular, are they?
Well, I wouldn't call a party that cuts a Lib Dem majority more than half in one go unpopular.
But Lib Dems have lost thousands and thousands of votes nationwide, and have just collapsed. That hasn't happened in Ceredigion.
You've got to remember, this is the first election that Plaid Cymru has seen over the board in the debate. And I think we need to gain on this. And I think by the next election, we'll be doing fantastically. We'll get Ceredigion, I believe we'll get Llanelli, and we'll see how it goes. I don't believe we're not popular. I believe we just need more work publicising ourselves.
Peter, are Plaid seeing a threat from UKIP?
Pardon?
Are Plaid seeing a great threat from UKIP in terms of the polls? Are they taking the Plaid vote?
UKIP, I'd say that UKIP are taking more of the Tory votes, which in turn makes Plaid more successful. I don't think there are a lot of people that can go from Plaid to UKIP.
Well, I mean, your uncle ran for UKIP, didn't he?
Pardon?
Your uncle ran for UKIP, didn't he?
Yeah, but he wasn't Plaid Cymru.
Oh.
but no, I've just seen him and he's lost, thank God.
Oh, well, I would say I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm afraid UKIP candidates...
It's unusual for a cousin to say, I'm not a cousin, whatever I am to him, to say I'm glad my uncle lost.
Peter, Plaid Cymru have had a lot of exposure this campaign, with Leanne Wood being in a lot of the TV debates, but your best record in Westminster election is 5 seats, and you're probably going to win 3, if 4 at best, kind of thing. This is just an abject failure, isn't it?
Not if you look at the block that we're going to have with the SNP. We're going to be the kingmakers towards the end.
You're not kingmakers. You're nothing on the SNP. SNP have won virtually every seat in Scotland. You have won about 4 out of 30. No, 3 out of about 40, in fact. You're nowhere near the SNP. Don't kid yourself.
At the end of the day, we're going to work with them as a more progressive pact to try and bring the government to more central ground instead of the right way.
Charlie has got a point. As a progressive pact, you're, what, under 10% of that pact? How are Plaid going to get any kind of policies through during that?
Well, obviously, if Labour get in, SNP have said they won't go into coalition, but they'll form a pact with us, so anything would have to go through us and the SNP, and I just think that this is more successful than anything.
I don't know if you should just come in, Peter, that Labour have gained Cardiff Central. Was that a seat Plaid were hoping for?
Well, Plaid Cymru haven't really done well in Cardiff for ages, because obviously it's a very Labour area.
Well, but Labour have seen a lot of losses tonight. To be honest, it wouldn't be amiss to expect where we're going with this. Labour could lose any seat at this point, but it was a gain for them. They actually gained it back in Cardiff Central.
You've got to remember that Cardiff and the regional areas are more industrial zones, and they're more likely to vote Labour. So it's not a very big surprise to me.
Peter, you haven't done. Literally, you're making out that you're going to be in 5 years this potent force in Wales, but you've had no improvements in the past 20, 30 years. You've made no gains whatsoever.
One sec, I just need to go out because there's a result coming in.
You're making no gains, Peter.
Well, I
for
disagree.
20, 30 years.
We're going to have one more.
Oh, I think we might have lost it.
Now, and I think Plaid Cymru have become more inclusive. We're not fully going for independence yet. We're going for further devolution before independence, and I think that's getting more people to vote for us. In fact, here's a Plaid Cymru. Student TV.
Hello.
Hello. Right, we've got a quick question from Marcel. Do you know Marcel, Peter?
I'm still here, yeah.
Okay, Marcel, good fire away.
All right, so I'm quite sympathetic to Plaid, but there's one thing I want to ask you. You say there's going to be an SNP and Plaid pact, but if you get 3 MPs, why would SNP go into a pact with you? What does the SNP of 58, 59 MPs gain from an extra 3?
Well, any extra seats is an advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, but they'll have to compromise things.
Pardon?
They'll have to make compromises. Is it worth it for 3 seats?
Sorry, say that again.
The SNP will have to make compromises with you. Will it be worth it for them for an extra 3 seats?
They won't have to make compromises. They believe roughly the same things as us, especially in social and economic welfare. Obviously,
actually, sorry. Do you want to take this?
Peter, you actually you don't think it's fair that the SNP are getting more funding than yourselves, kind of thing. So, if you were to enter a pact with them, it would have a direct impact on SNP funding. So I don't think that is entirely true. The SNP would not want to sacrifice that funding
I don't believe it'll
for 3
impact
seats.
on Scottish funding. I think.
Just wondering, Peter, have you got to get back to the spin room at any time soon?
Yeah, why?
Oh no, we're just thinking we might have to wrap this up in that you've got a job to do tonight, haven't you? What are you doing tonight?
Well, I'm getting interviewed by S4C in a minute, and I'll probably be on BBC One Wales in a few hours.
How long have you got? Because we should probably let you prepare for that.
I'm here until 7.
Oh wow!
And we were thinking we had it.
Yeah, we had it rough over here.
And I've got a 2-hour train back to Exeter. So,
Get lots of caffeine, Peter. That's all I can recommend.
I've had 20 cups of coffee already.
All right. Any final questions for Peter? I think, to be honest, it's pity to let him go at this point.
Peter, get some sleep, mate.
Yeah, go and have a rest, Peter.
See you guys.
Have a great night. Right.
Oh, flight maybe.
Yeah. Right. Thanks to Peter Gillibrand. I've heard a lot of weird stuff from Clyde. It's hard to get him without having them here. I wish we had him on the sofa, but to be completely honest,
I wish we had Labour on the sofa.
well,
We did. Childers was
I
here.
missed it.
Childers was here.
Shame.
He
was a bit upset.
He was a bit upset at the point because no seats had come out yet, but he just had the exit polls. So all he had to go on was the fact that he was losing massively.
Yeah.
Well, it's time Labour, got a slap in the face and realise you don't win votes from being Tories.
Well, that's what John said.
Only the Tories win votes
That
from
was
being
basically
Tories.
what John said. Well,
Too little,
he
too
did-
late.
He's
He's
got some to say. Huh?
That's interesting because what I've heard just from general chit chat outside is that a lot of people said that this is basically the end of a more left-wing Tory. That they would say that they were not right enough. So what someone suggested was that Ed Miliband is no longer leader and it's New Labour all over again.
It's interesting because the comment that got Ed a lot of negative press was we didn't overspend that previous government, and that's the kind of thing a more left-wing government would say is that we should put more. Oh wait, you wouldn't agree?
Well, look, the emphasis is on the wrong thing. He should have come out and said, we were right to spend the amount we did. We were wrong to run such a deficit. What we should have done is maintain that level of spending, but with responsible revenues from taxes.
No, Marcel.
Come on. You were in a period of growth, and you were making a deficit because you were taxing the richest in the society, 40% income tax. This is irresponsible.
George Osborne has squeezed more and more money out of the wealthiest than ever before. The wealthiest 1% in this country pays 28% in income tax receipts in the UK. That is quite significant. And I do not buy this argument that you can keep taxing the wealthy, because as we saw in France, which they upped the top rate of tax to 80p, a lot of the wealthiest, they went to Kent to set up businesses, and Gerard Depardieu, the most famous French actor, went to Russia. This is what would happen in the UK, and this idea that the rich aren't paying tax.
Well, to bring James on this, the Greens would raise top rate of tax to 60p. You clearly support it, but Charlie would bite your head off, I reckon.
Well, I think it's fair for the people who have the most to give in society to give the most back to society rather than for the poorest to. And also there are, it's very well. There isn't all the money they have isn't being necessarily put back into the system. It's being stored in offshore tax revenues and through loopholes.
The problem is also that if you tax them that much, they'll do their very best to avoid it. Look at non-doms. Both Labour and Conservatives are trying to sort out non-doms in the next election, at least they pledged to. But even then, there'll be a problem.
With a 60p rate on the wealth tax, the truth of the matter is this: you would start losing revenue. There's something called the Laffer curve, which again is
It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy.
It is. Look, when Margaret Thatcher was in power, we had a radically different tax system. Sorry, before she was in power, we had a radically different tax system.
We were making more.
We had 60% on earned income. We had 103 at the highest point on unearned income, and we got so much revenue, we didn't need to charge anywhere near the amount of VAT we charge now.
So are you advocating 103p?
No, I'm not. I didn't say I was.
Well, those are ridiculous levels of taxation. I think.
Agreed. I wouldn't charge someone 103% on earned income.
I think Thatcher was right to cut that tax to, I think it was 50p. I think she was absolutely right. And this idea that the Greens...
We lost revenue. This is why the Laffer curve is a fallacy. She cut income tax, we lost revenue, and that's a fact.
Well, she cut it was quite significant. The idea, though, that the Greens would bump it up to 60p or make more money, but it's been proven. The IFS have said that the top rate of income tax that would maximise revenue is 48p. Now, I think I would, if I was Prime Minister leading the Conservative Party, I'd put it up to 50p.
But look, none of us are arguing this doesn't have to come hand in hand with tighter controls on making sure people actually pay it, stopping
I mean,
tax
that's been
avoidance.
put forward by all parties, and I'm sure we can support these non-DOMs. They've all put forward breaking down on aggressive tax avoidance and tax evasion.
Yeah,
and look, you mentioned earlier
the Tories have actually rescued a lot of money from aggressive tax avoidance. Well, let's not beat around the bush
How?
here.
I mean, it is so difficult. With the globalised economy, they can just move it to Luxembourg.
I agree. And this idea that there's a ridiculous statistic that 118 billion pounds every year is being lost in tax avoidance, and that is ridiculous.
I mean, I think that's personally an anti-UKIP point, because the only way to stop this is more international cooperation. So is leaving the EU really the right response to that?
I disagree. I don't think you have to be a part of the European Union to be.
But it certainly helps negotiations.
Well, I think this idea that we're not going to have any say on the world stage if we leave the European Union to tackle these things. I disagree with that. I prefer to have more of a democratic say in the UK and make some laws and preserve our sovereignty than have these negotiations, because we can negotiate anyway. We negotiate with G7 countries. We negotiate within NATO. We do negotiate with other countries. And I think you don't have to be in the European Union to have these be a leader on the world stage.
Do you think then that it will be possible to reduce this kind of international, I almost want to call it bank robbery, but it's not quite. It's legal, but there's so many problems with it, and it's causing problems for so many countries. But it's benefiting, say, Luxembourg, also the Cayman Islands, it's benefiting them quite massively. Can you see any kind of international cooperation? I mean, why would they agree to stop it?
Well, more has to be done. I think we can all agree with that. I mean,
we all agree, but it's just more has to be done. But what? Because
I don't have any. I don't have answers.
Yeah, no, do I.
I don't really understand the system well enough.
Well, the thing is, everyone's put it in their manifesto that they will sort this out. Yet, to be honest, I can't see any actual solution for this coming in the next period of election.
£120 billion a year into the UK government revenues. That's more than the deficit. So if there was a way of taking all that tax, you wouldn't have to make any spending cuts, kind of thing. But I think the point of the matter is that it's not really feasible to take all of that tax avoidance, because there's always going to be loopholes, which is a sad reality of the system we're living in.
I'm going to come to Josh, because we haven't come to Josh in. Hey, Josh, compared to the American system, do they talk about the deficit? Because there are, the American system is on a lot of debts, and tax avoidance, tax evasion. How big of issues are they in the American conversation?
They are massive issues, quite frankly. The discussion about politics in the States is much more starkly divided between left and right, despite the fact that most parties are much more right than left, ironically.
Really?
Exactly, yeah. The sort of position in...
more right on the overall. I get you. I thought you meant sort of there were more Republicans. I was like, what do you...
No, that's not what I meant.
Okay,
More righter, as it were. And a lot of people tend to think very strongly either way. For example, my mother, she's a hardcore Democrat, and if you poke her about politics, she will instantly say, they're all avoiding taxes, whereas my grandfather is exactly the opposite, and he will tell you to no end about trickle-down economics.
There was one, in the last American presidential election, there was one debate that is sorely missing from ours, and that is that we should default on the debt. I absolutely believe we must do this. You would halve the deficit immediately.
Yeah, you'd also stop, if you had another crash, you'd stop creditors lending money to us as well.
Oh, come on,
no, it's stupid. It's a stupid idea.
Creditors would be more likely to lend to us because we would. But in the short run, we would have marginally higher interest rates. We are a trusted country.
I mean, Brazil have tried and done this, and their interest rates skyrocketed.
Everything's fine now.
Brazil's fine.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Argentina.
They wouldn't lend. They would not lend to us creditors if we default on our debts because we wouldn't pay it back.
I thought you were against borrowing.
I am against borrowing.
Then who cares if they're going to lend this to us?
Oh.
We seem to have
a blow. We're going live to the Corn Exchange, where I believe there may or may not be a result.
Oh, go on.
Hey.
Let's see.
Welcome back to the Corn Exchange in the early hours of Friday morning. We are still waiting for the Exeter vote to come in. At the moment, we've got all the candidates looking at the spoilt papers, seeing what interesting things have been written on there. The tension is building in the room, counters are patiently waiting, and the media is gathered to see whether Ben will hold on to the seat or whether he can be replaced after 18 years. So until the vote comes in, that's it from us for now. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Priya. So I guess we're going to try and move this into a light-hearted account now. What would you write on a spoiled ballot? You could write anything, we'll keep it clean. If you had to write a message to the establishment, let's say the new Prime Minister, whoever he or she may be, will read it. Purely because, unless you can think of something else to talk about, Marcel, at 3 a.m.
I mean, let me think about that. That's a difficult question.
Okay, I'll pass it. Pav, assuming you could, what would you write on a spoiled ballot?
I was going to ask to think about it for a bit. I don't know, possibly Vala Morgulis.
Oh, okay. Have you seen the thing about they've given Game of Thrones icons to all the parties?
Have they?
Yeah, Conservatives got we always repay our debts and various things along those lines.
Oh, wonderful! I saw a wonderful video which was with the actual Jon Snow explaining UK elections to an American.
Really?
Yeah, and it was bang on. So yeah, it was a pretty good parallel to draw.
James, what would you write on a spot ballot?
Well, considering the thing that's most annoyed me most about this election, I would probably write something like, "Excuse me, do you have a minute to talk about climate change?"
Would you like a minute? Just door stopping everyone, even then. Marcel?
I have to come up with.
Oh.
I would write angry, not apathetic.
Good. Oh, that's powerful. Josh, if you could,
I actually
would you just
can.
draw stars and stripes? Just
No.
no.
Dual
Oh.
citizenships. I am in fact a British citizen.
Are you really?
So I did vote, or well, I didn't. I spoiled my ballot.
Oh, so you actually, I can actually
I
ask you a
did.
question.
Yes.
So what did you write?
Mine was very unexciting. I just wrote "spoil" in big letters and then drew a line through all the
Just so
boxes.
they know, just in case they were,
it
like-
was unclear. I mean, you know, some of the people at the polling station didn't look like the sharpest tacks in the shed, so I just
They're doing a job. If you had to vote, if I had to force you to vote, who would you go for? Who would you have gone for?
Okay.
And you can bear in mind, you can easily, we had some guys disqualify people because they don't like Don Morris or other local candidates. So feel free to take that into account.
I would definitely vote for a party that I knew didn't have a chance of getting in. Unfortunately,
why?
Because I have zero interest in supporting a government. I would like to vote MRLP, but there's no MRLP candidate, Monster Raving Loony Party candidate running in Exeter.
This is what we mean about representing every party, I guess.
Can I ask you a question?
Shoot.
We had such a wide variety of candidates on the ballot paper, from Left Unity to UKIP and everything in between. None of those appealed to you at all?
Not remotely,
Was it just,
I'm afraid.
did you just not care?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, so you cared, you just didn't, none of them
Angry,
appealed
not
to you?
apathy, once again. It's not that I don't care. It's just, frankly, the phrase that I like to refer to is, it seems like Parliament at the moment is a complete circus. So we may as well have clowns in office, which is why I vote MRLP.
So you can't vote in the UK, can you?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
dual
still
citizenship.
he spoiled his ballot.
Oh, you spoiled your ballot. Okay.
So vote.
But would you be more likely? Do you think would you be more likely to vote in the UK election proper than an American election because there's less choice in America, or is it just one of those things where any election anywhere you wouldn't vote for, or is it a case of if there is genuinely a candidate you'd vote for, then you would vote?
Personally, full disclosure, I don't vote for religious reasons.
Yeah.
Which I realize a lot of people are probably thinking, oh, that's lame. What a dumb riposte. But speaking for people in general, I think in the US it would be easier to get people to vote because the politics is, I'm not saying this is a positive thing in every respect, but it is a lot more personal and because of that a lot more engaging. And people do get involved in politics from a very young age. When I was 7 years old, I remember getting into a fight in school over whether Bush or Kerry, I think it was at the time, should get into power. We were arguing and eventually it came to blows. So, we were young and that was happening.
Well, I mean, you say you don't vote because of religious reasons. Would you support a religious party?
Oh, good heavens. If you'll pardon the pun.
Why not? I mean, I don't mean to dig too deep into it if you don't want to.
It's not a big deal. Basically, in my opinion, only God has the right to govern men. So a religious party that wanted to govern men.
How would
That's
you
it.
do
Is that a Jehovah's Witness belief?
Oh my goodness! I don't even have the beard. What are you talking about?
Fair enough.
So, what is it? I assume Christianity.
Yes.
What part? What sect of Christianity is it?
Sect.
I'm going to go
Denomination.
with that. That's the right
one. I am a Methodist Christian, but that's not a part of the Methodist doctrine.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's just a personal thing.
That's fair enough. That's just, I understand that. Like, I'm a Christian myself, but I don't know. I just feel sometimes I want to trust God, but I just want to vote and just get the government I want. Well, this is interesting. Mixed religion and politics.
Yeah,
now.
we've flown pretty far off track.
Where did that go?
I think that's the effect of 4 a.m.
To be honest, 4 a.m. we might as well got a topic. We've actually got a topic that's not serious. That is, you know how politicians age over the election period?
Yeah.
How much do you think Nick Clegg, the Ed Miliband, and then David Cameron have aged? And we'll see who you think aged the most.
Cameron.
Yeah, straight Cameron.
Nick Clegg, actually.
I say
And there's
Clegg,
lots of lines in his eyes, aren't there?
No, but even still, I looked at him before 2010, 2015, and he looks really young in 2010. But even at 2015, the bloke's 48, and he's still looking relatively youthful. So fair play to him. I think Cameron has aged better. Ed Miliband looks a bit like a badger now, with the little grey hairs going in there, but he's.
We've been making fun of the David Cameron receding hairline in the office.
Yeah, he's got.
I don't know have you guys met our station manager, Crystal Sell?
No.
It's a recurring
Yes,
joke.
sorry, I have.
They're very similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, funny enough, during the whole Cameronettes thing, I had the London Evening Standard asked me for an interview, which was just, look how ridiculous this whole thing was. And they actually they asked me, what do you think of Cameron in terms of looks? So, and I made it clear that his face to forehead ratio, like it's not.
He has the approximate size and shape.
It's not the proportionate.
A solar panel.
If you start with Nick Clegg, how much do you think you've got?
How much? What? Sorry.
How much do you think he's aged further than he probably should have done in the past 5 years?
5 years. So if he's 5 years older, he's probably about 8 years looking.
What we've done is we've put them all through a really terrible Microsoft program.
Oh God!
To try and see how far they're putting it. Oh, right. This is him at 38. This is young. This is the young Clegg we were referring to. How old do you think they've taken a picture of his face and guessed the age?
Is this app?
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one.
We have to guess.
Guess how they think his new face
he's
is.
gone up, 5 years. He's aged normally.
You aged normally 5 years.
I'll go for 45.
As in his age, or is he aged by 45 years?
Huh?
Wait, what are we guessing? Are we guessing his age on the photo, or?
Well, what they do is they take a picture of his face and then they approximate his age.
Yeah.
And so this is his when he started.
I reckon. Well, they called me. I did this thing. They called me 46, so it's slightly offensive. So I'm going to go for 57. Just
57.
To make
Yeah, I reckon it's a ridiculous number.
Right, let's have a look. 48.
Ooh, looking good.
He is 48, man.
He
But
does
is that
look a lot older than that.
is he 48? Is that before or after?
This is now.
He is 48. Real. Oh, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
I see.
But they put it right. It's all useless.
That's a really
is what
close
we're saying.
up. That's
To
a
be
really
fair, he does
close
look a lot
up.
older. I mean, let's ignore the terrible program. That is.
It isn't a
To be fair, that's
particularly
not a very nice photo.
Yeah,
he's,
it's not too good looking.
No,
that photo,
but
is
still,
it?
to get that and get 48, I wonder what 48 people actually look like.
I
Ed
don't think that's
Miliband.
fair. I think that. Oh, here we go.
Oh. He does look quite fresh then.
So is that when he was 33?
No. This is him. Very first election 5 years ago, and they said he looks 33.
Oh, balls.
I know, right? That's.
And he was about 42.
42 now. We're going 42.
Now, yeah, go for 40.
Yeah, he's getting low numbers. Pav?
46.
46. Let's have a look. 45. In fact, I don't know if it's just the lighting, but he does look. They all look grayer.
He looks a bit like a ghost.
It is partly
These photos have been chosen
isn't it,
strategically.
Mm.
I mean, very grey photos, unflattering expressions.
Underneath sort
Close
of
up.
flowered wall. It looks like they've literally changed house to more of a house.
Yeah, well,
house as well.
at least he hasn't got a bacon sandwich.
Is that really? Again, we've been talking about this all night. Is that really a policy attack? That's just.
It's a pretty poor report.
Yeah.
This whole thing is
I don't want Ed Miliband in a room with Vladimir Putin when he can't even eat a bacon sandwich properly. I think it's just fundamentally wrong as a head of state.
Right.
Not head of state,
Let's
I
go
think.
with final one. David Cameron. 20, really?
I think he's 20 off.
I don't believe that for a second.
Pull the other one.
They have the cheat to call me 47.
I've just noticed they've got a man there, so at least they're not that far off.
Yeah.
You could be Cameron's father.
Right, how old do you reckon we're going for now?
He's 40. He's 47. He's 46.
46?
A lot higher. Late 40s.
Late 40s.
I reckon he's got quite
49.
a bit of baby face, so maybe 35.
35. Okay, go on then. Let's
In
have a
real
look.
life, is it?
59.
Oh, sorry.
He's
So-
dead on. Remember.
So this is what he.
30 years and 5 is what they're saying.
That's partly his expression, though. I mean, look at the creases next to his eyes.
Yeah.
It's because he's like crushing,
We didn't do
labour
this
in
on
his hand.
purpose. Right. and as it looks like he's going to win, we've added the next 5 years on ourselves. And let's have a look at what our editing team have done in a minute.
You guys are very clever.
Well, he'll be 89
Well, no,
by
it's 4 a.m. We're doing whatever we can.
In due time.
When's the Exeter result? I think.
Okay, right. What do you think he's going to look like? We've taken a stab at this. So what do you think will have made him look like in 5 years' time?
Grey, just completely grey.
Balding slightly.
Skeleton? I don't know.
No,
I don't know what they've done.
His receding hairline is like from there backwards, I think.
So,
Possibly a bit like unmasked Darth Vader.
I'm going to go with you actually on that one. I think that's quite an interesting one.
Good,
Yeah, right. Have they got it?
Bigger belly, bigger belly.
Come on.
No cigar.
I know it's
Actually, Marcel, what were you going for?
I agree with Pavel.
Darth Vader. And then we've got receding hairline further. So
Yeah,
sort of,
bigger belly.
oh, yeah. James, what do you go for?
I'd say receding hairline again.
Yeah, James. Josh, sorry. I mean, I'm winning James to Josh. It's
Hey,
getting late.
No worries. I would go with the Darth Vader
Darth
prediction.
Yeah, the second you
without the
said
Force
that, we're
powers.
going for that.
Maybe a bit fatter.
Oh,
my
that
gosh!
was spot on.
Oh, I do not want him to be Prime Minister in 5 years' time. That is horrendous.
He looks kind of like McCruitt.
He looks like Vladimir Putin with a bit less hair, to be honest.
Putin, oh, I can actually see that. You know how people said they wouldn't trust Ed Miliband to go in a room with Putin?
Oh,
well, this is...
Please don't let him look like that
Putin
in
kind of
5
makes
years.
it look good, though. I mean, that's just some sort of alien horrific thing.
They did what they could with the head. It couldn't be saved.
Oh, I don't want him to look like that in 5 years.
I really kind of do.
I will,
Just
I
sort
will-
of priority
I don't think
thing,
I'll
right.
vote Conservative in 2020 if he looks like that, to be honest.
Well, he'll control you with his mind powers.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
This is like a villain, doesn't it? Oh, well. Right, back to the election.
So any news with any new seats?
I don't, as far as
My
I know,
vote-
all I know is the Exeter vote is literally any minute now.
There's a lot,
It's been
a lot of seats are being declared now, actually.
I mean, North Ireland,
But my phone is dead.
we have got in Sinn Féin have held Ulster. So, on that note, there was some talk about a Sinn Féin coalition at one point, wasn't there? Was it
No, Labour. They align
Labour.
themselves with the left, but they usually abstain because they just don't agree with the UK.
I just think any party that's going to get more than, well, maybe with the exception of SNP, any party that's going to get any decent amount of votes is everything that Sinn Féin is against. I can't imagine anything happening. The only potential circumstance I can see them doing anything.
I mean, there
is
were
if
a
by
lot of
some
SNP
miracle
results announced,
they
actually.
hold the balance of power and they want to go and disrupt the thing. But that's the only thing I can see happening.
They have got most seats in Scotland. They haven't all been announced yet, but
Yeah.
they've cleared up the majority. Those have all been announced.
The Scotland seems to be declared quite early. I've been campaigning for a Conservative MP or candidate because he's not an MP anymore back home, and I think his result may be declared, but my phone is dead, therefore I can't find out. And I've got money on him as well.
Yeah, I would like to know about my seat back home as
Oh,
well.
no, it's not. There's nothing there yet. In case something happens, they want us to know instantly.
Yeah, my seat back home was tipped to be a close one, but Labour, they only had a few seats to catch up. I was dead sure Labour were going to win that, but now I'm very, very
Now I'm very worried.
You put 50 quid on it?
I put 50 quid on it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
I put 20 on it.
How much money have you spent? Right, let's go through it. Let's call this a feature. Charlie's election bets. Let's go through them. How many are there?
I put 180 quid down.
In total?
In total.
180 quid?
Yeah.
You're a very rich man. a very poor.
There's only £85 profit to be made here, but I thought they were safe. But after tonight, this could be dangerous. My parents will not talk to me ever again. I went for Caroline Lucas. I just thought safe, keep it safe. Simon Hart, who's the MP I've been working for, I had to back him. And I think the way it's going, he probably will win. I went against Farage. I went for the Conservative there, and I think that might have paid off quite well. And then fourthly, I went for, but it is a recommendation, Harrow East, but it looks like I might be out 20
Yeah, it
quid.
looks like the Tories are going to hold it.
And I also went for
Hampstead and Kilburn.
Yeah.
I thought Hampstead and Kilburn would be out of the question because that's the one Labour won in the last election by about 10 votes or something. But now I think Tories have got to be favourite to snatch that one.
Don't say that.
Come on, Tories have got a better swing than Labour.
Shall I give you your odds?
Wanna hear my votes?
Go on then, quickly.
My bet, sorry. I bet 50 quid on Harrow East, Labour. I've got a £5 bet with him that Ed Potts will get 1,000 votes.
Ooh.
And I've got a £5.
I think there's potential for that. I don't know if it's going to happen, but anyway, there's potential.
I don't really care about Domhnall Ben Bradshaw. I want my £5 for myself.
But I'll give you your odds on the seats. SNP have got 37 seats so far announced. Tories 47. and Labour, I think, have mid-70s. But again, that's just being announced.
Because they've had their good ones already.
Yeah, already. And SNP at 37 already at this part of the night is
historically
bad.
Around 2010, Labour had their seats declared a bit.
You could have got none yet, so it's good for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
Lib Dems have got 2. So.
But have the SNP lost any seats yet?
As far as I know.
As in failed to win.
Failed to win. Well, they might fail to. Polls predict they'll fail to win about 2 to 4.
I think this is looking more official now.
Oh, no, it's important looking people walking around.
Just wandering around. No, nothing there yet.
If Don Morris wins, the world will come to an end.
Do you want to put a bet on it?
This is why we. Well,
this is how we make money.
We have recall now, don't we?
Yeah.
I might use it.
I think there might be. Well, do you think a recall campaign is possible and plausible?
I think for Don Morris.
Let's give the bloke a bet.
Let's give him a chance.
What is that bad about Don Morris? Let's just go through it.
I don't know. I thought his campaign was very, very over-personalised, and he played to a character that doesn't fit with Exeter. He would go out of his way to tell us he was a farmer. He'd go out of his way to tell us he was involved abroad, and
he's just not likeable. He's just.
But Charlie makes a good point. Let's give him a chance. Let's see how he votes.
I don't think he'll win.
Well, the thing is, ultimately, people have to have elected him. Who do you think would elect him if he's as bad as you say?
Shy Tories. But it's unbelievable. You walk around Exeter, you see so many Labour posters and barely any Tory posters. If he wins,
well, to be fair, we're only stuck in the Exeter in the city. It's a wide area.
I mean, Gove's already said he thinks Cameron's won already. That's the level this is at.
Wow.
So if he's willing to announce that, that's
Gove.
I think this is down to if the Tories win today, or just 10 short of majority, this is down to Labour's.
We're blaming Labour squarely for this.
I think them collapsing in the last week. I think.
What went wrong last week? We've talked a lot about this last week. What did they really do wrong?
Autopsy.
The Lib Dems.
Labour.
The stone was ridiculous.
The stone was a
stone was.
Because every pledge that was on the stone, it could be argued that the Tories have already done it.
Exactly.
And that didn't help the Red Tories.
They're unmeasurable targets, and they're not left-wing targets.
And you've got to look at the Labour front bench. It's just a talentless bunch. You've got Ed Miliband, talentless. You've got Ed Balls, talentless. I'm being quite harsh here. Yvette Cooper, who is she? I'm being very brutal here, but they're not very inspiring.
But at the same time, if I'd asked you this before the exit poll, would you have said this?
I would. Yeah, I think it's the weakest prospective government I think in a long time.
And by the way, SNP, I got the statistics back. They've won every seat announced so far in Scotland.
Yeah, well, that's
I think the Conservative front bench. I mean, not huge. There's not many leaders in there, but they're more established. Like you had William Hague was he's been on the block a long time.
Sometimes established negative. I mean, Gove. There's quite a lot of negative publicity surrounding Gove.
98% disapproval rating. Know this.
Say again.
98% disapproval rating.
By who?
For Gove?
To be honest, I can't remember, but I've heard that bandied about.
Well, if we're going to have a number.
It's just easy.
I wonder if Nick Clegg is going to. I'm not so sure now.
What, kick the bucket or?
No, keep your seat.
Oh, keep
I mean,
your
they've
seat.
done worse than even expected.
Do you reckon with 10 seats he's going to keep his leadership? Even
he won't. No, he won't keep his leadership. But if he even keeps his seat, is in question now. I wonder. What do you think?
I mean, I was convinced before this election, Lib Dems would do well when the Tories were their nearest opponents, but do awfully when Labour were. But now, I don't know. If these exit polls are to be believed, and they're going to get 10 seats, I mean, it could be any of those.
I think the Tories feasibly could win take every Lib Dem seat in the southwest.
But seats like Vince Cable is to win a huge majority, like what, 15,000, 20,000.
Well, again, if he does, it's all over for the Dems, really.
I do
Maybe
hope
even the party.
I do hope Norman Lamb. He's been excellent. He's a health minister, and he's championed mental health really well in this government. I really do hope he hangs on in Norwich, because he's a really down to earth politician, but only time will tell.
That's interesting, because I mean, Lib Dems are the one party where you can say they're not in it for the career often, so they often do seem to be the most competent when it comes to constituency politics.
Incumbent. Yeah, it's going to be. I'm looking forward to seeing Danny Alexander go. I don't like Danny Alexander.
I think the problem with the Lib Dems is when they went into a coalition, they needed to have one big policy to take away, and they're saying this policy is pupil premium, taking the lowest earners out of income tax. I don't think when you compare that to how ambitious their manifesto was, that's sufficient for the voters, and I think that's why people haven't shown confidence in them.
It's a very modest manifesto. It's not.
No, their 2010 manifesto.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, but the 2050 is no frills.
It is. I mean, I agree with you.
But I think
just to move on, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while now. UKIP have recently pulled out their new press release saying, because they haven't won anything yet, the first past the post system is an affront to democracy. It's lovely because I said that before results started coming out. But still, we've been chatting about it in here. Obviously, this is clearly a bit of electioneering after they've started losing, well, not losing, not winning, as we're calling it for the night, any seats. But to announce it now...
Yeah, they should have announced it before.
Yeah, if they expected... Well, I think they expected to win more.
I think
Nigel Farage hasn't lost yet.
I think UKIP need to get a bit of perspective as well. Like, given where they were in 2010, it's still a remarkable result given that context. Like last year, like UKIP always do well in the Europeans. I mean, they did well in 2009. But they are their own worst enemy. Them with their xenophobic, more hardline rhetoric on immigration has actually alienated a lot of Conservative voters, I think, who would have voted for them last year because of the European issue. But now, because they've gone hardline anti-immigration, and also what I found on the doorstep as well, the UKIP vote is very fluid in the sense that old Conservative voters, old Labour voters who have gone to UKIP, they tend to like UKIP more than they hate the Tories, if that makes sense, to let them in. Whereas UKIP, like Tory voters who'd gone to UKIP, it was really easy to tease them back to the Tories because they despised Ed Miliband and Labour more than they liked UKIP. So again, it goes up as this tactical voting thing.
I'm going to bring Pavan on this.
Sorry, I'm in your way.
What do you think about UKIP, their rise to power? Does it worry you as a non-UK national sometimes?
Well, I don't. It's. How do you mean? Would it worry me?
Well, say they were magically to win a majority in this election. Would you be scared?
I don't believe that's
no.
feasible. Or
It's
possible
not at all.
Ever.
But a UKIP in Parliament, would that worry you?
Well, yes, it would, because quite frankly, on a personal level, I don't agree with probably any of their policies. I agree with the electoral reform. I agree with that.
Because obviously you're Bulgarian, and they've taken a very hard line against Romanians and Bulgarians in the past. So has that alienated? Like, because obviously you organised that.
Most people in Bulgaria are.
Yeah. Well, I think the specific targeting of Bulgarians and Romanians is just scapegoating. It's not.
And Polish people as well.
It's. I mean, it's political. Like 10 years ago, it was Poles. Now it's Bulgarian and Romanians.
And now it's first past the post.
A couple of years down the line, it will probably be Croatians because they would just gain the ability to work in the UK. So looking at him as a politics student, I can see. Okay, that's why he's doing it. Probably, like, I don't think he hates Bulgarians and Romanians any more than he hates Poles. He's indiscriminate.
I'd like to add something to this as well. I'm also from an Eastern European family, and I think one thing that is very frustrating is around 2005 or so, the biggest advocate for EU expansion, biggest advocate for bringing countries like Poland and Slovakia into the EU was Tony Blair. And I think people who have put their good faith in Britain after this invitation to join the EU, 10 years down the line, for the rise of a far-right party that is almost specifically against Eastern Europeans, it's very hard pill to swallow.
But I must say, though, to the credit of Exeter and to the entire part of UK that I've seen so far, I have been here almost 2 years and I have never encountered any sort of hostile behavior towards the fact that I'm Bulgarian or that I'm foreign. It's just what I used to see on the news before I came here and what the reality turned out to be had nothing.
And this is exactly like Pavel's experience of on the news kind of thing. This is exactly why UKIP, I hope, are cast out from our politics. It's divisive. It's hateful.
The problem is they're not going anywhere anytime soon. At least it doesn't seem that way.
Well, if Farage goes, it'll be interesting because I think you have got some decent guys in UKIP. I think Stephen Wolf, who's a mixed race from Stockport, is very more open-minded, more liberal. You've got
James McSweeney.
James McSweeney.
Oh yeah, very open-minded, very liberal.
Even Douglas Carswell, I think he's a classic liberal. I mean, these kind of people, that's the kind of vision I wouldn't mind being on.
We've been chatting about youth involvement in politics. After this election, if the amount of leaders, we think, Has mentioned it while he was here, that 4 leaders may end up resigning after this election, do you think there'll be a gap there for a younger generation to move into politics, or at least mainstream politics?
Well, I think less about the individual, more about the direction of the party. Because there's going to be a lot of parties tonight that are going to have a long, hard think about where they're going next. Labour, Liberal Democrats, to name 2. And that doesn't matter who they have as their new leader. They have to pick someone who is
apparently
visibly...
there's someone on stage at the Corn Exchange, so I think we're going to have to cut to them immediately.
Candidates going to make
sound?
I do hope we do. If not, I'll have to relay them.
Always go next door to BBC.
Right, so while we wait for that to happen, I think we were talking about...
So I finished my sentence?
Yeah, you can finish. Go ahead.
Someone who's radically different from...
What we've currently got.
What we've currently got.
Are you worried that...
Just want to say, on that point, I think that what we're actually going to see is a bit of more... politics would become even more populous and social media-ized, because, well, essentially it could be argued that a lot of people haven't voted for as Miliband just because it's at Miliband, his incompetent. And equally, people saw Nicola Sturgeon being strong and being really convincing on TV, and the fact that so many people in England Googled if they can vote for SNP just shows that how much personality plays a role, and how much, because I don't think policy comes only from a leader. I'm not sure how much a leader is important is personally important for the direction the party is going in. If there's the senior party officials behind him, sort of having elected him or making a decision whether he or she stays or not. But if without a really charismatic, effective leader at the forefront, as we saw probably was not the case with Ed Miliband.
Is it the case with David Cameron then, do you think?
Well, this is the shot.
Yeah, they're waiting. But was it the case with David Cameron?
I'd say he's more charismatic than Ed Miliband.
Do you think when he forms a government this time round, we're assuming he will if the polls continue as we are so far?
Yeah. I think, in the wider scheme of things, that's kind of like comparing, one poo to another. They're both pretty shitty, all things considered. I mean, as far as getting youth votes, certainly, and people who wouldn't normally be engaged in politics, they all seem to be equally boring, particularly from a non-voter's perspective.
How would you spice them up?
I wouldn't spice them up because I don't vote. But
I think what you need these parties to set a positive vision. I think Boris Johnson at the helm actually for the Conservative Party. He's a popular politician.
Yeah, but sometimes he's not that. He's popular for all the wrong reasons.
But he's the most popular Conservative Party politician.
But I think Charlie's on the ball here, on the spot. It's about vision. It's about ideology. It's not about detail.
Here we go.
For the Exeter Parliamentary Constituency, I hereby declare the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Benjamin Peter James Bradshaw, 25,062. Keith Montgomery Crawford, 5,075. Joel Mason, 2,321. Diana Francis Moore.
Can we get the result from next door?
No, we've got to wait. We've got to wait for it.
Keep it tense.
They're getting it back as soon as possible. I think John Mason 2000.
That is so low.
For him, yeah. Maybe I can pop
Is duly elected member of Parliament for the Exeter constituency.
Thank you all very much. It's been a long night, it's been a long campaign. Everyone's worked incredibly hard, and I'd like to thank the Acting Returning Officer, John Street, everyone who's counted here tonight, those who've worked in the polling stations during the day, but also who've help the wheels of our democracy turn in Exeter. I'd also like to congratulate my fellow candidates. This has been a very hard-fought campaign. Diana, Keith, Ed, Dom and Joel have all been fantastic candidates. We've got to know each other very well, and I'd like to congratulate you all on a great campaign. I'd like to congratulate my amazing team of volunteers, the best I've ever had, my fantastic organiser, Dom Morris. That's why my campaign we've invented a nickname for this Dom, which I won't reveal to you here tonight. Dom Collins is my fantastic campaign organiser. And my local party, but most of all the people of Exeter for putting their faith in me again. Thank you very much.
And that was Ben Bradshaw winning the election. I think we're probably going to finish up soon enough around now. Yeah. But just briefly, we were panicking. We thought it might have been a John Morris thing, but we ended up with Ben Bradshaw. Do you think he's going to be a good MP for the next 5 years?
Of course. I mean, he's a good local MP. Marcel doesn't like him because he's Labour.
He's rather than Don Morris.
He's a neo-conservative. He's been a very good local MP since 1997. He's got Exeter's interest at heart. I think I'll maintain this as a Conservative. I think he is.
Ooh. Don't know what that is.
The man knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
He's got the pedigree.
As a Conservative, I'm content that Ben Bradshaw is going to be the MP, especially if everyone else fails in the Labour Party, then Ben can hold on.
Well, I think, Ben, carry on the great work as a constituents and MP, change of direction in ideology, change of direction in policies.
James, what do you think?
I think that's a result I'm happy with. Obviously, my ideal result would have been a Green, but I think I'm sure he's going to deliver what's best for Exeter and keep use his experience to keep on working with his constituents. Although I would agree, changing ideology might be.
Okay.
Nice.
Pav?
I would agree. I think Ben is very well liked in the constituency, and I think fewer Conservative voters would be disappointed that it was him rather than if it were Don Morris the other way around.
I think at this point it's fair to ask: do you think he'll stay in the next 5 years, or do you think maybe he'll even step down by that point? Ben Bradshaw.
He said
next
he's not standing again.
Is he not standing again?
Yeah.
Well, he's 54 now. He'll be 59. He'll be getting on. I think it'll be time for fresh blood. I think if the Tories want to win here, it'll be in 5 years' time.
Yeah. He's been in a long time. I mean, I was 2 years old when he was elected.
I mean, you always look at Gordon Brown stepping down in Scotland. If he was to stand again this election, I think he'd probably keep the SNP out, but because the incumbency factor is gone, people will vote SNP now.
To be fair, the fact that he's so well liked, even by some Conservative voters, as I've spoken to people saying that if a new candidate stands in Exeter in 5 years' time, no one knows what will happen. Like the push that he just got just from being Ben Bradshaw and being so popular in the constituency might disappear completely.
Cool. On that bombshell.
Well, yeah, we're going to finish off on the Corn Exchange, but I'd just like to say we've been broadcasting for 6 hours now. And so, for all of you guys, it's been incredible having you. Charlie, James, you've been here all night. I can't thank you enough.
Well, yourself.
I owe you whatever you want next time. Monetary-wise, beverage or food, whatever we go. Rest of you, I think, same can be said. It's been here all night. I can't thank you enough for coming. You've been great. You've been giving great coverage.
Thank you.
And thank you all for coming and making it quite an interesting election coverage. I think we covered some interesting topics. We spent here long enough to actually think that something interesting was said, I thought. If anyone does ever tune in, we might do that. So, thanks Pav. Thanks to Charlie. Thanks to James, Marcel and Josh. And this is me, James Woolcock, signing off from the studio. Thank you very much. Right, moving over.
Hello and welcome back for the final time to the Exeter Corn Exchange, where the results have finally come in and Ben Bradshaw is once again continuing his time as the Member of Parliament for Exeter. He received approximately 25,000 votes in contrast to the second highest, Dom Morris's 17,000. In his speech, Ben Bradshaw congratulated the people and the members of his campaign team, humorously mistaking his campaign manager, Dom Collins, for Dom Morris. It has been an incredible day today, with many of us very tired, very resolutely staying up to make sure that democracy was seen and all the votes were counted. We are leaving you from the Exeter Corn Exchange and for this general election 2015. Thank you very much. Back to the studio.
Right.
And good night.
So, thank you for Adam from the Corn Exchange, and that is the end of our show. Thanks again to everyone for tuning in and to all our panellists we've had and guests tonight. You've all been incredible, and thank you to the XTV crew and team. That's all from us. Good night.